no.
Hey guys, very quickly, how do I set it to talk?
Good question.
I don't know, but I know if you can mute, you just scroll down your scroll wheel and then scroll back up.
Yeah, you can just scroll down.
No, it's push to mute instead.
It's proverbial scroll to mute.
Oh, works for me. I'm gonna do intro right now.
Intro, you don't just send your chat in.
I just sent my chat in.
Playing lockdown.
Alright guys, we are starting. I just need to double check the rules.
Chat, we were not ready. Davey, what's the start? And we're not ready. This is a disaster.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay, hello. Okay. All my shit's going crazy. Hey, Senna.
Alright, yeah, had a feeling it was that gimmick.
Oh god, I'm getting DMs. And I have to answer. Oh my god, I have to do so much stuff. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. Retract. Now we're good. Agency, let me know if there's any issues with audio, by the way. Just, like, keep me posted if you have anything that I should change or do.
I forgot to teach you that.
because my mic got fucked up before stream. I don't know what happened, but my my mixer software decided it was gonna just reset all my presets and everything, so I had to completely redo my entire
Oh.
all my settings. So I don't know how my shit's gonna be.
Dollar I've ever. Ooh. Is that?
Hey,
Is this
Chris.
Metallica? Oh fuck yeah! Yo, I got Metallica.
That's sick as fuck.
Yo, you think that
All right,
rich guy
thank
would
you.
buy Metallica?
Wait, what? Sorry, I spaced out.
You think that do you think that rich guy would buy a Metallica cassette?
Maybe if you tell them it's vintage. I mean, rich people love that like
It
vintage
is.
stuff.
No, this is vintage. This is like
Yeah.
their first like
Dude,
demo, I
dude,
think.
Dude. Rich people love demos and like
Yo,
like
you want
really
you
old
want
stuff.
you want to come sell it with me?
Let me go plug this battery in and then yeah.
What are we selling?
I have a vintage.
Shit, let's go
Alright,
find somebody to
alright.
sell
Yeah,
it
let's go.
to.
Yeah, let's go,
Rich
let's go.
motherfucker and sell Metallica.
Yeah,
Who's the
let's
rich
go find
motherfucker?
her.
I'm not
Let's
rich
go sell it.
anymore. I use my money.
What do you use your money on?
Yeah, wait. Do you have any more?
Oh, was it
Did
just
you
cool
invest it in
Metallica?
artwork so that you can have all your assets in physical
this-
projects?
Hold up. We got one over here. We got somebody over here. Come on, come here. Hey, can we interest you in a vintage
Would
Metallica?
you be interested in a vintage Metallica cassette tape?
Sure, yeah.
Fuck yeah. Hand over the money.
Let's go. Yeah, where's the money?
Where's the money? Where's fucking money?
Where's the fuck?
I don't
got
have any
you.
money.
Oh fuck!
Did I miss a group of people?
Yeah, you did. Oh my god, why is everything breaking?
I have no idea.
Why is there a VOD playing? What the fuck? Oh my god, hello. Hi. Hi, Samurai.
Oh, you have wait, okay, cool.
No, dude, my everything is like breaking. My mixer decided it was gonna like reset itself completely,
Oh no.
and now my entire
Yeah,
PC is just
well.
having a conniption fit. Like, my VOD just started playing in the background for some reason, and I have no idea why. It was like a half-month-old VOD too. It wasn't even like a new VOD. Oh wait, I'm trying to be a medic, so I'm gonna go work on reviving those idiots.
Oh yeah, you wanna show me how?
What?
You wanna show me how you get rid
How you can revive? You're really quiet, but oh, never mind. That's just me. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little quiet. but-
No, it's alright. I forgot that I'm just half deaf, so I have to.
This is literally my first time. This is my first game ever.
Oh, okay. So if you want to revive people, you take your batteries. You need 2 of them, 2 fully charged batteries.
Yeah, 2 for the
Yeah. You come over here, and Jay's dead over there for some reason. Oh, it's already charged. So, Samurai. Something tells me Samurai's a little fishy. Sweater gang.
Sweater gang.
Oh, hey, there you go. So this is the defib. You put the batteries in here. You put the fully charged ones, and then it'll start charging. Sorry, it was already charged when we got here, so I was able to go res somebody.
I'm gonna do the
Yeah, you can go in there as well. So that area is locked behind a key card, but somebody used the key card to open it, and there's there's 3 defibs in there that are charged. So if you want to go in there and grab one as well, we can go res someone else.
Oh, the automatically charge?
The ones in there usually are, yeah. Well, at least with the settings we have on.
Okay.
Cool now. It's still me, but whatever.
What?
Sweater gang.
Sweater gang.
Sweater gang, sweater gang, sweater gang.
Metallica cassette tape.
Oh my god. I love these guys, man. They're funny. I don't know why I went here with this. This is not where this goes. Is that charged?
Yes.
Then there's some bodies. There's a body over here if you want to come defib. There's a body in there. It's Damie.
Is that Davey?
Yeah. Should I be a doctor today, chat? Should I be the medic today? I usually like to play medic in this game. I think it's fun. But I understand that like not everyone likes playing medic, or it might not be as entertaining. Whoa, why is this tape blue? Blue, orange. Whoa, there's different colored tapes. That's cool. That's really cool. I like that. I like the different colors. I'm easily entertained. Hey, Simply.
I have a funny.
You have a funny?
I got a funny.
Oh, what's the fun level?
A 4.
A 4? Oh my god, it's peak. Peak fun.
Yeah, level 4.
Level 4 fun.
Level 4 fun?
Hold on. Can I just... I don't want to talk to your chat too much, but hi, Sherb.
Oh, you go ahead, dude. Hey,
Yeah.
We're sharing chat for a reason,
Well,
dog.
yeah, but Sherb can't hear me because Sherb's in your stream, so I have to say it to you.
Oh, yeah. I love how we're just keeping Damie dead, by the way.
Are we? Wait, I sent Samurott to res him. Samurott was supposed to res
Oh,
him.
maybe Samurott did Samurott die in the process?
I don't know. Samurott went in there with the defib. Maybe it's Samurott. Maybe Samurott's the evil one. I think Samurott's bad.
Tape shit.
Hello, Doodle.
Hello.
We're both white. Isn't that cool?
But
Wait, I can't say
Yeah.
that. That's gonna turn out wrong.
oh, don't worry. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
It's empty.
that's cool. I just like holding it. Where? This was yellow
Huh?
earlier.
No, it wasn't. You walked in. You were holding it. It was red.
No, I know, but I didn't. I had a yellow marker.
I've passed you by like 6 times, and every time it's been red.
At some point, it swapped colors because I had a yellow marker.
I think uses colorblind, Hoss.
What the fuck?
What?
Simply, it was yellow, right?
It was yellow. Why are you trying to gaslight my friend?
I'm not trying to gaslight your
I'm
friend.
so
only
confused.
to be red.
Maybe it's red with blood.
Wait, hold
Oh.
on. Can I grab
You could
that
have
thing
more
behind
blood.
you? Can I grab that behind you?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Tape shit.
Type shit.
Tape shit. Wait, hold on. He ran away.
No, I'm just here.
No, the other one.
Oh, he ran away. He used it as a distraction. He is evil. He gaslit me. Simply. I have no idea when I swapped my yellow marker for a red marker. I have no idea.
No, neither do I. But let's pretend like he's been gaslighting you.
No,
Let's
dude, I have
gaslight
no
him into
idea.
thinking he's
Dude, I have
gaslighting
no
you.
idea. I swear to God, I had a yellow marker this whole time. There's my yellow marker.
Let's reverse gaslight this guy.
Let's, instead of doing that, let's toss this away and then do this and then do that.
Oh yes, I agree with that. Anyway, sir, thanks for the 100 bits for playing a gunshot in my ear, which is really fucking loud.
I can play another gunshot in your ear.
Oh, not that type. Oh wait, Doodle's over here. Doodle's over
I would
here. We
never,
gotta
I would
gaslight
never,
him.
I would never hurt you simply.
It was always red.
I can't believe Doodle gaslit me, bruh.
Doodle, it was always red. Why are you trying to gaslight him,
I
dude?
didn't gaslight you. I told you
Why
it
are you
was
trying to
red.
gaslight him?
No, it was
I
yellow.
told
No,
you
it was yellow. It was yellow, not red.
Yeah, I meant yellow, Lamau. Anyways.
Well, okay, you came up here
You're a-
accusing me.
you're a
then speaking
terrible
lies.
gaslighter.
I think you're gaslighting me.
You're a terrible gaslighter, simply.
Where the fuck is he?
Yes. Sorry, I'm too good of a person.
Tape
My
shit.
bad.
You gotta get better at lying. Oh, also, this tape is blue on the inside.
Someone stole my Metallica cassette tape.
Your what? I'm sorry. Come again.
They stole my Metallica cassette tape.
Why is no one else
I've
is
seen a couple
intrigued?
of the
is
cassettes around the
intrigued
ship. It
by
might just be
that?
one of those.
Simply, the inside of the tape is different colors. They have different ones now.
Oh.
Oh shit, you're right. They are.
It's very
This one's
intriguing. It's orange and blue.
That one's blue.
Oh, they were blue and orange.
If we assemble them all,
shit.
we can have the Infinity Stones of tape.
Oh, yeah.
this 7 human duct tapes.
It's like the Dragon Balls.
Who was it?
I thought
It's like a
it's try.
Dragon
I'm not sure who tried it.
Balls.
Dragging these balls
Wait,
across your face.
Someone grab that tape. Follow me.
All right, I'm coming. I got you.
Wait, what?
Hey, if you can find tapes with different colored insides, bring them to the medical bay.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any other
Dragon
ones.
Balls. Let's see if we can gather them up.
I hope there's more than just the 2. I haven't done a single task.
Okay, wait.
I have done one task. I lied. I did this. Anyway, chat. I don't know who's here. Agency. Oh wait, I found the metallics. Cram. That's not Cram. Cram. Simply. Where's Cram?
Oh, he was being a bad puppy, so I had to put him down.
Where'd you put him down?
Over here.
Okay, I gotta go lie.
He also told me I wouldn't shoot him no balls, and this is the result.
Here you go. I found your Metallica CD, Crim. Or cassette. Not CD. Your cassette. I found it. It'll rest with you now.
Anyways.
Fucking scumbag.
Fucking scumbag.
Man, I don't know what to do for dinner, simply. I didn't want to...
Oh, I have no idea what I'm gonna do.
Dude, I wanted to... I was like, I might eat early, but then I wasn't hungry, and now I'm like... We're locked in until, like, past midnight.
Yeah, Samurai, are you cooking train?
I don't know, am I?
I don't know. Hold on.
Let's figure it out.
Come here. Oh, he is.
Oh my.
Alright, let's go find a gun. Logical conclusion. What's a
Gaslighting him, saying that it wasn't red. It was
You were gaslighting me. You were gaslighting me.
gaslighting him.
It was yellow. It was yellow, and then it changed. You're gaslighting.
Well, that was unnecessary.
Actually, no, there's still.
I don't know if I killed you or Davey killed you, but I shot.
Damien killed me.
Okay, because I shot right as I got stabbed.
You got
I stepped yellow
killed.
behind back.
Damien killed me. I lost my stamina because I started firing on Simply.
Jesus.
At no point, genuinely, no point did I ever see that marker be yellow.
I swear it was yellow.
It was yellow.
I swear it was
Like,
yellow
I
at the
don't know- I
start.
don't know what the fuck
I
happened.
killed you off.
Because I know exactly where I picked it up, and it was yellow. It spawned in the computer room, so it was yellow.
Yeah.
When did I swap? I feel schizophrenic.
Jail. Did you kill me?
I know that's exactly what this lobby feels like right
Did
now.
you kill me or did somebody else?
Go, it was me. It was me. I wanted to be a lone survivor.
I revived you! You could have told you could have
died 4 fucking times. Everything I did ended in me dying. Every single bit led to me dying.
That's funny.
Can I get a squeeze?
Hey, you weren't a good boy enough.
You weren't being a good puppy.
I'm going
Puppy.
to murder you.
Good puppy. That's exactly why I asked for you.
Bark, bork.
You do it.
Well, I got your other thing.
Excuse me.
Oh my god, wait. I just realized. Wait, hold on. Simply.
Yo.
Jay is also coming to the other collab and after this.
Oh yeah, I know. Like I think he's in all of them.
Is Jay? Oh, we should invite him to the stream together if Jay's in all of them. Oh my god, yeah, he is.
Ooh,
Wait.
okay, well, oh yeah, Adam.
Wait, Jay, hold on. Jay.
Portioning.
Jay.
An egg can be thousands.
Jay. Metallica.
Tape shit.
Oh, where's Jay? God damn it.
Take shit.
Find him.
Jay.
Jay. Jay? Damien, have you seen Jay?
No, I am not. I don't associate with poor people.
All right.
Hey, you want this antique? I know rich people love antiques.
Your poor friend. I want meat flavored cheesecake. Get away from me. There's your poor friend. Get away from me.
Here you go.
Oh, I see now. You two are.
What is it?
This one's a Led Zeppelin cassette.
Fucking Led Zeppelin? Is it? Oh, yo, they got Tangerine on this thing. Holy shit. Anyways, I gotta get back to work, you know.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Jay, it's come to our attention that you're also in for the long haul today. You also have 3 back-to-back collabs.
I
With-
know I do.
With us. You're with us.
I know I was gonna mention that with you too.
Yeah. Do you want to join our stream together? Since we're all gonna be collabing anyway.
See, you guys have a different breed of long haul than I do.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna be going.
I'm go for like 36 hours.
I'm there for the second 16-person one.
There's another one? Oh, no, the Ion is the 12-person one, yeah.
Oh, that's 12%? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's 12-person.
Hold on.
Oh, cheesecake.
Oh. Show the object cache. Did I say that right?
What?
I think that's.
Did I read that right?
I think that's
What?
you.
Oh,
I'll just send you the link to the stream together. I'm not gonna try and
what? Am I
do it through
just...
Twitch. Fuck is my
Wait,
Discord?
what the fuck? Wait, why? Dude, the French side of my brain ain't working right now.
True the object cache.
Bro's frontal lobe is
Close
melting.
l'objet caché. Is the correct way to say it in the French accent?
There you go.
Oh yeah, got it.
What,
We're different breeds of French. We are different breeds of French.
Yes, I'm actually French.
And I'm whatever the
Fake.
fuck Canada has.
Since we're locked in.
Yeah.
God, we're gonna be live for so long.
Ow! Fuck! I don't like mouses. Get these things away from me.
Like for a while, so.
Yeah, we're all gonna be live for like.
How long have you guys been live?
Oh, I just started.
I've been live for 5 hours already.
Yeah. But I've got like 5 hours ahead of me.
I've got like at least 5 more hours after
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Simply,
because you're in the other lobby.
It's a good 10 hours.
the 3 of us are. We're gonna be going for a bit.
Lord. I was in another game just previously before this, so.
Oh wow.
So this is my second one, then I go to the third one, and then
What are you
the
doing
fourth
here?
one.
Oh yeah, that's
Uh,
right. That's right. Krim does come
I
back.
heard click.
Krim skips
I
the
heard
middle
click.
one and then comes back.
You a dog?
Yeah, Krim was late
Not
for
a dog?
that one.
Third one.
Yeah.
You a
I
fucking
heard
dog? You came when you heard a click? You a dog?
Yeah, because Krim's in ions as well. Alright, cool. We got this. We're gaming.
Yeah. Anyway, I got knife and cheesecake.
You
It's
got
like
knife and
split the
cheesecake. Wow. What the fuck?
Does somebody else just fucking...
It's even worse that I didn't have the detonator and I know you didn't.
No!
So that was
No,
just
who
perfect
had it?
timing.
No! That's fucking incredible! You killed them! Dude,
It was Jay. It was Jay.
Cry. You're black. You're still on Black Ops
Fuck!
3. Heads up. Yeah, I know.
I
That's why
always
felt
fuck
when
this
David
up,
came to
bro.
My stream and said I was still on lockdown while I was playing God of War.
I always fuck this up.
That's so upsetting.
Please don't be mad, guys.
I always forget to change this shit.
Wait. Okay. You're gonna count down. I and I.
Ha. Ha. Ha.
Well, I think they're going after me. They're not gonna
You
go after
desecrating a carcass?
Only because of Simply and Cry.
Fair enough.
Please.
Simply.
Thank you. Target acquired. Welcome back to the land of the living.
Yay.
You now owe 16 credits.
Fuck, we're still in America. God, alright, hold on, let me go work it off.
Your free trial on Live is expired.
God damn it, I thought they wouldn't have. Hold on, let me make some money.
Would you like to purchase Life Rar?
Chad, I'm just dead now. They rest simply and I'm alone. Anyway, Chad, what do you think I should like what do you guys think I should do for dinner tonight? Because I'm gonna have to eat on stream. I mean the obvious choice is just like pizza. Because you know it's easy. I think I can do pizza. I mean, there we go.
Reviving in 3, 2.
That's fair.
1.
My eyesight's.
Welcome back to the land of the living. You now
Thank
owe
you.
16 credits.
I can go get Damie. He's my sugar daddy. He'll pay it off.
Understood.
Isn't that right, baby?
Yay! My friend!
What the fuck did you just say?
Friend!
No, that's not what he said.
I hate your head.
Oh boy,
Everything okay? Oh
Yeah.
shit!
No,
You
Rolling
just called me
Stones.
baby.
Okay.
I called you my sugar daddy. You're
That's
picking
a-
up my tab.
Stay dead.
Oh no, cry! How'd they die?
Fucking brokey.
now harvesting your organs for payment.
Yo, can I get the
Whoa, that's crazy. Thank you.
Hey,
agency.
hey, hey, show some respect. The man died.
Oh, we love biddies. I mean, I'm already dead, but
Hey, if the
if
man
I happen
dies,
to
at
if I
least
happen
keep
to
his
get revived
manhood.
again, now I got the credits. Now we're chilling.
Bunny, I have a very important objective for you.
Harvest organs.
Have fun.
They're harvesting my organs.
Thank you.
What the fuck, chat?
Are you just
Are they gonna fix me?
Pretty much.
Krim, they're
Fuck
harvesting
no.
my organs.
Congratulations.
Oh, they're harvesting your organs? Oh, they're probably giving
You
them to
have been
me.
chosen to get your organs harvested.
Unfortunate.
They're taking out the sweater
One more
gang.
time. I fucked up.
Yep, alright.
Congratulations. You have been selected to get your organs harvested. Thank you.
I don't know how you didn't see that coming from a mile away.
No. Shit. You do the bit. I'm like, oh, I'll just be nice in terms of content. So
No,
just,
I know. I'm just like,
I acted stupid.
I know you did.
It's called being a good person.
Yeah, I know. So simply,
It's called.
What's your name?
do you think I should order pizza for dinner?
From?
Ooh, that's a good shout. Or you could order Chinese food.
That's true.
Would you eat it? My vote is Chinese food. You should get Chinese food
Yeah,
always.
Chinese.
If it's an option,
Chinese.
always.
What was
Oh my
the other
god,
option?
it's scissoring.
Pizza.
Oh, pizza all the way.
What did you just say?
Thank you,
What
Jay.
the fuck?
See, the only problem with Chinese food is there's only one takeout place here, and there's no delivery that I could get, so I would have to leave and go get it.
Oh.
No, you don't have time
And
for
also,
that.
and also,
you're
they're
not.
closed like 50% of the time.
Okay, then no.
Yeah.
That's not an
Yeah, no.
actual option then.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they're closed. It's just kind of go there and see if they're open.
I cannot explain to you how close I am to buying these like 24-hour tickets. By the way.
Oh, for the thing.
Yeah, for the thing.
Look, man, do it.
What thing? What thing?
I was looking at hotels and shit. I was like, you know, if I like do everything correctly.
Do it,
Are
man.
we talking about TwitchCon?
No.
No.
No, we're talking about home invasion.
I mean, that's what it'll be.
It would docs.
It would turn into yeah. It's a docs thing. There's an event that happens near me that simply is thinking about buying tickets for.
Yeah.
Completely unrelated, but it just happens to be where I live.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you being there is making me want to go a bit more because like I have a different reason other than just the event.
Yeah, it's like a side thing though.
That would be like an insane fucking stream though.
We can go to Olive Garden.
Oh my god, yes. Oh,
You're so fucking far. What event is it?
When we managed to get Krim to
Yeah.
When we managed to get Krim into the US, the first thing we're doing is taking him to Olive Garden.
You're so fucking far.
Motherfucker! Simply, look me in the fucking eyes right now. I've been to Olive Garden.
Fuck! Waffle House then. We'll take you to Waffle House.
Wait, hey, no.
I don't like waffles.
We gotta take Krim to Olive Garden.
We gotta take him to Waffle
I've
House
been
too.
to Olive Garden.
Waffle House is
We
better.
gotta take Krim to Olive Garden.
1 a.m.
Yeah,
Waffle
Waffle
House.
House is better.
1 a.m. Waffle House.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my, that shit hits different, dude.
Dude, there's a.
Thing.
You don't know what an Olive Garden is,
I don't
Agency?
like waffles or pancakes.
Wait, did David kill you?
There's other things at Waffle House.
Olive
except for
Garden.
just waffles.
So Olive Garden is a local, or not a local. It's an American breakfast place.
The hash browns are so fucking
Wait, no,
good.
that's
Oh
Waffle
my
House.
God.
Olive Garden is a chain Italian place. It's notorious for being like relatively shitty Italian food, like spaghettis and pastas and stuff.
But like, they're making all that.
And it's just very funny. It's like an American staple.
It's not. Oh my god! I'm getting bullied. I'm getting bullied from my neighbor's cars.
What's this? They're making a right turn!
They make right turns on that race! Fuck off!
They crashed.
That's so funny.
Nah, it's more like, you got
It's not fast food. It's a sit-down restaurant. But it's like a chain sit-down restaurant.
The only country I don't want to go to is the States.
So it's like, it's, you know, you go sit down and eat and everything, but there's hundreds of Olive Gardens in the US. Also, oh wait. There is a Waffle House like
Are they?
5 minutes from my house.
Well, I guess they won't give us that.
What I gotta fucking do is I gotta get you two to Canada and get you to try Mary Brown's.
I will also add.
Okay, we can do a trade. We can trade here, dude. Like,
I will also add. Simply, the Waffle House is right next to a sex toy store.
oh, that's exactly where it belongs.
They are neighboring buildings.
That's the perfect spot, dude.
There is a thin divider between their parking lots.
Yeah, but like, low key,
You like it or
that's like the
not.
perfect.
Yes, agency, you heard me.
Look, I look, honestly, that's the fact the Waffle House is right next to a fucking sex toy shop. Like, I can't, like, that
It's called-
doesn't surprise me at all.
It's called Xmart.
Oh my god.
I was gonna my roommates and I were gonna go as a joke during my freshman year of college, and we just never did. All right, Chad.
Who understands that? Please, just.
Wait, this is crazy. Hey, Jay.
Yo.
I'm gonna get my batteries ready.
Oh, even better! Oh, look!
Oh yes.
There's nothing in it.
Is this all it is? Should I pull the trigger?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Look at this!
Yes. Can you? Oh, you have both of them.
I have two! I have
You should certainly open the armory.
Seriously? Oh my god, I'm so fucking hungry now.
Because there's cans of beans in there. I want beans.
Oh, I'm not broke enough to eat beans.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, I'm unable to fulfill your request.
What? Do we have AI? Do we have Doodle AI?
Doodle GPT.
Doodle GPT?
Hello, and thank you for your purchase.
Hey Jay, come here.
Unfortunately, I am unable to process your request.
Man, you just turned around quick, huh?
What's going on?
Here, I can't hold
A
that.
weapon of mass destruction.
Oh,
Ooh, I need
Thank you
this.
for your purchase. What are your contacts?
It's kind of like that idea. It's kind of that idea. Yeah.
The fun part is when I aim at them and it goes click click.
Hey, sorry, I'm explaining Olive Garden to the British person in my chat.
They don't have Olive Garden in the UK. What the fuck?
No, they don't. That I do know.
I just had to explain that we do have Olive Garden in Canada.
Yeah.
That was a crazy conversation.
no. I told last week, and the exterminate did a pretty shit job, apparently, like, as you can see.
I can exterminate them for you.
Let me make sure nothing's going wrong.
Wow, I died.
Okay, there we go. I just had to make sure nothing was going on. I thought something might have been downloaded because I got a little lag spike, but I didn't. I like. Thank you for clarifying 6 foot. I know meters. You spelled it the American way. That's how Americans spell meter.
He cries alive, that means he cries not dead.
Did you just say cries alive, so that means cries not dead?
I sure did.
Fair enough.
We were trying to find out if anybody had this C4.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I know where the other thing is.
Designation found.
Yeah, exactly. And gray are also both silly. We spell it with an A, you guys spell it with an E.
I have been asked to assist you.
A lot of silly things. Oh, and aluminum. Or aluminium, as you guys have. That one you guys both pronounce and spell differently. That's very funny, Sherb. That's very funny. Why are you in a corner? What'd you do?
Suck at your job.
Oh, wow.
He was asked to assist in killing me.
Oh. By who? Who wanted
Probably
you dead?
Bun.
Oh,
Probably
that would
Bun.
make sense.
And then I told Jay there's been enough time where you can pull the trigger on that. Somebody probably has a C4, and that's how these guys probably died.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that makes sense.
I died to the C4. I
Come back and read the fucking church and share chat and just say Christ, it was put me in a corner.
With a gun with a bullet. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, there's a gun bullet. I'm out the corner.
Well, sure, I just kind of assumed that, like, you had to have done something. Simply doesn't just put you in the corner for no reason. Then again,
So
it's
why'd you put a
simply.
hit out on me?
I
To
didn't.
quote them, I thought it was funny, is what I was told.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, that was definitely that did it.
thought it was funny.
I died.
You were doing a routine inspection, from what I understand.
Yeah, we had a rat from.
God, I was waiting for you to finish talking to shoot you. I wanted you to finish talking so bad.
They had a bomb.
Yeah.
They had a gun and there was a mechanical malfunction.
The rats acquired.
chat. You ever get EB? I get EB a lot. Especially lately. Hi, Jay. Oh, cheesecake. Yay! Yay! Cheesecake. Yum, 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 yum. Baby. Oh.
So who died? Oh.
This way, it was this way, it was this way.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
God. That was so fucking good.
What happened? What?
Where are they? I want to see them. I want to see the spoil.
They don't know, guys. They'll never know. I'm died in a corner somewhere. Damie's the only one who saw my body. Samurott doesn't know to look there because he's the one that did this.
Fucking bozo.
Yeah, the cargo.
Oh, you're there!
Hi, Jay.
You're alive?
You're alive, which is kind of insane.
No, no, please
Against
don't.
all
We need a
odds,
couple-
we survive.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
That was crazy.
Nice.
I legit just brought you.
I didn't do it. Why do you? What?
Who did it?
Revive how?
Who did it? It was that one, and it was that one. Then they killed each other. Can I tell you something, Krim? It was me who got blown up by the C4.
Look, it was Optimus Prime who blew it up, not me.
Huh. Okay.
We actually told him, tell them something really philosophical and then do it, but he just pulled the trigger and it was.
Oh.
We heard a distant explosion.
Yeah, I wanted to stab him, but I only have like a little bit of health, so I can't do that.
Yeah, my goal right now is to collect a cup of blood.
Oh, nice. Also, agency, that's really interesting. I'm
need
kind of a
blood.
sucker
I'm
for like
overboard.
random little like tiddlywinks of information like that. I think that's really cool. I think aluminum is also a really funny one because you guys have aluminium, which
Hey, Cry.
yes.
Cry. I'm pretty sure Bun was looking for you over security.
Okay. Hey, Bon, what's up?
Hey, excuse me, sir. I received a complaint from somebody. I'm the inspector of this ship. If you could follow me, it seems that there's an infestation in your experimentation room.
Oh,
I was
okay,
told that
yeah.
you're the site manager, and you know, I'm just trying to make sure that everyone stays within the guidelines.
Yeah.
That goddamn bread!
Okay.
My cup, yummy.
You might want to go check on that,
I
Inspector.
love my cup of blood. It's so delicious and warm.
This is out of my scope of practice.
Yeah.
It would seem
Whoa!
that you have a rat infestation problem.
That's. I mean, I'm new here. I just transferred to this ship from another ship recently. These aren't really.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually my first day on the job. I haven't been in here yet. I mean, how am I expected to work in these conditions? Did you know about this, Samurott?
Wouldn't want money convince you otherwise?
Are you offering a bribe?
I am offering you a raise, not a bribe.
Now.
Sorry.
I mean,
Now that.
as your team lead.
I have a cup of blood.
That I'll
Taste
take you
some
up on.
blood.
I'll work gladly.
All
Yes,
yours.
the blood of Damie.
Well, I will say, unfortunately, we are gonna have to start an audit on this ship.
We'll see where this
so,
goes. Give it a moment.
You're getting
We're
mugged.
gonna have to. Excuse me, sir.
I got closer. Hold on.
Just trying to do my job.
I poked him for you.
She has a key card, by the way.
You don't fuck with HR. Or the inspectors, or any of them, really.
Well, I could report to HR and shut
key
this
card.
shit down if you mug me again.
Initiate mug mafia.
Hey, I'm walking in. Where's the other members at? What are you looking at? Let's go.
What the fuck did I just witness?
I'm just as speechless as you, Grim.
That was my cup of blood they just stole. I
Oh.
filled that cup with Damie's blood.
No. We
I
can go
was
fill it
drinking
with.
that.
We can go fill it with other substances of Damies.
What? What did you? What?
It's spinal fluid.
What did you say to me, man?
I said we can fill it with other fluids of Damies. We can go fill it with spinal fluid. What did you think I
Oh,
was
you're
talking
talking
about?
His butter.
His butter?
I think he had a block of butter on him, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
I don't want
Yeah. But I think he fell on it when he died, so it'd be a fucking like plate of butter by now. So like, I don't know.
Damn, you got mugged.
My audit.
I ain't seen nothing.
Yeah, you sure as shit did. Come here.
Wait. You wouldn't shoot another member, would you?
Do you see a mug in my hands?
Oh God. Listen, I'll do anything. I'll do anything.
Start digging in your butt, twin.
Got your ass.
He did get my ass.
Something on his thigh, bro.
I feel like I missed out. I missed out.
You know, that's
literally
an interesting way of thinking.
The thighs, you can
That is
still
true.
see the thighs. So like, I'm not
What
exactly
what
upset
classifies
with
a
what I'm
mug? Does it
saying.
need to have like a handle? Does it need to hold
Still see his
liquid?
thighs, bro.
What
I'm
classifies
not.
a
I'm
mug?
not upset.
I'm upset. I'm not upset.
No. Go to Aries' stream to see his thighs.
Right now?
Live thigh cam.
For real?
I'm
For
not
real?
kidding.
For real?
Yeah,
Right now.
Yeah,
Right
for
now.
real.
Right
For
now.
real. For real.
I was. I see.
You can see his thighs, bro.
His
Now
thighs.
we're both dead. Here, in the afterlife.
We are three straight men, by the way.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Well, I don't know about you. I don't know about you. I don't know about you, Jay, but I know me and
He's in a Jane Doe cosplay.
Yeah!
three straight men used to shit over some thighs.
Samara, I don't.
Oh,
click
look at
the
him! Wait,
thing
he's
before I
saying
wasn't
something else.
clicking.
Oh my god.
Is he saying? Is he
Okay,
saying?
well, you clicked it twice, so I
Oh my
shot
god.
twice.
Oh my god.
You clicked it twice, so I
Oh
shot
my
twice.
god.
All right, question. How many games do you guys have? How much time do you have?
Yes.
Yeah, we've got enough
10
for one
minutes.
more.
You got probably enough
Yeah.
for one more. Okay,
Yeah.
Probably.
let's start.
I'm not paying, sorry, I wasn't paying attention to my chat.
We'll
Fuck.
find a knife.
Wait.
I love how like everything just like I would hate if he was fucking if like at any point we got a raid and we're just fucking salivating.
Sweater gang.
Wait, Sweater gang. Yes.
We love Sweater gang.
Yo, can I put my
Gang.
finger in the hole?
Hey, you're not part of the sweater game. I would have kind of.
They wasn't Sweater gang.
They wasn't Sweater gang.
Or sweater game.
Jeez, yet have they?
I'm not sure. Do you have the fork? Do you have the fork?
Beat their asses. Just the not Sweater having idiots. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
You gotta be part of sweater gang to be.
Yeah.
You gotta have a sweater.
Yeah. Can't believe they dare walk on my ship without a goddamn sweater. We keep this ship at 32 degrees Fahrenheit for a reason.
Where's your sweater? Come here.
I don't
Where's your sweater? Where's your sweater?
Not you.
want to pay for sweaters.
Huh?
Where's your sweater?
I have a sweater.
You don't have a sweater?
No.
Why the hell are you here?
I get too hot.
The ship's at 32 degrees.
I get too hot. This is warm water. Look, see?
There's only one way to keep those thighs that succulent. I don't pay for that.
Jay.
Man, this is quite the,
I mean, you can look at other thighs right now.
Yeah, really. He's writing shit on them. I wonder what we can. I wonder if we can just. I wonder if I can make him write my name on his inner thigh.
Are you all still on the thighs?
Of course. Well, actually, it was gone and then it came back up.
I'm gonna be honest. Oh my god, dude! Like,
I mean, look. I mean, I'm straight, but I can compliment him. He's got a good pair of thighs.
Respect some thighs. Yeah, exactly. You can respect thighs.
Come on, guys, we're gonna go shopping. Let's go. We're gonna.
That was a hell of a throw.
Anyways, it means I can just look at. It just means I can look at those thighs a bit more, dude.
Yeah, some told me that probably wasn't a good idea.
Jay looks an awful lot like Samurai.
I thought we were looking at Domi's thighs.
Oh, Jay's
Nice to meet
My money wasn't strong enough.
No, I'm saying.
I know. I've already seen it.
My money wasn't strong enough.
How much do we have to pay to get him to write things on his
Are you
thighs?
still looking at it? Yeah, how much do we get?
I know, because
For me? For me to do what?
I'm sharing my POV.
Not you.
No. Aries.
Aries.
Oh.
Aries is writing things on his thighs.
And like, honestly, yeah.
He also keeps grabbing his boobs.
Yeah, he'll do that.
Oh. I would hate for Aries to see this at like some point. Just
I would love for Aries to see this at some point.
Ooh.
You guys still talking about thighs? Are you still talking about thighs?
Oh,
Absolutely.
It's been like 20 minutes.
Look at them, dude. Oh
Hey,
my
listen,
god.
you just gotta look at them.
Oh. I'm like, I'm a straight man, but like, I can respect game.
We're
Oh my god.
Straight men looking
Are
at
you?
thighs, bro.
Game recognizes game. Except I'm not game, so I just recognize. Yeah.
Why
Anyways.
that one?
Welcome back.
Why do you bring back that one? Oh,
Yeah, why not bring any of the dissidents back to life, even though we're all dead in this exact corner?
That's actually something very, like, suspect to say about an Afro-Latina.
What?
Why'd you
Oh.
bring that one back?
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Damien, bring us back.
Yeah, I know.
Damien, bring us back.
Did you take my money?
Huh?
I think you took
What
my
do you
money.
mean? This was my money.
Sure, you can have it, babe.
Thanks, babe. You're the best.
What the fuck?
Anyways, back to the big issue. Oh, you stood up so you can see.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This is crazy. We're losing viewers, guys.
Yeah, I can believe so.
The thighs are too overpowering, bro.
They're leaving our stream to go
my
find the
God.
thighs.
I'm gonna bring back the most feminine one out of the two of ya.
Oh man. Oh man.
I brought back the most feminine one.
What's wrong? What's wrong with me? We buy junk cars. What's wrong with my car?
Alright, let's grab one more.
What's wrong with it? No! Oh, they're calling me a femboy. What have you done?
It's
Guys. No! No, it doesn't. Take that back. I'm not a femboy. I'm just a silly little goose. What? They keep calling me a femboy.
Well, are you?
No.
And then you're not.
I'm sure, Sherb, I'm sure. Where's Simba? Oh god, they're both dead still. Chat, which one do I res? Chat, which one? Both of you chats. Which one? Who's gonna fight harder for your streamer? Which one am I resing? Not simply. Alright, you know what? The blue one. Okay. You win by default. This is great.
I don't know
It's
what
the
happened.
second time I've been revived. Am I gonna be killed in 10 seconds flat again?
I mean, I can make that happen.
No, I'm talking about this one.
We should go with. We can go get Simply back.
Nah, I'll let you time.
Oh god, we've only got 4 minutes. It's Team Rocket or nothing. That's fair. I mean, I'm not in your chat, so you can't hear me. Or in your stream, but that's alright. That's funny.
You could. You'd stop killing them.
I know where it is. Alright, let's go res Crim.
Crim's dead?
Medical bay.
Yeah, Crim dead.
Crim dead. We fix Crim.
Crim dead, me's dead. Me dead, fact Crim's dead.
We fix Crim. Let's
I
go.
didn't. Yep, let's go fix Crim.
We fix Crim.
Actually, know where his dead body is too. It's like, it's fucking sneaky.
That was a hell of a voice crack.
Oh, fuck off! God damn it!
Hey, Jay.
What's up?
Yeah, we're trying to revive Crim. Because Crim good.
Let's find Crim's body.
We know where it is.
I know where Crim's body is. I know where it is.
I just let the others know we might be just like a little slightly late. So.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Okay.
I mean, we're gonna be like a minute late or two.
Yeah.
A minute or two, yeah.
Literally the second we're out of this lobby, we can go to the next one.
Yeah.
Anyway, chat, for those who don't know or haven't really picked up on it, we have a long ass stream today. I have a lot of lockdown collabs booked today through just fucking everywhere. It was never there. No, there was never a femboy tag. There was never a femboy tag, ever.
Wait. Is that charged?
These are. There was never a femboy tag. My chat's gonna gaslight me into thinking that I had a femboy tag at one point. It has Catboy in it. That one I did. It's like my marker all over again. I don't want to do it. Did you res Grim?
Yeah, we did, and then he died again.
Well, where is he? This one's charged.
He's over here.
There they are.
I live again!
Okay, let's try not to make a habit of reviving and then immediately killing people.
No, it's Crim. It's funny.
This is purely for the bit. It's purely for the bit.
It's purely Crim. That's scary. That's scary. You're schizo, I think. I didn't do it.
Carl, you're having a moment in your chat.
Yeah, I know, and it's awful.
Femboy furry!
No! No, no, you get back to me, you bitch.
I'm sorry, he's not a femboy, he's not a femboy.
What'd you do?
He called me a femboy furry. I had to beat him to death.
What if I call you a femboy furry now?
Where'd it go?
Oh shit! I don't make the rules around here. Stop! Stop! Stop this instant! Stop!
Do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Shoot him.
I didn't do it.
Kill him. He's evil. He's a dissident.
No.
There's a red dot above his head. Shoot him.
You'd only know that if you were distant too.
Yeah, but he's the bad one.
You're the bad one.
Nuh-uh.
Yo.
There.
Shit.
Problem solved.
Well, that didn't work out. I didn't think he had enough bullets.
Oh.
Oh, hey.
Hey, how did this happen?
We got in a standoff. I'm about to ban Sherb from my chat, bruh. I'm disgruntled.
Go, Samurai. Commit murder.
Oh.
On who?
On
who? I think it's just Samurai and Doodle left.
No.
Oh, no, Doodle's not even alive. I just realized that, yeah.
I was the last one. I thought I was the last one alive,
Samurai's
so...
like, I gotta finish these tasks.
Can't be the only one left.
It's Samurai and
I
Bond.
can't be the only one left.
Anybody home? I can't be the only one left.
You died?
I can't. You can't be the only one left, Samurai. I promise.
Where is Bun?
No, I won't ban you, Sherb. I won't ban you.
J-Pop is definitely a femboy. I tend to agree with that statement.
Agree. Was I the only one left alive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes!
Alright, us three gotta go, so.
Yeah.
Thanks for the games.
L.
See ya.
Woo!
Bye-bye.
Fun time.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Kimberly. Kimberly. Yeah, Kimberly. That's how you do it. Sorry, I got confused. My Steam. Okay, there we go. Lobby number 2, boys. Wow, there's 3 people with white.
Oh, Christ.
Copier! Copy! Copier! Copy!
No, I'm wearing a sweater. I'm wearing a sweater. I always wear these.
We're sweaters. We're
We're
sweater
the
gang.
sweater gang.
Sweater gang's here.
Sweater gang.
Sweater gang,
Oh,
sweater
hey,
gang, sweater gang.
Japanese.
Long time no see, guys. How are you doing?
Yeah, I know. It's been a while.
It's been so long.
Oh, hey, it's
For me
Maury.
and Jay, at least.
I was able to make that jump earlier, but now I can't.
No.
And I found 30 with a PH, and I was like, oh my god, that's so cute. But then people were weird to me about it, and like, you know, people were being weird about it. So then I changed it.
Simply the rice cooker in my
And
kitchen.
then I wanted.
Oh no.
And then I wanted to put it back.
Simply my roommate's making rice.
Technically,
You have to get down.
it's not done with 6 months. So now I'm 30 BT.
Simply, I don't.
How many people?
We're waiting. We have 16. We have full lobby.
Came up with what this morning. I was buckling in my bed, questioning my
We have 12 people in here right now.
I also switched it because it was
Yes, we're
supposed to be
missing
fucking.
a
I
few.
know too many people that went by.
I know one said he was sick.
Okay.
So going by Fox.
We have Phil's though, don't we?
They might have been in a lobby
Yeah,
with
we
another
have
spot,
double
and then
in.
there'll just be confusion.
I took a picture of all the. I took a screenshot of all the people, so I know. I know how many.
Oh
people we
yeah,
have.
you left respawn, right?
Really?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Like, dude, control.
Sag.
A valid decision.
Yeah, I don't
No.
Was that
yeah.
Slick? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, Slick said. No, I said valid decision.
Wait, which one are you? Oh,
Who's
you're
this?
Cry. Oh, okay.
Cry said
okay.
valid decision.
I can't fucking.
Hey, Cry.
Hello.
You're very loud.
Your mic is very loud.
I had a 50-50 chance of getting that right.
That is
So is yours.
okay. Really?
This is.
I was talking with those two over in the other room. I could still barely hear
I had
them.
it at like 60.
Okay, that should be better, I think.
I am at
Actually, I stream way.
Oh, wait, I can
never.
just
I will
do-
not stream Clash Royale.
That's what I can do. I can just turn my.
Streaming Clash Royale, yeah.
Bridge cam.
He doesn't know what I said. Yeah, right.
Bridge cam. Brother, why would I put a bridge cam on?
All the way over.
I think that works. Simply, am I quieter? No.
You are, but honestly, like you're way too like.
Yeah.
You're very quiet.
Yeah, I know.
Like at the other, I don't know what they're saying about being too loud. I'm like,
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, no, you're
Yeah,
not
at least
loud.
Bernie
You're perfectly fine on my end.
Am I good here? Am I too loud, Maury?
No, you're
Damn,
also
Cam.
fine on my end.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
They're the ones that are louder than anyone else.
Gotcha first.
Oh no! Don't do it, agency. Don't do it. I'll have to go AFK to get. I gotta go do that now. Actually, I'll go do it now. So in case you guys get hydrate, I'll do it.
We can just play a game when we wait.
All right, let me see. Okay, so this looks like Jade Paw. Okay, sounds good. A green Ocha. Ocha, I think I played with you before. Hello. Sweater. I'm assuming you're correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Yay!
oh my god.
And then this is Simply.
Everyone just froze for me.
This is.
Hey, Maury, how you been?
Might be crashing.
Doing good. How about you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Might.
Yeah.
This
Also,
Everyone
wait.
froze
I'm
one,
I'm
like, is
actually
everyone
surprised.
Salamander.
They say they said.
Yeah, right? We had this conversation last time. It's crazy.
I am actually surprised.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Okamorai?
You're right. I forgot. Cry.
Yeah.
No wait, tree.
Oh god damn it.
Crew.
Ellie.
Oh my god.
That's true. That's true. That's true, agency.
I don't think I mean, to be fair, they could just join off of whoever they have friended, so.
Hold on, I gotta go AFK for 3 seconds.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
Yeah, me too.
Simply, I gotta go fill the water.
Hi, yeah, hi.
You get the what?
I have to go fill the water.
Oh.
I don't know.
Hell yeah.
It's been a minute. Oh wait, I did have a question. Is this a content lobby or is this game lobby?
Content.
Cool.
It says in the rules.
I knew it
remember
probably
because I
did,
looked
I
up.
just didn't feel like finding it.
That's fair. It's literally at the very bottom. To be fair, it's at the very, very bottom of the rules anyways.
No,
Rules are meant to be
the server.
broken,
I didn't want to
Abby.
find the
Rules
server.
are meant to be broken, Kakarot.
I also asked earlier, did like is stream recording on? Everyone's like, yeah, go for it.
Hey, what's this? What's this? Hey,
I
what's
asked
this? What's
earlier
this?
in the
I'm gonna.
Right? Hold on, go ahead, get started.
Well, I'll learn people later.
Hey man, Jack, you were saying something?
Oh yeah, I asked earlier in my group chat for the post. They said yeah, everything's good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All
There you
right.
go. Got out of the other floor.
Also, Sherp, I'm back. Also, Sherp, I'm not doing water. I'm doing gamer subs because I need the caffeine for this stream. All right, I'm making the gamer subs. We'll be AFK for a few minutes, but that's all right. Fresh mixed gamer subs.
Oh, okay.
AFK?
Yeah, he is. So we protect. Stay away.
Yeah, I'm making gamer subs. Sorry.
Yeah, I already did that. I've already
Gamer
finished mine. I finished mine already.
I have gamer stuff somewhere. In
Yeah,
my apartment.
I had
It's
to
lean.
make more gamer subs because they're threatening me with the hydrate button.
Oh, I'm not making another one. Holy shit! I've already had like 3 scoops today. Like I can't.
I've been abused today because I forgot to put cooldown on hydrate.
Oh god, dude,
Oh,
that's my
that's a
pain.
mistake.
That's my pain
There
every
you
day.
go. That's
So
a
there's
mistake.
15. That's 17. 18.
Oh my god.
19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How much is it?
4. It's 100 points.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what
way
mine was
too low,
at.
dude. I have mine at
It's
500.
fine. No, it's fine. You know, I'm gonna keep it exactly how it is. I'm gonna change nothing.
So the problem with mine was my chat kept redeeming it, and I actually drank too much water and ended up with water toxicity in one stream. Because they just kept going.
Yeah.
I pissed earlier and it was completely clear. Was that
Yeah,
bad?
I had
Yeah, it's too much water.
the
No, it's too much water.
I was technically barely over the line for like what's considered water toxicity, but it was funny. Also, I'm not. You know what? I'll tell my chat. I'll tell them.
My chat's asking to remove the cooldown. To which my answer is fuck no.
So, anyone in my
No,
chat,
Absolutely not.
I don't care
your
how
button's
big
back, boys.
I get. Hydrate would never have a cooldown.
Oh my god, dude, you will die at some point.
No.
I brought the price back down for mine, and I have
I'm
no
a strong
cooldown.
boy.
Oh, sure, if you know what to do.
It's 250 points for me.
Sure, be have your mission.
There it goes.
Yep.
There it goes. Okay, that's 2. And that's 3.
Okay, so Ben's in here, Luke's in here, waiting for the other 2. Now I'm trying to get the filter.
Oh, Luke's here. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yay.
Oh my god. There was 4 back-to-backs.
Oh, Christ.
Okay.
The thing is, I torture my too because I put my neck right against my mic and then I swallow so they hear the gulp.
That's scary. I could never.
Close the prison.
Okay. I drank a third of my gamer subs in one go for you guys for that.
Nice.
Holy shit. Okay.
Oh.
They hit 4 in a row.
Still have the stream open in the background.
Okay.
You know what stream I'm talking about.
I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack before the end of stream.
I don't have it open anymore.
Oh.
1 second.
I'm keeping it
Pretty
open.
sure.
Oh well, he's rating Jozu now, so.
Jozu.
Oh.
Damn. My turn. I'm not removing the fucking hydrate.
Okay.
I
bye,
wonder-
Guys. Enjoy your hydration.
I wonder if I.
Hold on. My chat doc isn't working. Give me a sec.
Damn it. He's ending stream. He's raiding.
It's not update.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna try. I wanted to see if I could get him to write simply as a femboy on his thigh.
No. What the heck? All right, got it. So, anyways, I'm taking off the cooldown on my hydrate.
What's wrong with moaning? What's wrong with moaning simply?
Just no. It's just a simple answer, no.
On the bright side, there's so many people in this lobby, we don't have to do shit.
We don't know, we're genuinely just fucking around. Hold on.
There's so many people, like... Oh, God.
Alright.
Like, this is 3 people in the lobby, all sitting in a corner by themselves, and I guarantee you no one is, like, feeling empty. It's
no,
crazy.
Exactly.
Those guys are...
There's 1.
What are you doing?
There's 2. 3. Oh, no. 4. 5. Oh, we can keep going. 6.
I'm glad I only got 4.
I got 6. Alright, you're getting the fucking... You have 6 more!
Jay, this is what happens.
No! I'm gonna... Alright, here we go. Y'all are gonna hear the gulp too. Like, this is a...
Oh boy.
Ugh. It's so unsettling every time.
That was bad. Alright, that's 3. A 4.
There it goes, there's mine. There's one of mine.
5. This is too much water.
Also, Jeff. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. Oh, is there more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We're
6.
dealing
Okay.
with chat.
I don't want any issues from the turtleneck, so I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with Sweater Gang.
So, the rule that I've set for myself is that when someone redeems hydrate, I'm not just taking like a little baby sip. I'm gonna take a full mouth sip.
Oh, I'm taking like full sips. Like this cup is almost empty.
Yeah,
and,
I'm taking
I've had
I'm
for, 5
taking
minutes.
a full mouth sip with mine.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I know there's some people who do hydrate and they just do like, I'll take a little tiddlywink.
Yeah, they have like 1 drop of water.
Yeah,
Should we actually play the game?
Yeah, I guess we could play the game.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the other 2 responses. That's what I've been doing the entire time.
Oh my God.
Other 2?
Jin and Chris. Janae and Chris.
Oh, that's right. You're trying to get everyone in the lobby.
Yeah, because Ali's not in the server anymore, so me
Yeah.
and Mer are pretty much like the closest ones with Ali in this lobby. So, I mean, Ali could be like more close with others in here. But...
Hello.
Oh, what you doing with that, brother?
Good question. I'm searching for the answer.
So he's searching for the wall. Yo, you need some help getting a girl? Like, we could help, dude.
Hold on, I got you an answer.
What the fuck? I don't think this is the correct answer. I'm gonna be honest.
This is the correct answer.
I don't think this is the correct answer.
Okay, there's your answer now.
Now we can drink as much as he wants.
There you
Oh,
go. Straight
sick. Yeah, that was the right answer. Shit, you're right.
That
Oh,
was a
fuck.
great answer. Honestly,
That was a great answer.
Good job.
Anyway, Joe, you need help getting a girl? We could help, dude.
Oh yeah, we can help you get a girl.
Yeah, we can help.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
anyone specific? Anyone specific?
She has to be alive and above 18.
That does narrow it down.
Yeah.
Gets rid of a few of my top options.
I'm willing to skip the alive part, okay?
Maury needs help finding a lady friend.
Yeah, more. We're trying to help Maury get a girl.
Oh yeah.
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 Yo. I got like.
Do you know any? Do you know anyone that might be
shit,
interested?
like...
Huh?
Do you know anyone that might be interested?
Yeah. The green one.
For the green one.
Why are you looking at me?
For the green one.
Green one?
Yeah, the green one.
Yeah.
Hi.
That was the most like. Hi.
How is your day today?
Okay, Maury, come on, come over here, Maury, come
I
on.
like this gun.
Maury,
Maury, we really gotta work on your game. You gotta get better at talking.
Yeah, Maury, you gotta hit a pickup.
You're not gonna get anything like this.
Wait, but I thought I was doing great.
No, you really gotta work on this.
You got this.
All right.
With the pickup line.
All right, Jay, can you here, Jay, pretend to be a woman. Let's roleplay.
Yeah. He'll be ready in just 1 second. We just gotta help him out.
Okay.
Hey, girl, you find chicken in there?
Yeah, that's what I would do too. All right. We gotta work something.
It was good.
We gotta work something.
Right?
It's not the best. Gotta be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Normally I would say be yourself, but clearly that's not working. So be someone else.
Oh, okay. Let me try. Let me try.
Drop your voice a few octaves. It usually works.
Yeah, exactly.
This will work.
Yeah, there you go.
Good shit. Yeah. Alright, go. You got this, man.
Do the job.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can just go sit. Just hey baby, how are you?
Yeah.
Come here often.
Hit that shit. Yeah.
I'll try.
All right.
Yeah, you got this.
So, hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I've just been hanging around. Just been walking. Honestly, I've tried to help some friends of mine, but they really think that I'm the one that needs help.
Wait, what's going on?
I said his form's a little sloppy, but he's alright. He's got this. I think he's got this.
They think I have problems talking to people.
He's got her on the hook.
I just gotta...
Hey, guys.
How did I live? How did I survive that?
How the fuck did Jay die?
Thank you, that was fantastic.
That was so good. Oh my god.
No, so I was sitting over there with the gun in my inventory, and I was like, so do they come over and they say something? I'm either gonna shoot them or I'm gonna shoot everyone else.
Oh my god. How the fuck did you die though? That's not Jay. Where did Jay go?
I shot you. Were the closest one to me when I shot. I shot you in the head. Your head lit up.
Yeah, I don't know how I died. I didn't die.
Yeah.
I think you need new friends. This one knows magic.
What?
That's a dope ass friend. What do you fucking mean?
No, that's a great friend, honestly.
Yeah.
My buddy Jay was murdered, so I had to kill the murderer.
My buddy Jay. The rest of Sweater Gang is completely forgotten about.
Real?
Welcome back, Jay.
I'm going to keep it real.
Yeah.
Which?
So what about them missing every shot? There's 5 dead people out here.
Yeah?
Oh well.
The knockback is huge.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright.
I'm bad at grabbing clips after streams, so I'm gonna feature that one because I want that one.
That one was a very good. That was a very good clip.
I need to actually I have so many clips over the last couple of streams.
I need to clip that myself because that's really
I'd love
good.
to see Green's perspective on that.
I would too.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Alright, chop boy, go make a reel.
You died.
What the fuck? You're fucking lucky that I'm actually streaming this right now.
I know. I'm fucking with you. I am too.
I need to go through all of my fucking streams over the last couple of days.
If I would not have been recording nor streaming this, my perspective would not have been a thing.
Dude, I want your perspective for that's gonna be gas.
Yeah.
You need to highlight that too. You need the full minute, the whole the build up and everything.
You need all of it, yeah.
This might be one of the streams. I rarely do this, but sometimes I'll edit a portion of a stream down to a video.
Oh, that's right. Simply, you do have a really good clip that came out recently.
Yeah. That's staying in the draft.
You got a really good clip.
Definitely have to look into this, but I also don't know how my audio sounds from my perspective currently, so it might sound like real shit.
That's fair. I get that. Mine does that too.
Wait, okay, I have a question. Speaking of clips, who here has played Silk Song?
I have.
I have not yet. I want to finish Hollow Knight before
I
I do
want
Silk
to
Song.
play Silk Song, honestly.
Okay, so
Really do.
there is a clip on my channel. There's no spoilers, by the way. My friend, I have this really funny Italian friend. He's probably in my chat right now. But we've been playing through the entire game in a call together, and we're currently still soul run, which I failed like 14 times. He's failed like 10 times. But
Perfect cutoff. That's great.
Okay, yeah,
That was
just in the middle right now.
I have a mini rage comp.
Jay.
What?
I have a mini rage comp out.
Yeah. John's supposed to be here anyways, versus Sid, and then Sheen's asleep.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm
Ali.
about to say Jin has not been responsive. It's that one middle. Let me get the other two.
Man, hold on.
I was the sole survivor of a massacre.
That's true.
So I somehow got away
Wait,
with
so
it.
how many open slots do we have, like, no shows?
I think we have
we have 13 here. Depending on if the fills show up, we'll have 15, so we'll have 1.
Okay, because I can try and get somebody if you want. Simply, do you want to try and get Krim?
Krim is still doing daily lobbies.
Oh, okay. I don't know when they're
I
gonna be
don't know
done.
when that's gonna end.
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah,
like.
Exactly.
I
what the
don't know.
Oh, yo.
Bye.
This stream is. There we go.
I just hear 2 people fail to jump on the box at the same time.
You got this.
Jax is struggling back there, I'll be honest.
I'm horrible.
Goblin needs to ready up, right? I'll have a
hi.
tablet in a bit.
Do not want to cooperate.
Yeah, Goblin.
I've never been good at getting on that box.
Hello.
Oh, Goblin.
We could probably.
Oh, I said that while
We might be able to snag me on.
nuts.
Well, I don't know when the gaming lobbies are ending. I don't know.
Where do you ready up? Where's the ready up?
Yeah,
Oh my god, alright, I have to say this. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the
Oh, okay.
What the
Alerting the guards.
Okay, yeah, so Krim is busy between this.
Colonel.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I DM'd Cinna.
The moon.
Cinna's doing some just chatting stream right now. I don't know if you want to join.
Okay.
At least I thought she was. She's not anymore, actually. She's not anymore. She was
I
previously.
DM'd her, so we'll see.
Yeah. After Krim is done with Games Lobby, he's got Helldiver scheduled in between the other. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah, sorry. That's fine though.
Hold my hand.
Okay.
This is nice.
Yeah, this feels nice.
I don't know why. I just got Krusty Krab pizza stuck in my
Your
head.
eyes are.
I'll get it.
Yep.
I'm sure there's people we could find to fill if we really want to.
Wait, no, don't do that. That's bad.
Yeah.
No, wait.
Oh shit, Loop.
Don't do that.
One second. What? Wait. Why?
Dying is bad.
Why?
It's Loop.
But
Loopy.
when it feels good. What?
Loopy. Damn. Loopy died.
I feel refreshed.
Loopy.
I feel refreshed.
Yes.
I think it's funny that Loop is one of the first people I met in Respawn.
Yeah, I'd say so. Sweater gang. Yo, Loop. Loop, you want me to put a sweater gang?
You got a sweater? You got a
You want me
sweater?
to put a sweater gang?
Gotta get a sweater.
If one of you guys
Sweater
buys
gang.
me the
I don't have
DLC, I'll be
sweater
part of the sweater gang.
Ooh.
I'm poor.
I feel that.
I'm also poor.
Yeah, me too.
Poor to not afford a sweater.
I bought my own sweater. I don't know if I can buy anybody
Sweater for
else's.
the rich, and we eat the
I
rich.
bought my own.
One of the benefits of joining your group.
You don't talk to the poor, so
You got sweaters.
You get to say, you get sweaters.
You get to stay warm and you get to be cozy and
Yeah.
you get to look stylish while doing it.
I mean, I have a blanket for that.
Well, you know, sweaters are like a blanket that you can wear all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Can you wear a blanket all the
Yeah,
time?
but
Can
I
you wear a
also,
blanket in public? Can you wear a
I live
blanket
in
in public?
Texas, so
I live in
I'm
Florida.
warm, and it's awful.
Yeah,
I'm part of the Sweater Gang, and I'm in Florida.
You know what? Fair. That's very, very fair.
Okay.
I would consider it.
Yeah.
How do you ready up?
In your tablet, you press
Click
Q.
click Q, and then ready.
Okay.
Okay. Ready up.
Why is everyone at the Sweater Gang link?
You gotta click ready.
I'm ready.
You're buying a sweater, Lou. Sweater Gang is expanding.
Sweater Gang.
Anything, guys? Anything?
Okay.
I feel like I don't know what Ali set like the weapon spawns at, but I feel like we should crank them up a little.
Yeah, it needs to be cranked up to a lot, doesn't it?
Because there's gonna be like 2 weapons in the whole map if we don't crank it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that was fast.
Oh.
Wow,
That was quick.
Holy shit.
Hold up. I feel bad.
I didn't know we were speedrunning in C4.
God damn it. Wait, which one are you again? Which one of the things are you?
Either.
Okay.
All I did was click the button.
You know what's nice, what's funny?
How dare you click
Simply.
the button?
Come over here. So last time I was on stream with Ali, we talked about gamer subs for a while. And during that stream, I impulsively bought gamer subs, and that's the exact gamer subs flavor that came in yesterday that I'm drinking right now.
Yo, it was like destined to be,
It was
bro.
destined to be, bro.
We were just making offensive jokes on CS.
That's fair. That's starting. Nope.
Oh shit, yeah.
Okay.
We...
Scared the fuck out of me.
That's an active doing pressure for now.
Oh, there it goes. Hold on.
Sweater Gang.
We're hydrating again.
Up. Good luck.
I'm so confused who is who in this damn game.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah, just stick with Sweater Gang. That's what.
Yeah, stick with Sweater Gang.
I can tell from apart from you two.
Yeah, Sweater Gang. I can tell.
Shit.
We're gonna talk
Hold on.
that over there.
I can tell Loop because
Sure,
Loop's
thanks
easy
for the
because he's
hydrate.
only orange.
I'm clicking, but there's no.
Yeah, that's probably
I can also tell Maury.
Okay, guess I just got a clicker train.
Damn.
Ali's also dark purple. You get a tell.
Yeah.
Oh.
I got that. Oh.
No. Arise, Allie!
Whoa!
Oh, okay, hold on. Now I can go yell.
Hey, Ali, welcome back.
Oh, let's go. We love yelling.
You motherfucker. Oh, not you. Okay.
Bro scolded the wrong one.
Confusing. Bro, okay, we need to figure out a better way. Oh, he's right.
There's a dead one in here. Is this the right one? I don't know.
No idea.
I really don't want to be the one making this
You know, I really like this gamer subs flavor a lot. It's pretty crazy. I go through like phases of what my favorite gamer subs flavor is, but I'm really settled on Bloodlust right now. It's so good. It's just something about like blackberry lemonade that's. Thank you. I mean, you know what? Thank you. This isn't a punishment. I love this gamer subs flavor. Yeah. It's a good flavor. It's a very good flavor.
Yeah, I wanna find the people who are susceptible to the RR. Just chat redeem the RR.
Where?
Oh, there you are.
Exactly.
I heard that.
I was about to say, are you joining the white gang? But I feel like that has different connotations.
Got it. I gotta drink gamer subs, man. Calm down. I love
That's a
these
very
gamers
different
so bad.
conversation if it was any other color.
Simply, what gamers flavor? What gamers
Oh,
flavor do you have?
I drank some good.
Good. Good's really good.
Yeah, and I'll probably grab myself some like caffeine-free kitty milk later.
That's fair. Dude, if I could get if I get like a partner card, that'd be crazy.
Get mugged! Get mugged!
Who's mugging? Who are we mugging?
Yeah, are we mugging?
Mugging!
Diesel was the same.
Mug!
That was too much mugging.
Oh, too much mugging? Oh, I'm sorry.
That was too much mugging. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah.
Yo, say something.
Go speak up.
Say something.
Are you good?
Something.
Wakey, wakey.
Say something. Say something. I can see that you're brutalizing.
Wakey, wakey.
Wake
I have to
up!
ask you guys a question.
Wake up!
What's your question?
Oh my god.
Are you guys rich? Are you rich?
Ow. No.
Oh my god.
Alright, are you rich?
I love how when one person dies, the entire thing just escalates.
I got daddy's credit.
I feel good about what I tried to do.
I'm sorry, I accidentally killed you.
Yeah, can you read my shit?
Was it because I didn't have a sweater?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cookie. Thank you for the follow. Cry stream indeed. Cry does stream from time to time. I have such a long stream tonight, Cookie. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Exactly.
The whole mug right here. The three mugs here.
Not for you at least.
Looks like it's got a lot of money on it.
Oh, he's up there.
It's your money, not your money.
Yeah. Lower class
Look at the lower class.
Oh no! Who's this?
No, you come on.
Get beaten.
I guess we are the middle class now.
Sorry,
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
we live in a suburban neighborhood
fucking was it?
with an HOA.
Do you want it?
It's crazy. Maury's the one who taught me how to fly in this game,
Yeah.
Oh wow.
which is crazy.
I get to fly now.
I can't wait. I can't drink gamer subs without. I'm trying not to drink gamer subs without a hydrate because I don't want to like. I don't want to waste it.
Yeah, like I gotta piss for like the third time in 30 minutes.
I wanted to take a sip, but like I can't.
Like it's bad.
And then hit that body.
Oh hey, which one's this? Oh, it's which one? Allie.
Yeah.
Hi.
They killed someone.
I didn't know which one it was. There's a lot of murder going on down there.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I didn't mean to shoot you.
I'm eating an ice cream sandwich.
Whoa! Oh my god! I love getting bugs.
Tis the best selection from below.
Yeah.
I heard the Koreans call this Squid Game.
The Koreans call this Squid Game. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll give you that one.
Oh, Cry, you got a fucking bot in your line.
I already banned it from mine.
Oh, okay. Well, let me do that real quick.
Oh, that's fine. Here, let me try to.
Why did my
Wait, that's crazy. You weren't following, but you typed in Twitch and mine was the first one to come up.
Felt that.
That's fucking crazy.
Another piss break, cause fuck. I'm drinking too much water.
Well, welcome to Cry Stream. This is what we do. We play game with collab. We do other VTubers. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fourth.
I had to get there. I went into a corner. I'm just like, wait, there's probably a bunch of group of people together.
Group of people.
Oh.
So how are you, Cookie? How are you doing? Cry does do cry things.
I'm hurting.
There we go. That was weird.
Hey, agency, can you redeem a hydrate, please?
I
I'm
didn't
thirsty.
see anything if you saw nothing.
Oh,
You
damn.
know what? 1v1 me CS:GO tomorrow. CS tomorrow.
Goblins looking.
Oh, hey, Ender's here now. And Ender's in Simply's chat.
We're gonna 1v1.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You get up here by doing this. Check. Oh, I gotta get for this way.
So good.
He's in the bathroom.
Oh my god, no.
Okay, Kiki, I'll give you the tutorial. So basically, you wanna stand up. You just wanna stand.
How you doing?
You want to fly? I can teach you to fly.
Just spam it.
So is it? Oh, it's parkour.
Nope, it's flying.
One thing Gotham's bad at.
You can just fly. You don't even have to jump anywhere.
Oh, yeah, you can.
How?
Run it. Just
Okay,
kind of
okay.
line yourself up, sprint the sign, and then spam space once you hit the sign.
Yeah, here's another practical demonstration.
Okay, Goblin
Okay, if
Spade
it
is not
fucking
going to do
works.
that.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Gosh dang, now that
You can ride the wall for momentum.
Okay, Kiki, you don't have to go onto the side. You can literally just keep going straight.
Gosh
Yeah,
dang, now
I know, but it gives you
I'm above you.
momentum.
I'm above all of you.
It takes a little bit to get used to, but once you get the feel for it, it's really easy.
Okay, yeah, Kiki, just keep spamming the space bar once you're over the sign.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cookie. I just saw your message.
You gotta
Sorry, I
spam it
was.
really fast, just like
Why
as
would you
fast
go
as
with
you
that
can.
Thank you, Cookie.
Okay.
God's gonna get a head count that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you, Agency. Thank you. Good job. You're doing a good job.
Yes, you got it. Good job.
Yay!
I just came from the fucking ceiling. Fucking.
Whoa.
Can you get
So
over
if you-
there?
No. I don't think you can.
No,
Yeah,
you
no,
can
there's an invisible wall.
Yeah, there's invisible walls on pretty much every ledge other than this one.
There's only one person left.
Oh, it shows the way back into the spawn room. That would be fun.
So here's.
Oh, I can show you something funny that I found.
Am I really the last one alive?
If you do fly,
Fun.
if you come all the way above the spawn room, you can
Did they
see like the
revive
A
Pizza?
posing model
Oh my
they
God.
use for your character customization.
So, y'all take a look at the list of this.
How do you do it?
Am I cutting out when I'm
Oh,
fucking normally?
so you know how you get up here like with the parkour thing? If you don't run against the wall, you can just fly.
Only two people alive.
You just straight up sprint at the sign and then spam space, and you can fly.
Yeah, no, Kiki, look up.
Your eyes are like the only thing I see.
Hi, Allie. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Here.
Allie, did you see the A pose?
Oh, I didn't see it now.
Yeah, it's
dude.
you. It's
Dang.
you over there.
I'm still living.
I haven't actually watched. I haven't watched Get by Demon Hunters. I've heard a lot of people like it. I just haven't watched it.
All these wonderful scorpion bodies flying.
That's
around.
funny. That's funny, Agency.
And then all these.
My coordination's also pretty shit. Why are you tapping your mic?
I think this is the.
So default is there. I'm just talking normally, and I'm assuming that I completely fucked. No, you don't just.
No.
You forgot to mute, buddy.
Oh. Did I fix it?
Because you'll stop
Yeah.
flying.
Oh, you can.
Sorry, I just really want to
You
like.
actually?
A little
No, you're
bit.
good. I think
a
it's
little
funny.
bit you can.
Okay.
Dude, why
Good
is
luck,
my
Agency.
keyboard
Have a good
so
food
going
food break.
This nose gate so high up.
Okay.
Fuck. Okay. Just gonna have to live with it.
They're just doing the Team Rocket shit in the chat. Ender, why are you not in my chat, bruh?
Because Ender is playing this Team Rocket role playing like that.
Yeah, I know that, but he's not in my chat. He's.
Yeah, but he's in your chat, so it doesn't matter.
That's true. That's true. But he can't hear me, unless I'm talking to you.
Yo, Clyde could be your Meowth.
Meowth. That's right.
Don't leave me alone.
I could be Meowth.
Goblin chasing people that are scared.
That's true. I mean, that's.
Falling and I can't get up. Okay, I'm tired of spamming spacebar.
Yeah, as far as like musicals go, I mean,
Hello?
I'm not a huge. Oh, hello.
You there? I have a question for you.
What's your question, Slick?
Okay. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. If you had to choose,
Okay.
who's laughing? Who's laughing?
I don't know.
Anyway, I don't like humor. I don't fuck with humor.
That's fair. Yeah, I get you. Humor
If
is
you had to
distracting.
choose between like $46,000 or being hunted by a killer for 96 hours straight, what would you choose?
Which kind of killer? Like what how infamous
It's
we
like
talking?
you know, it
Like-
depends. They might do a costume change.
Oh, I gotta figure this out. Hold on. Wait. Wait, Slick, come here, Slick. I gotta finish this.
You're dead. Dead.
I gotta finish this question.
Trying to find that last bit.
Spot
Oh,
death is
yeah.
great.
Come on.
They might do
Come
a,
this way.
oh, yeah. So they might do a costume change in the 96 hours, but like maybe they'll be like a you know, I don't know, just like a normal killer, maybe a killer clown, maybe like a creepy Halloween mask. Yeah, it's
So, like,
really up to them.
But so are we talking like an actual, you know, real? All right, hold on. I gotta find him again. All right. So
we're talking like a human, but like they're immortal.
So are we talking like the skill level of like an actual serial killer, like, you know, Dahmer or Bundy, or are we talking like a slasher movie?
Yeah. No.
I thought you were gonna kill me. To be fair.
Because like
second Halloween movie.
the second Halloween movie. Okay.
Yeah, like it's Michael Myers from the second movie.
Okay. So like
Not his mom from the first movie.
Yeah.
Like when it actually was Michael Myers.
Yeah. So like some more like in the vein of like Dexter. You know, like
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen it, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think it could be fun. Only 96 hours. I mean, that's not too bad.
96. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I think I could do that.
Versus $46,000.
Yeah. I mean, I think I could handle 96 hours against the killer. I mean, like if it was like something like horror movie, like, you know, fucking Freddy Krueger or some shit like that, maybe not.
Get this one.
But like,
No.
Oh.
Yeah, you got mugged. You got mugged by Sweater Gang.
Okay.
What a gang.
All right. Thank you.
This is shit, but this is not that great.
Oh my god.
Excuse me. I have a question. I have a hypothetical for you. Come with me.
It's a good hypothetical. Yes. Cookie
hypothetical.
Dexter.
Yeah.
Hypothetical. Yes.
Hypothetical. Yes. What about a threesome?
I don't have a mug, guys. Can you give me one? Do you know where an extra one?
Oh shit! Yeah, we can help you. There's a mug right there.
Here's one.
There's a mug over here.
I got one. I got one. We got that.
Immortal
I got
serial
one.
killer for 96 hours.
Yeah.
Is this based off of that movie that?
Let's let him handle his thing. It's good. Whoa! Jay, you just got a raid.
Jay got a raid. Woo!
Jay raid.
Thank you. Thank you, Sayori. Hi, Raiders.
We can celebrate with you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
We're in share chat now. Oh, don't pick this up.
Oh! Yo, you disrespect my family and kill my fun.
What, a second raid? Jay's popping off.
No,
Jay.
Help me, please. I just was revived.
Daddy's credit card.
I have Daddy's credit card. Yeah, I found it.
So.
Where are you
If you
gonna spend
stay
it?
still,
I don't know
would
yet.
just take the medical.
Mug for the
out of your
last.
I
way
think I'm gonna spend it over here.
I think you should spend it on the medical aid.
That's what I was thinking. But let me check something first before we go. Yeah, so they're not charged, so we'd have to charge them up.
We need to bring back Jay.
I know. All right, medical bay's open. Let's go get batteries.
Excuse me, you there.
Yes.
I have a question for you. Follow me.
Okay.
You just can't.
Yes, of course, I am paying my medical bills.
I didn't know.
Hold on, I need another battery.
I feel so bad. I just wanted to measure his height and then measure his dick.
What? Okay.
Someone took the red.
Rollins looking for battery.
Here. I'm gonna help put this battery in and then I'll just...
Alright.
Alright. You grab one and we'll go get Jay.
Yep.
What do you have in your other hand?
The detonator.
Oh, that's a good one.
Quicker training is a possibility.
Yes, Cookie, this is basically just 3D Among Us. But, like, it has guns
Excuse me.
and it's more
I
interesting.
was just almost murdered.
Oh.
Oh.
I can point them out to you if you'd like.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Hey, Jay.
I saw someone around
Damn, right there.
Orange!
Welcome back.
Orange! Orange, kill me!
I didn't kill you.
Yeah,
You
just
threatened me.
Do you learn your lesson?
I defended
I didn't
myself.
threaten you.
Did you learn your lesson?
I got my mug back.
Nice. Jax. Who do we res one of these guys?
Second again.
Blue.
Do you want me to remeasure it?
Is there a reason specifically you want blue? Like they have a red dot on their head?
No particular reason, just not white.
Okay.
Well, hold on now.
Hold on. There's actually, I think Allie's dead over here. I should go res Allie.
What do you mean?
What happened here?
What do you mean by that?
Ow. Simply a quicker trick stolen off the drive.
Is Allie still dead?
No, you what's the win for it?
Should I res him?
Resin, please. Please, yeah.
Oh.
No.
He got enough of women. We tried to help him get a woman earlier.
All I got is quicker.
What do you got for me?
Got you.
Oh my gosh.
It's not this one. Keep talking. Oh, you're not the one I was talking to.
Wow.
Keep talking to me, friend.
Way to make me feel important.
Nope, absolutely not.
Anyway,
Hey, do you like games?
put down the mug.
Do you like hide and seek?
This is fun. Where are the batteries? Someone took all the damn batteries.
Stop.
Help!
Stop.
Help!
Hey, I wasn't talking to you!
Stop.
Yellow, you.
Try help!
He's being bad. Ow!
Get my mug on.
Yellow, you. Stop saying that.
Oh, that bounced. Batteries. Oh, there's 2 batteries over there that I can use. Put my mug over there for now. Come back to that scalpel in a minute. This one's almost full, and this one's almost full. Bring them both. This isn't gonna work. Oh, here, I can help you with this. We're not gonna have enough to charge it, I don't think, but I have a 3rd battery that's got some charge on it, so we'll see. I don't think it's even gonna get close, to be honest.
Wait, do that one. So we get the most out of these.
Yeah.
And now this one.
It's gonna be just short.
Upped it earlier.
Okay.
So is that, hold on.
I'll take this one, and I'll take both of them, we can go charge them.
Oh, you set yourself up on that one.
Hey, Allie.
Do anything?
No, Goblin's coming for my back!
Hi.
Am I
I
forgiven
feel like
for
you're
last
coming up
round
to me
yet?
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you're coming up to me to bully me. Bring that.
Here, I'll charge this one
No.
fast. Hold on,
Why
they're not
would
done
I
yet.
bully you? Listen, that was an accident. How many times am I gonna have to say that? It was an accident.
I'll just go for now on these.
Chat, bro, my chat just goes time to grind points to L could be arrested for wrist crime.
Battery. Yay! I'll go charge them again, just so we're good. Hey, Simply.
That's just something you can hold.
Hey, Simply, have you done the click on that?
The Goblin would have liked if there was healing items in the game.
You know somebody with a quicker train?
Ender. He's in chat, though. You know, I will add... Oh, wait, Ender's at work, isn't he?
The lack of saying something. Duck.
Oh my god, I've been muted. I forgot.
Yep.
I said Ender, but he's not here. And then everybody's at work. We do have an extra spot, but if he wasn't at work.
Hey, do you like dance?
Which kind?
Hide and seek.
Okay, let's walk and talk. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you like hide and seek?
Yeah, I like hide and seek.
Okay, look at me, look at me, look at me. You have 10 seconds.
Okay. Hide and seek.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. Apple. Deal.
I need to get out of here. Ender. How you doing? Ender, when are you off work?
I'm playing hide and seek, don't tell me. Have you seen a wife? Hey!
They'll never find me. This is the best spot in the game to hide in, I think. Okay, so in about an hour. That doesn't help me. I get to hang out here, chat, while we play hide and seek. I'm sneaky. Okay, have fun. Yeah, it really does sound like people are going crazy over there. I don't know, he probably is. He's probably hydrated enough, right? I think I'm really good at hide and seek. Sneaky cat. Please don't. Don't make me go back. Actually, I am thirsty. If you want agency, I'm thirsty. I'll give you that. I wish you could gamble channel points. I would totally set something up for that. Also, crazy realization. We're at an even 160 followers right now, which means since I started streaming consistently a month ago, I've gained 100 followers. Okay, that's fair, agency. That's fair. I'll take biddies for it. Oh, I need to set up sound alerts. That's something I need to do. So hopefully next stream, provided I remember, I'm gonna have sound alerts for bits that you guys can redeem and have fun and make loud noises and scare the shit out of me, or just play sillies. I mean, also if anyone has any like suggestions for what sounds I should throw in there, you can throw them in the server. There should be like I think there's a suggestion box in my Discord server if you want. Ideas, yeah, there's an ideas channel. Just throw them in there, and I can add anything you guys want. Yeah, new buttons. I'll make them pretty cheap. I'm not gonna like extort you guys for money. If I do have any, they'll be like probably maxed 100 bits for like the crazy shit. That'll be like the the disruptive ones, but sillies I'll probably just do like 10 bitties. I am the king of hide and seek. I am actually the best at hide and seek ever. Yes, that one, agency. Oh.
Shortly after I asked you if you wanted to play hide and seek, Green killed me.
Oh. I was playing hide and seek.
Hide and seek because I did not find you until like the last minute.
You told me to play hide and seek.
I know. I came into that room. Did you hear me? I was like.
I did.
Oh my god.
And then I turned around right at that hallway at the end because I always check that in.
I wish someone would have told me.
Oh my god.
Someone should have come in my chat and told me I was the last one. I would have killed myself.
Fuck.
So this means that I am the best at hide and seek.
I don't think I'm annoying. No. Fucking
Vinoxy.
Vinoxy. She knows exactly pronouns. Sorry.
She.
I didn't hear it.
She
okay,
heard.
Perfect. She heard all my fucking rage over the fact that me it's as slick as it goes.
Hello.
Instead of you. Like, it's just, like...
Dude.
Oh my god, you have the same face, so when you two are ghosts, you're just, I can't tell.
Oh god,
Nobody
okay,
can.
wait, hold
Okay,
on.
look, there's the one you were looking for. What did I do?
What do I get if I get
Oh
pursued
yeah,
by
shit.
little
Luke and I do look the same.
You got your face drawn on.
Blue is easier to find. Fucking you and Slick are impossible. Like, literally.
Yeah, at least he and I have faces.
You and Slick are the
Slick, it's come to my attention that one of us needs to change our faces.
No, don't change because it's funny. My
Oh,
rage
okay,
is
it's funny?
humorous.
Okay, never mind then.
Yeah,
Never mind then, we'll stay the same.
Rage.
Oh my god. Just like God. Yeah, I did not fucking cry a single time running around. I just...
You just kept running.
You too.
The last 3 seconds of that round, I like actually stream typed cried to figure out where the fuck he was.
Oh my god.
Like, genuinely, I couldn't.
Dude! I was told to play hide and seek
15 fucking times.
The best part is I didn't stay in that spot the whole time. I was moving around a little bit.
Oh my god.
So at first, you guys were like, oh, you have 10 seconds. So I ran and hid in medical by like the alimentations that's back there in that little corner.
Yeah.
I heard you guys walk into medical, be confused that you couldn't find me, and then leave. After you guys left and snuck into the main area.
I cannot tell you how my ADHD fucking
Bro,
forgot about
Bro, my ass, I fucking snuck my way back. I fucking slow walked past. You guys were about to turn the corner and I had to sprint.
Dude, when I tell you, I completely forgot about hide and seek in like 5 seconds.
Dude, I was playing hide and seek.
Like, I genuinely I think that's just completely forgot
Simply,
about
you
it.
should have come to my chat and told me to kill myself.
I did. I came into your chat for like the last 5 seconds just to figure out where the fuck you were,
Oh.
because I kept on running into Slick.
Dude, I had no idea I was muted. I was talking to chat, having a good time. Like, I didn't know that.
It's like Vinoxy fucking knows this shit.
Oh my god.
So fucking
He kept
upset.
running into me.
I didn't know that I was the last
God
one.
damn it.
I didn't know.
Oh my Christ. Keep on running into her, keep on running into fucking...
Was everyone
Flint.
watching me at the end of the game when I just unmuted and yelled that I was the best hide and seek player?
Their own fucking conversations somewhere else. So like, I thought it might have been you talking to Allie when it was like Slick
Oh my
fucking for
god,
different purple. And
it's
just
so
like,
good.
Oh my god.
So good. That's so
Wait.
Hi.
Would you like to volunteer for a magic trick so my
Sure.
so he can all right.
I would
So
love to see a magic
stand
trick.
right there. Stand right there. All right. So the magic trick goes a bit like disappearo.
It's mine! Hey, yep, I knew where this was going.
Damn it.
I knew where this was going. I was not trying to disappear.
Oh, crap.
I just lied. Wait.
Wait, where's the magic wand? I want to see the double mug. Oh,
I'm double mugging.
I didn't do that. Did you kill that one?
No, I didn't.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Do you have an extra samples jar?
I do not.
Damn.
I got it. I got one.
Oh, give me that.
What color do you want?
I want red.
You want my white stuff?
I want red.
Oh.
I need a little blood in it. Yeah, this is my hiding spot, by the way. This is my favorite hiding.
I was so close to going.
This is my favorite hiding spot. I love that spot.
I was so close to going that way.
Do I play VR chat? I do occasionally, and not often. I'm kind of in like a weird spot. My VR headset that I use doesn't have prescription lenses in it, and with wearing my glasses at the same time makes it really hard to play for long periods. I get headaches pretty bad. Just because my glasses get jammed into my face.
Listen, I didn't.
Or I have to take them off and be blind, and that's not fun either.
Went, cheesecake, and I died.
So now, what about Daddy's
Okay, you know you can take for that one. You can take Mara for that.
I got it, player.
It's all at you.
I have a Valve Index. So it's, I mean, I got a Valve Index on launch. So it's still really nice, but it's definitely more outdated. Now there's so many different things. I'm really debating getting a big screen Beyond, because I can use all my existing hardware and just get the new headset.
It's you, the bugger.
And that'd be pretty cool, but it's expensive and I have to do all that, and I just haven't had the money or the time. I'm just gonna let that happen. Yeah, honestly, I think I would prefer Quest 3 right now. Just because, like, it's so much bulkier than any other headset on the market at this point. That's why I'm, like, looking into getting a big screen Beyond. Just because it's such a tiny... It's such a low profile.
Oh, hello.
How you doing?
Hi.
Can you move this? I don't know if this is yours. Don't shoot me, please.
Oh, you also wanted to do it.
Yeah. So I came prepared. You need the correct color of plant.
Oh, okay.
Yours is yours is blue.
Mine's blue?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me?
You gotta clean it, but yeah, go ahead.
Here.
Blue is for the pistol, red is for the shotgun, and yellow is for the revolver.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. Where's my friends? Where's someone I know?
Pins against the wall, cutely.
Okay.
What was I watching just now?
I was in Emily's face.
Ah.
I guess he's been hanging around his...
That's funny. No! They killed him! They killed Simply.
Wasn't me. I just got here. You saw me get here at the moment you got here.
They killed him.
I literally just walked up too.
I know, I saw. Someone killed him. Those bastards, they killed my boy. I gotta fix this. Simply don't worry, I'll fix it.
He's been dead for a while.
Oh, Goblin's gonna die. Ow. Save Goblin. Goblin. Save
Simply,
Goblin.
I'll fix you. I promise. I promise, Simply. You're not forgotten. Defib's not here. God fucking damn it. This one.
Is there a jar in here?
No. You need a gun?
No, jar.
Oh, jar, no.
Yeah, I'm making the pizza.
There's a jar right here.
Okay, there's a jar.
Commit mayhem. Something offered. Soon. Soon, agents. Soon. What the fuck?
That could have protected someone. Instead, he wasted it.
Yeah, exactly. The mayhem's already happened. Come on, boy. I need you.
Oh. Oh, let's go.
We gotta go res everybody. Everyone's
Yes.
there. Here. You take one, I'll take one.
Yep. Alright, who do we take first?
Well, obviously Jay if he's dead.
Yeah, he is. He keeps on mugging people.
Yeah, that's Jay.
And then it's surprised he gets shot. Like, I guess you don't live in America.
Yeah, that's
Like,
fair. Alright, we'll find Jay to start. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. We're extremely introverted people.
I am too.
I'm the king of
Oh,
hide and
Jay's right
seek.
there. Hold on, one sec.
Don't no! Jay's a mugger!
Wait, what? I didn't do it! Why'd you stab me?
No, no, no! He reformed!
Jay, Pa, he's a
He
mugger!
reformed!
He's a mugger! He's...
I tried. I was gonna switch.
You know, I had a feeling he didn't trust you.
I'm so sorry.
One time round, by the way.
I made the pizza.
I don't know. Random fight.
I'm sorry.
Loud.
Yeah, I don't know what you expect, Jay.
We did
You are so like, dude, do you live in America?
I'm sorry. I let you live because
That's
Allie was on the floor and I let you.
So much.
I had to. I let you have so much fun.
If you try to mug
Oh
someone,
no, no, trust me, it was a great view. Thanks.
out of their pocket and they will shoot you.
Okay, good.
Jay, come with me and try.
Man.
We're gonna have a discussion because this is an American spaceship. Alright.
An American spaceship? Yeah.
So this is American spaceship. If you mug somebody, you are highly likely to get shot or stabbed, okay?
You
Everyone's
Canadian?
got a piece on them. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So
Quiet.
welcome to America. Yeah, people will...
What if I go up to someone and boop them? What will happen?
Well, it
They
depends
will
on where
shoot
you
you.
are in the country, but it depends on where they're from. Allie will probably shoot you. Florida people are
Where's
scary.
Allie from? Oh,
Florida.
okay.
Yeah, Florida people are pretty
Anybody-
violent, so don't. I love Dino Nuggets
anybody
too.
from country North Carolina.
Allie.
Close enough.
Dino
Allie,
nuggets are just
speaking
really
of Dino
cheap
Nuggets,
and easy.
dude,
It's
I
a
went to
staple.
Publix the other day and they had a buy one get one on Dino Nugget bags. Dude,
Are public sales national?
I don't know. It was like 2 weeks
have
ago.
to-
It was like 2 weeks ago, so
I'm
they
gonna
probably
have to
aren't
go
on sale
check.
anymore.
I'm gonna have to go check my public.
But dude,
Just go to your Publix app.
yeah, dude,
Oh shit.
dude,
Well, I
Publix,
got the Publix app.
the Publix
I-
deals go crazy.
Doesn't work.
I
Doesn't
told
work
you
as
this
good
is
as
what
mug.
happens when you mug people. You get fucking shit.
Yeah, dude. Which Dino Nuggets do you like?
Hold on. Allow us to explain.
I haven't had done like in a really long time actually. I haven't had any.
So the Tyson ones are really solid.
Yeah,
if you
no,
you know
those
if
ones
you're
are
okay with
decent.
the you know
The lead.
no the you know the poor treatment of the animals, but
oh well.
Their dino nuggets are gas. But yeah, that's what was on. They had a buy one get one at
This
Publix.
shit's gas, Batman.
I know, dude. I bought 4 bags.
You're making my chat want dino nuggets.
Dude, I want. I'm out. I'm out right now. I want them.
I mean, bro, honestly, if I wasn't streaming until like 1 in the morning, I would go get dino nuggets.
Cheesecake. I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna run away. I don't want to die.
Bro, Jay losing his shit in the chat.
Wait, did the... Oh no, did someone say,
Probably not, no.
There we go.
They know it. Rotten Goblin is Judah! Oh no, that name went off. No, Goblin 75
I don't know, but I've got a sock and bopper.
Sock and bopper.
The detonator and killed Goblin
see?
Brad.
Ow!
Oh.
Where's
Yay!
the clicker?
By the power
Bring her
of
back
game
to life.
subs.
Why was it Goblin Brad revived?
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, that was.
Where'd my friends go? Oh, there's Simply. Hi, Simply.
I can't find a battery.
You know, this marker used to be red.
Ah.
No, we're not doing this bit again. Anyway.
Nope.
Oh my god, that's horrifying. Oh my god, that scared me. I have so the new gamers have played. So
He hurt me.
so I've been drinking Bloodlust, right? And
yeah.
a real downside of it is it does look like blood.
Why would you do that?
And I got some of the powder under my nail.
On your finger. Oh, I got it on my finger.
Dude, it's on my
waffle. I
finger.
didn't
It's
even
on my
know.
finger and under my nails, and it looks like I've committed a murder.
I found it.
Nice.
Yay!
Yay.
No, Goblin Brad not alive again.
It's a good thing clickers don't work on cats.
Your magical powers are growing.
You.
Yeah. It probably works on Ally though.
You, come.
What?
Fuck. They took
Why are you trying to make
what did
people
I-
come on command?
What did I do?
Hey, yo.
What did I do?
I mean,
Hey,
it's work.
yo!
No, what did I do?
Who's
I was
coming on
gonna
command
show
and
you
what?
something, but they took
I don't
it.
know, but Allie keeps saying,
who's
"Hey, you
what?
come."
Yeah. Yeah.
What did they take?
Who took what?
With a K.
What?
What?
I'm fucking
What?
confused.
I'm
What?
so
She
confused.
said
What is
with a
going
K. I'm like, the fuck is that
No.
mean?
It's the
No,
come and
you
go
took
gas
what?
station. It's come and go.
Huh?
You
Oh,
know,
I had a.
What?
I don't know. Someone. I
That is true. That
landed
is
a,
laser pointers. Laser pointers are effective.
Imagine not to. You're gonna be me. Such fucking flirty from the dead.
Wait, can't drink that.
Basically,
it's time to pop
I had
out
a
the
pressure.
bottle.
I had a pressure thing.
Oh, wow, you really are
Now
clicker
say it
trained.
again.
Holy shit.
Now say it again.
No, you
Clicker
can't run away
training?
from it. Come here. Come here.
I'm always down for this for chaos. Where's Jay? I mean, obviously,
oh, wow,
other than
actively
dead.
running.
Other than dead, where is Jay? There's Jay. Jay is just always dead. Jay chat's not. Can't get any of the Jay's chat.
Time to continue my autopsies.
Your autopsies. Who were you autopsying? Are you doing an autopsy or a necropsy? There's a difference. Huh. That's fun. Simply!
Yay.
We gotta bring Jay back.
Oh, battery.
Hey,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
trying to preserve.
We were trying to preserve the body.
So this one's.
Oh.
I'm assuming
That
this is.
that was fucking horrifying, just seeing you in the corner over here.
First, put that one in. Now we gotta go get these
Yeah,
other batteries
I'm there.
charged.
Thank you.
So.
It's tough being a healthcare worker.
It's tough being a streamer. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god, this is harder than a 9 to 5, honestly. It's a joke, by the way. This is not fucking harder. This is so much fucking easier. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, this is actually like not a challenge.
So I'm no longer a medic.
Oh.
We are new medic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're medicing.
Yeah, I was medicing and then someone immediately
Can you give me
murdered someone that
medication?
I
I'm
revived.
very, very
Yeah,
injured.
come with me.
This way. Look at the three of us being medics.
Look at it.
This way.
Hey, Izanami,
Here you go.
do you play healers
Here's
in
your meds.
Overwatch?
Yes.
Play healers in Overwatch.
Have you heard of the hit game Among Us? Holy shit, you have not been in this chat in a minute, and honestly, expected nothing less from you.
Yeah, your point. You want to know the funniest thing though?
What?
In Overwatch, before I became a healer main, I was actually a tank main.
That checks out.
All right.
I'm doing good. How are you,
And
man?
then it got bad for my heart, and then.
We gotta bring back Guy.
Bye.
For context,
You know
I
what?
used to not only play tank in Overwatch, I was
Oh,
I was the tank player in Final Fantasy, and it took too much on my heart. And I had a doctor to play things. The doctor was like, "Hey, your blood pressure is way too high. What were you playing?" And I was like,
Oh,
"I'm
you
playing
gotta be
Final
fucking
Fantasy."
shitting me, man.
And they're like, "Oh, please don't do that. You literally were about to go into you were a heart attack."
Simply, you do actually plan on doing 7 hours.
I am actually doing 7 hours. This is my friend I asked to hop on CS before the stream even started, so.
That's funny.
Yes, I have scheduled 7 hours of lockdown protocol.
When you're going to res somebody, like while you're going there, like repeat, like, "Hey, I'm gonna res X, don't jump."
Well, I mean, yeah.
I guarantee you that person you res was doing the jumping fly thing in the room you guys were inside of.
We know.
Also, do you want some duct tape?
Thank you, agency. Thank you. Preach. This one's fully charged. We just gotta wait for another one. Oh, I gotta hydrate. That's true. I haven't been hydrated in a bit.
Someone died.
Gotta water your
Oh, fuck
water
that.
your
Fucking,
streamer.
I'm fucking done. Fucking what computer room? But alright.
More.
Hey, take the. Sure. God damn it! I don't have my fucking cup of water. Damn it! All right, let me go fucking refill.
No, please.
Actually, I'll do it after. I will do it after. I will do it after this round because I need to go get water.
Lower your costs way too expensive. This man does not understand. Your friend does not understand the plight of the hydration.
Exactly. Yeah. 10K? No, dude. Number one, that's a one-time only thing that's gonna happen. So, I'm making it expensive.
Question.
Yes.
You like him?
You've learned better than to challenge me to hide and seek. Jay, I'm gonna res you. I swear to God, if you jump and die again, we're gonna have a real problem.
Hey.
Welcome back.
I may have jumped like an idiot. I didn't know you guys were gonna revive me.
Yo. Do you like games?
Are we gonna do this again?
Do you like games?
I do.
You have 10 seconds.
Yay! Here we go again.
I just did the watch this ad to my IRL friend.
Shh, shut up. I'm playing hide and seek. A devious jest. Hold on. See, the beauty is she already checked the spot.
So I can make her. Yeah, I can.
She already checked the spot. Don't just leave me.
Make her run away.
Leave me here. Go.
I leave that to you as double.
Boy, my cat was trying to attack my wires. I'm so good at this game. I'm so good at hide and seek, everybody. They don't know. They don't know. It was me? What was me? Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm the best.
Good. Alright, hold on. And I didn't even have to do
I love being the best.
Where were you?
That was messed up.
So I did a little bit of a scummy move. I saw you check my old spot, so I hid somewhere else, and then I snuck back into my old spot after you left.
But what did we learn?
I hid in the.
Smug American!
I hate you so much.
Wait. You don't.
I hid in the washroom as you were going past, and when I heard you run past, I snuck back into the bio
I double
room.
checked every spot except that one.
Yep.
I did. We learned that.
with a shotgun.
No.
I'm the best at hide and seek, bruh.
You on our business
You can't find the cat when they're hiding.
Attention, lockdown protocol lobby.
Yeah, I forget.
We're gonna do a game of hide and seek. So if you are dissident, reveal yourself and give. You're gonna count, and we're all gonna go hide from you. You're gonna kill us. You're gonna murder us dead.
Wait,
I like it.
hang on.
I like it.
Hang on.
Just.
I got two questions. Question one. If you were dissident, do we just pick up anything for killing?
Yeah.
Pick up whatever.
Question two. Are you guys who are innocent, not dissidents, allowed to protect yourselves? If we find
No.
I would
I don't
say
think
no.
so.
You can run.
Okay.
You can run.
Yeah, we
I-
can
I'm
run,
thinking
but
one.
we can't.
I'm
Can
making that a
I put
definitive
in my
no.
input?
Yeah, what's your
I've,
input?
I've actually set one of these up before for hide and
Okay. Okay.
so if you press X and C, you close your eyes. So
Yeah.
what you do, whenever we first spawn in, all the innocents will close their eyes. The killer has a minute to run around and arm themselves. Then they will stop moving and close their eyes, and then everybody else will have a minute to hide.
Okay. How do you close your eyes?
X and C.
X and C.
X and C.
You better hope that I'm a seeker.
Goblins looking at you all.
Ain't no one finding me. Boop. That's not true.
And
Everyone's gonna find me.
Do timers for the timer. We'll be using the thing at the top of the screen. So if we have 14 minutes, once it's 13 minutes, then you know.
Who asked for goblin?
Okay.
Hello.
All right.
Let's go.
Hello.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah, let's go.
I hope everybody.
Eyes. Everyone shut. Everyone shut eyes. Everyone shut eyes.
I can't see. I can't see.
I can't see.
I'm blind.
I can't see.
They're all cooked, by the way. They're all cooked.
Oh yeah, Cry, you won that.
They're
Who
cooked.
wants to kill us?
I think Kiki.
Guys, I can't see. I can't see.
Dissident to the tree middle.
Dissidents go to the tree.
There's one dissident.
Yeah, I think there's only one.
Weapon.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
looking for weapons right now.
Oh, okay. They're okay. Understandable.
Uh-oh, we got 15.
Be warned, Kiki's gonna double check everything.
Who's near me?
Yeah.
After what I pulled last round, Kiki's double checking everything.
Yeah.
I'm fucking you. I'm.
Why are we already shooting?
I'm fucking you. But not.
I think that was a clicky.
You can see?
Oh,
How do you know you're touching me? And why are you touching me?
I'm
Hey, that's my
I
number
know.
square. You can't touch me
I
there.
actually have no clue like where
That's
I'm
reserved for God.
Oh my god.
What? Goblin is confused.
Wait,
and
wait, it's been a minute. Are we able to go?
Yeah, are we able to go?
Oh, we're going.
Wait, what?
Bye.
Bye.
Perfect chat. We're playing hide and seek, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know. Alright. So here's the strat. If she comes in here, goes in there to check everything, I can sneak out real quick and go around the other side of the corner.
I am a tree.
I know I'm muted and I don't have to be quiet, but I feel like I have to. It's so weird. Yeah, exactly. Will the plan work is the question. Because there's a big hole in the plan. If she rounds the corner too quickly and then turns back too fast, then I'm cooked.
We are ninja. We blend into surroundings.
But I think I'll be okay. And the plan is to go back to my old spot again. Because there's no way, after half the round, that she checks it. Because I'm assuming she's going to check it like 4 times until then. Yeah, I know. God damn it.
You really love the office.
That was unfortunate.
Where were you hiding at?
I was hiding right here.
You want to see my spot?
Sure. Oh wow. I had a plan that would have gone great if she didn't immediately round the corner and look in the bush.
Oh, here's my first spot though.
Nice. My goal was
Oh, Kai, you died already?
Yeah, my plan fell through.
Dang, bro.
Yeah.
My plan, my plan was to hide over here. I was hiding here.
That's a good spot.
I was hiding here, and then after she came through the door to go check that office, I was gonna try and slink my way out and go right here.
Yeah, exactly.
So that she would run past and not double check me.
She was checking corners.
She immediately walked in and stared right at me.
Yeah.
So I got cooked.
My spot was right here.
Yeah.
Like if I was to stay in the wall, I'd probably match.
Yeah. Yeah, and anyone who tries to use my old spot's gonna get... Wow, I'm surprised. Actually, never mind.
She literally threw the gun right here.
That's crazy, because my spot was right there, and I figured she would have checked it like 4 times.
No, she gotta understand, she was standing right here, and she threw the gun in that corner.
Nice. Are they rezzing?
Yes, they're rezzing.
Oh, that's insane.
Oh, no.
Damn.
We have something so special.
Do it?
We do.
No, wait, please.
I don't know what you expected.
We had a deal. I was gonna give someone up for my life.
They went back on the deal. I was gonna.
There's 3 left.
If I find you again, I'm gonna kill you.
Damn, bro, they didn't even. Man. Hey, wait, is that Cry?
Yeah, it is.
Just no.
Wow, look at us being twins.
We are twins. It's pretty cool.
They are one.
It is pretty. Wow. This world looks so much more colorful.
Okay, there is. I
Out of my
checked, there's 4
face.
people
I
still
want
alive.
to see.
Everyone's floating.
What are you up to?
Yes.
What is your goal?
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. Wait, come back.
Oh, I gotta hydrate. One sec.
Oh god. Don't say hydrate around Simply and I.
Why the fuck did you say that, you dumb motherfucker?
Now we're both gonna get cooked.
No, I have 2 as well. Motherfucker. Let me go refill my water.
They haven't gotten me yet.
No?
Oh, here it goes.
I've been. Oh,
No, not yet. I'm good. I'm okay.
No.
No.
I think they've burned all their channel points on me. Thank you for being nice.
Ammo.
Alright, motherfuckers. Let's go. You wanted hydrate, you're gonna get the fucking gulp too, okay? Let's go.
Oh my god.
Cry, I'm fucking hot micing for this shit too, so.
That's disgusting.
There's 1.
I'm taking big stretches.
All the way around.
And that's 2, there you go.
Yeah.
That was gross.
I love it.
All right, chat.
Yellow instead of red.
We're gonna order pizza live because I need food. I'm hungry.
Yeah, shit, what am I gonna eat?
Order pizza.
Well, if you're in the
No,
red
let me go
area.
figure out if there's if food's been made in this house. I might do that in between
pizza
collabs though.
is the pizza for you and me.
Bro, do we have? What time is this collab ending? Like this one?
I don't
know.
He didn't specify.
Okay, great. So there's a chance we just kind of go all the way until the next one.
There's a chance we go into 11. Like 11's the cutoff. Let's be honest. Like we're not going past that.
Well, yeah, we can't.
No.
Like I ain't doing 4 hours.
They're both out. They're both out.
Oh, if I'm not doing like 7. Wait, I'm gonna go check on what's available for dinner.
Agency. I'm probably gonna get just a cheese pizza. I'm pretty basic when it comes to pizza. I mean, I can enjoy like a bacon pizza. Bacon pizza goes crazy, but
Okay, well, I got, he might be ending it soon anyway.
Yeah.
oh shit. Okay. So then we'll have like a 2-hour gap. Do we want to find something to do for that 2 hours?
Could, yeah.
I mean, we might as well. We're already gonna stream together, and we have another collab in 2 hours.
Yeah. I think I'm not sure if he's one more. I'm not sure if he's meant like this one or like one more after this one. So.
Oh, okay. So that's gonna be.
So it's either this
know
one's
what?
the last one or the next one is the last one. I'm not sure exactly. So.
Chat, because I'm a petty little shit. I'm only gonna say this in my chat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he muted. He
one
said
person left.
There is one person left. It's
Yeah.
the one you let live. The one person she let live after making a deal.
Chat, do we feel like stuffed crust?
What deal did she make?
What do we think, chat?
Just I don't know. I think she said.
Hold on, cry. I'm thinking about fast food, right?
Yeah.
I fucking hate myself because I said I would never pay a delivery fee again, but
Okay.
sadly, I don't really have a choice because nothing's really been made in my house. So, what should I go for? Just classic McDonald's?
No. I don't know what's
I don't
near
want to buy
you.
a whole fucking pizza. And nothing is too different from.
Cause like,
ooh, sure had Mackies.
you could do like I don't know if you have like a Culver's or something. Culver's is good.
Oh, I do.
Some Culver's with like a nice mixer. That'd be good.
A lovely day we're having, isn't it?
Let me take a look real quick. Like, I'm so stingy.
GG's. Alright, we're gonna do that. Alright, I wanna do that one more time.
Okay.
You should do 2 dissidents.
Yeah,
more
one
fun.
more time.
Let me, that's right, hold on. Okay, 3 cards.
One more
One
game.
more game. One more game. Is this
One more go.
Alright,
Alright, so who is it so I don't fuck this up again?
what do you think?
I shouldn't have said one more go.
Can I add that the dissident has to hold a weapon?
I forgot.
Has to hold a weapon so they don't get confused with crewmates.
Crap, do I really want to pay delivery fee for this thing?
I mean, yeah, if you need food.
Alright, we go
I know.
Someone
but
just
like,
gift him a sub.
15 minutes, like 1 minute.
Gift him sub. Gift him a sub for the delivery fee.
Did someone say
Oh, fuck.
No.
Literally no one.
Oh my god, it
No
actually
one.
doesn't
Okay.
take up my fucking venom.
I'm very popping, Joe.
We have 15 seconds until we could go hide.
Alright, if I were to do Culver's, what should I get?
Thank you for the follow, Marianne.
You can just get like a normal Butterburger.
Good. Everyone hide me, please.
2, 1, go.
There you go.
Go!
Okay. All right, chat. Let's order pizza. So Here's the thought process. Do we want to get something normal, or do we want to get something good? Because, like, here's my thought. I can get bacon and banana peppers on my pizza. What do we think about that? I think that sounds really good. Personally. I mean, I understand people who like it, even though I don't. I understand people who do. I actually, okay. Unpopular opinion, or semi-unpopular opinion. I enjoy pineapple on pizza, but I don't enjoy the actual chunks of fruit on the pizza. The flavor of the pineapple is fantastic. And you rated it this time. I enjoy... Thanks, Damie. Thank you for the raid, Damie. Damie raid. Okay, well, thanks, guys. I was in the middle of ordering pizza and explaining why I actually like pineapple on pizza, but only for the flavor. I actually don't like the texture of the fruit on the pizza. Which I realize is a hot take. Oh boy, hello Samurott. I'm still going. Wow, there's 3 of you. Hello, thank you, Samurott. Thank you, Almoray and Monster Maid. Thank you all for your follows. I appreciate it very much. We are in shared chat with Simply and Jay, who are very cool people, and yeah. Hey, Damie, listen. We look different, okay?
Come back.
That was funny.
You got me that way too.
Good. Did Jay make it?
Yeah.
God damn it, Jay.
Yo, cry.
Simply
I
did.
bring terrible news.
What's your terrible news?
Culver's doesn't deliver.
You don't have like DoorDash?
At least mine doesn't. Oh, I don't have DoorDash. I might need to get DoorDash.
Yeah, DoorDash is what you get from Culver's.
Okay. I was just looking at their website.
Okay.
Yeah, that probably makes more sense then.
All right, hold on. Now that we've got Raiders in chat, what do you guys think about pizza? Right? What do you think about my pizza? So, I'm thinking about getting a bacon and banana pepper pizza for dinner because I've still got 4 more hours at least.
Yeah, like both me and for the long haul.
Like we've got quite a bit. So what do the Raiders think? If any of you have any pizza opinions. That's fair, Samurott, but also it's late and the only Goddamn, why are you all saying Chinese is better? Oh my god. You're all
Chinese
just immediately following after Damie.
No. So y'all, the issue is, and we've had this conversation before, that his Chinese place.
I like that you stopped talking.
Sorry, because I was focused on my shit. His Chinese place doesn't always, #1, deliver all the time. #2,
they don't deliver at all
the time. Oh, it doesn't open. Oh, yeah. Not even at all. Okay.
Thank you for the follow, mercenary.
Leave at my door.
Whoa, Bunny's here too? Oh my god, everyone's here. The whole gang's here.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
All right. But yeah, so the problem with my Chinese place, I'll explain the Chinese place again. Thanks for everyone. So my local Chinese restaurant that I would normally get takeout from.
Oh shit.
The owners are very constantly either on vacation or like just not open. They just don't feel like opening. So every time I leave the house, it's a 50-50 chance that they're even open. Just with no warning. And there's like no way to tell whether they're open until I leave and go there. And secondly, they don't deliver. So
cry. Culver's doesn't deliver through DoorDash.
That's crazy. My Culver's does.
Mine doesn't. I'm so
Okay.
sad.
Well.
So McDonald's it is, I guess.
So Chinese food is unfortunately off the table, as much as it would be nice to get takeout. Pizza's just the easy option. Yeah. All right, thank you for the biddy, Samurai.
Dude, you got a fucking, dude.
Wait, what?
You got a millionaire.
I know, right? Well, those were different people. That was Samurai.
Oh, that was Samurai, yeah.
Yeah, that was an agency. Agency's done most of my vids tonight, but those were Samurai.
Damn. Damn, you're getting paid today, by the way.
Yeah, it's nice. It's crazy. Actually, this is probably one of the best streams I've done, barring the, the one that we shan't speak of.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. As we're told, good luck, Damie. Strap in. You got a lot of episodes ahead of you.
Can I put a coupon on my 20-piece McNugget?
Why are you getting a 20-piece McNugget?
Because I'm hungry.
Dude, just get a pizza.
No, because this is surprisingly cheaper than I put around here.
That's fair. The question is, do I also add chicken to my pizza? And I've never tried that with my order.
$21. Fuck. Okay. Damn.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna stick with bacon and pepper.
Somebody explain to me why the fucking delivery fee is $6. I know where the McDonald's is. It's right fucking down my fucking street. Please explain to me why it costs you $6 to do a total of like 3 minutes of driving in order to drop this off to my fucking house.
Don't forget the tip.
No, the tip is separate. Like the delivery fee on its own is $6.
No, I know. That's exactly what I mean. You also have to tip the driver.
I know, but fuck. Yeah, but I'm sure, but I only get.
Yeah, we only get about half that. Sure.
I only get half that, so it's.
I saw her.
Like bits, I get the full amount, but subs I only get 50-50. Is what I've learned so far.
Yeah, so for biddies you get
Wait.
biddies I think we get 80% or something like that.
I really?
Yeah, we get a large amount of biddies. We do lose some, but we get most of it.
We get more from the biddies than.
We might lose a tiny bit from biddies, but for subs we get half. We get 50.
It's 80% for biddies.
Okay. Yes, exactly. He simply would have gotten $4, or yeah, simply would have gotten $4 for that sub, roughly.
4?
Well, yeah, because it's pounds instead.
Oh, okay.
Because their sub is worth 8 USD, roughly.
Okay, got it. Well, it hasn't enough, so we'll see after, but. Alright, well, I guess I'm paying for it anyways, because there's not a whole lot of food in this house. So. This hurts.
Oh, hey, Cry.
Hey, how you doing?
But
I don't
the 20-piece McNugget shall prevail.
I don't know who it was. Oh, I ordered McDonald's earlier.
Yeah, I'm ordering it right now.
It got here like 2 minutes before I hit go live. So,
All right. Well, I ordered pizza just now, so I got to keep the tracker open.
From where? What pizza place?
Yeah.
I just got a Domino's pizza. I know it's not the best, but
Domino's is.
So
It's the better.
So I'll tell you what I've told Damien before and stuff that something I've learned over time and doing I eat a lot of pizza. So pretty much everywhere in the US, I'm not sure how it works outside the US, but everywhere in the US at least, the 3 big pizza places, one of them is always the best in any given area, and the other 2 are always shit. And it changes which one's the best.
No,
So-
you might be right.
So you might have
So
you
my
might have a
area is
town
Domino's.
you might have a town where Domino's is the best and Pizza Hut and Papa John's are ass. But you might have a town where Pizza Hut's the best and the other 2 are terrible. So where I am, Domino's is the superior one. Oh, I mean, yeah, of course, local is way better. But I'm just talking about as far as fast food pizza, like the big 3.
Yeah.
What was it? Papa
John's, Pizza Hut, and Domino's
Pizza Hut.
are usually the big 3.
But
My area
if you're
is
going
Domino's.
deep, if your wallet is hurting, Caesar.
Exactly. Yeah. Caesar's is usually
It's
actually
not great.
pretty consistent, but it's always like consistently mid.
It's consistently mid, but it's also cheap. So
Exactly.
That's what,
Yeah. So
I think I've probably eaten Little Caesars more than anything else, except for maybe Papa Murphy's when I was a kid.
yeah. When I was, because like back home where I live, where I'm from originally, Papa John's was the best easily. Like our Domino's was was actually pretty bad, but our Papa John's is great. But our Domino's where I live now is way better than anything else we have. Well, except for like other smaller places, but I don't feel like ordering from those.
Come here, you stupid donkey. Instead of whining.
Because so I'll let you know a little secret as to why I order from Domino's more often. Because not only is it the best, but so I'm in college, right? I'm a college student.
Sure. Yeah.
My
I believe you.
parents are willing to help me out with food, and I already have their card details ready for Domino's. It's already saved to the account.
That's good.
So if I want to order Domino's, I don't have to pay out of my pocket for it. But if I was to go order from a local place, I'd have to pay it myself.
So actually, it was like 2 weeks ago now, but it was Labor Day weekend. It was like Friday or something.
Yeah.
I was talking with my mom, and she was like, "Hey, do you want me to send you some groceries for the long weekend?" I was like, "You know what? Sure. That sounds nice." Thinking maybe she'll get me like a few things.
Yeah.
And I was in my last apartment, and we didn't have a ton of space for like food or whatever. And so I was like, yeah, cool, sounds good. They sent me so much fucking food. Me and my roommates had no idea where to fucking put it. We were just shoving shit in cabinet, it was overflowing. Wow, wait, Hyder's won? That's crazy.
Wow.
Hold up. I want to bring something up.
our business.
I want to bring something up. Hold on.
Before you finally
You'll get that. You'll get that.
I was in that spot the entire time.
I am using
Hold on, Allie.
Hey, Jay, have you have you thought about like what we're gonna do in between?
If you had offered me a space to month, you would have
That's fair. Did you live the whole time?
I did, yeah.
You bastard.
Wow, that's
No, we were hiding together, and I got stabbed and Jay lived.
I need to go do laundry.
Hey, guys.
I'm gonna take a quick break
Yeah.
and then continue, but...
Hey.
Alright.
So, I'm gonna hands. Anybody who is in here at this current moment is welcome to add me on Discord if they so wish.
What are you switching to?
Talk to you later, Kiki.
Oh, fuck, not that game again.
Kiki.
This is the last game. This is the last game. This is the last game. So I do thank you all for joining me.
We'll make a GC. Okay. Alright. Make a GC with Jay and Simply real quick just so we can talk and figure stuff out what we're gonna do. All right. Hey, Simply. How are you? Hold on, gotta make sure that my Discord is going through to my stream. Oh, it's not. Oh yeah, I should probably do that too, huh? Why is Discord not going through the right thing? That's unfortunate. God damn it, not burb time. Yeah, he puts a little burb on his stream and just runs with it. Yeah.
And
That's
then
fair. Okay, there we
my
go.
my chat goes insane. So
all right, I think I got everything working, so now my stream should be able to
I'm
hear
gonna leave
Discord.
y'all to it. Chat, do I leave them on or not? Do we want to hear the other people?
Why?
You want to hear their
What-
conversation?
You want to just mute and let them stare at the burb?
Dude, honestly, I don't know what my chat wants.
That's fair.
Like, it's honestly a maybe.
I mean, you could, and if they want to, they can just come over here in my stream and watch for now.
Yeah, let's not do that now.
Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta get my dinner.
All right.
Wait, let me get the music on, and then let me make sure it's cranked up to the highest fucking level, and then burst everyone's eardrums, and we're happy. Not this one. There we go. Damn, that's loud. All right, good luck.
Jesus. Switch to just chatting. All right. All right, guys. I'll keep talking because I'm assuming Jay's got his stream on. So I switched to just chatting for a little bit. We have another collab scheduled in 2 hours, about, and the three of us are in that collab. The three of us are in pretty much. We've been in collabs all day together. The other two in the stream together. So we've decided we're just going to stay live. We don't see the point in ending stream and then coming back together later. So if any of you guys have any ideas of like what we should go do for give or take 2 hours, yeah, give me ideas. Let me know what we should go do. But I will also go check. Oh, I can turn my thing back on now. My room cooled down while I see. Fortunately, my my AC in the background is too loud, and my lockdown picks it up. But my my normal mic doesn't, like in OBS, really. At least not enough for it's like be bothering. So my room gets really hot when I stream lockdown, and I have to chill my room like a freezer beforehand. All right. So what should I do? I'm trying to think of stuff that I have to do that like I could make it entertaining for the time being, at least.
Oh yeah, got it. Second.
I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to fuck with. I was gonna say I could fuck with my textures and try and make some more customization to my little model, but I feel like it's probably gonna be pretty hard, and I'll probably get pretty pissed off pretty quickly. Here's what I can do. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna play something that I have never played on stream before. I never thought I would play on stream.
Ryan, got my dinner.
Hi, welcome back with your dinner.
I got spaghetti. Mm-hmm.
Whoa, that sounds awesome. Where's it from? Did you like deliver it, or you just make it yourself?
My mom made it.
That's nice. That's nice.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't expecting it, but you know what? Yeah, I'll still take it. I like spaghetti. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I've been live for almost 5 hours. Oh my god.
Dude, I love. Yeah, I know. My chat just reminded me. Dude, I had a the other day. My chat mentioned a spaghetti sandwich. And
spaghetti sandwich.
I had the ungodly urge to eat a spaghetti sandwich. So I spent like 45 minutes making spaghetti, doing the whole 9 yards just to make a spaghetti sandwich. I went out, I bought like artisan garlic or onion rolls, like the whole fucking shebang. And I made the most beautiful spaghetti sandwiches.
That sounds tasty as hell. What the hell?
I love cooking. It's one of my favorite like hobbies.
Oh yeah.
Wait, not this. Fuck. I'm trying to fuck with my OBS. My cat is sitting on my desk right next to me, and he's kind of blocking my. All right, here we go. There we go. I'm gonna play Eidolon while I'm streaming.
Fair enough.
Because for now, at least, while we wait for like Simply to get back, and then us to figure out like what we're gonna do, like actually.
Yeah. Because I got like an hour and a half before the next one starts.
Exactly.
I don't know. I thought the lobby would go on longer, but you know, it's fine.
I also thought it would go on longer. But I kind of understand
he didn't
why.
Specify.
Yeah. I mean, it's a long collab.
Yeah.
Also, just a lot of people.
Yeah, because I understand for like 2 hours, like with all those people, then yeah, I understand.
That many people for that long is pretty tiring. I can get that. What type of games? I'm gonna mute so you don't have to hear me talking in chat.
Fair enough.
Hold on, let me get my mute keybind up real quick before I answer this. Okay. There we go. So, what kind of games do I play? I personally play a little bit of everything. I play a lot of FPS games. I've dabbled in RTSs. I'm not a huge fan of RTSs because I'm kind of bad at them. But, you know, deduction games. Honestly, I really will just play anything. There is like a, I have a thing, a reward for like game recommendations. I need to change the price of it. I think it's been off, actually. It might have been off for a little while. No, it's not. It's still there. I have like a game requests thing for like 2,500 channel points. If you have anything in mind that you want me to play, I usually do. I will just play anything. Like, I mean, Metroidvanias are really fun. I like playing RPGs a good bit. General, just party games. I don't know how else to say it other than just I will actually play anything. If that wasn't evident by the fact that I'm playing an idle game right now while we wait for everything to get done. Or cereals. Yeah, I mean, it's just as I'm like bad at them. Like, I love them. Or I enjoy them, but like I'm not good. I guess how big like what's an RTS that you enjoy, Agency? Just so I can like get examples because I might have tried. I've tried a good bit of them. Fuck, I even enjoy MOBAs. I even dabble in a little bit of, God forbid, League of Legends. That's fair. Chopping, post on. You are returned. Welcome back, Ender. We're just chilling right now. That's fair. Neither of which I've heard of. Hello, Sherb. Sherb's not in my chat. That doesn't matter.
The fuck I am.
My bad.
Well, there you go.
I guess he's not AFK.
I thought y'all were all gone to go do your own thing, so I was like,
no, I was
shit,
just talking to chat. I wanted to mute so Jay didn't have to listen to me yapping.
Okay. I was like, well, I guess they've got to go play their own games.
No. We're still we're just talking right now, waiting to figure out like what we're gonna actually do for the next 2 hours. Unless we're just gonna sit here and talk for 2 hours.
I was already thinking. Do y'all have American? No, never mind.
American Truck
Simulator. Ender has it, by the way.
If Ender has it, that means I have it because Ender and I share a Steam family.
Oh fuck! But you probably don't have a steering wheel for it. You can't be realistic with your truck sim. Damn.
Hey, we're not playing American Truck Simulator.
Damn.
That's no. I'm trying to think like what games we. I don't know, Jay. What kind of games do you play? What do you get at? What do you play a lot?
Peak, Repo, Helldivers, Dead by Daylight, Phasmo, Minecraft, Terraria.
Do we do more Phasmo?
You know, I will say, a Terraria speedrun could go crazy.
Oh, dude, I haven't played Terraria. I haven't played it in forever.
Not even like a speedrun, but just like we go play Terraria for like 2 hours with like no intent of coming back to it ever.
That honestly,
real.
yes.
I'd be down. It'd be fun.
You know what? If you guys are down, I'm down.
I'm opening it.
Oh my god, he's already on.
Okay, all right. I guess we're going for it then.
Oh my god.
We're playing Terraria. Are we doing just vanilla, or are we gonna do like Calamity?
If we do Calamity, like we should plan to do it for longer. But
Okay, so let's just do vanilla then, because yeah, Calamity. You're right.
Yeah. Calamity is like an actual investment of time. Dude, I already have so many fucking like the group things. Like I haven't done horror, Minecraft in forever. We still need to figure out what's going on with the actual SCP, the Phasma stuff. Like we have so much shit.
All right, I guess I'm gonna change from just chatting to Terraria.
Yep, never thought.
That's fucking crazy.
I need it to be on the other screen, please.
Oh man.
Oh, my Dasher's approaching with my McDonald's. Hold on now.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my pizza. That's another idea of like it'd be nice just to play something like a little lighter weight.
Yeah, exactly.
At least I can eat pizza while I play Terraria and it not be like
hydrate
time.
Should I just make it?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a sec. I also need to change all my stream stuff.
Where the fuck is my?
I just switched over mine.
Yeah, give me a second.
Where do I change the fucking full screen?
Oh.
Where do I change full screen to be not full screen?
He removed hydrate cooldown, so I'm back to 3K.
Jesus Christ.
Ender's getting close.
Ender's close?
I didn't realize I was still in lockdown.
Ender's getting close. I love my addition to viewership is a total of 1. There's another hydrate. Sure, you're gonna.
I'm gonna have a stroke if I can't figure out how to turn this off of my other monitor.
I hope that caught it. Oh yeah, no, you have to take it. It's in resolution. Yeah, it's a separate thing.
It's in resolution, yeah, but like it doesn't.
Do I just create? I'm creating a new person. All right, hold on. This is gonna take some time.
Okay, this will do. This will do.
Where's Terraria?
Game capture. I gotta make a Terraria game capture. I haven't played Terraria on stream ever.
Dude, just change the game capture. For fuck's sake.
What, do you just keep your games on separate game captures?
Do you not?
Yeah, I don't do that. That's disgusting.
No, I don't.
Oh god, I have to hydrate again.
That takes too much time.
That is that is an effort I'm not willing to put in.
I mean, it's not hard to just make a new one and then I don't have to ever do it again.
Hold on, let me make sure my guy is pasty white.
Because if you do that, then you actually just don't have to change games ever. Because they just automatically switch whenever you switch.
Oh, hold on. It's been.
Listen, there's a method.
Ion, what the fuck do you mean by that? Ion, you want to say something?
Oh, whoops! This is not supposed to be here. Game capture. Add an existing. Where's Terraria? Bam.
Wait, how do I change my characters?
Yeah, I have like...
Oh, there it is.
I have easily like 40 or 50 fucking...
Oh my
things.
god! Yo, no.
Yeah,
that
but
is nuts.
But once I make them, I never have to touch them. Ever again. Because they just auto-swap when I need them to.
Oh my god, Ion's about to fucking...
The only time that I ever have to change them around is if I need to change the layering, but... And they're all in their own scene. They're all in their own like scene on OBS, so I can just switch around to like just chatting with them when I need. All right, who's starting up a world?
Character. I am.
You are. All right,
got my character created.
I also will make my character.
There we go.
That's a big underscore.
Large world?
Yeah,
or
why
does
not?
it really like... Okay. Large, classic, because we're not trying too hard. There we go, create. I feel like Ion just sent me his thing. Oh my god, why do fucking... Dude! Yo, why the fuck do... Oh, bro, I'm a fucking lose it. Why do people have different scenes for every game capture?
Oh no, that's crazy. That's crazy.
No, not every game. Like, why does it... one game capture is all you fucking need.
Yeah, but then you have to change it every time you play a new game.
That's not that hard. That is surprisingly easy to do.
Yeah, it's easy, but it's also there's no real reason not to just have them existing. They just sit there. They don't take away from anything. Like, what's the con of having them?
Oh my god.
Is the good question here.
This is disgusting.
Like, what reason do I have to not have them all?
Like, honestly, like, why... Hold on, let me go grab my McDonald's.
I mean, I'm not gonna judge, but that's just literally a lot of effort. So,
I mean, it's a lot of effort the first time.
Yeah, at the first time, but once you get it done, you got it done. You don't need to do it.
Exactly.
Once I have the kind of effort that I'm not willing to do, so.
Once I have it done, I don't actually have to do it ever again.
I mean, yeah, but that just like again, that's too much effort, especially if you play like a variety of games. So.
All right, so my order for tonight. Ah, fuck! I hit my mic. Shit, sorry. The order for tonight. Before I say this, I want to preface. I'm skinny as fuck, so I can get away with it. Is a 20-piece McNugget, 3 ranch, and a large Coke.
Crazy.
And that is like my normal McDonald's order.
Terraria goated. I ordered a whole large pizza from Domino's, so I can't.
Yeah, but are you going to finish that whole large pizza?
There's a solid chance.
Awesome.
Yes.
What's up, Jervis?
Oh, fair enough then.
I also ordered. It's a large. I also ordered a fucking like brownie cookie for dessert.
Oh, I should have gotten dessert. That's the server password, by the way.
Thanks for the creative fucking. You're so creative, simply.
I know. I know.
Your
What
creativity never
barbecue
ceases to
sauce?
amaze me.
What the fuck are you doing? I got honey mustard. I got barbecue sauce. I'm gonna fucking. Not one of these is fucking ranch. How did you mess that up? How did you mess it up? It's sweet and sour honey mustard and tangy barbecue.
Whoa,
Like I'm gonna
we're all
still use
here.
it.
Not all of us, but
No, we're not.
I'm here. I saw the guide. I'm gonna be so for real. I thought it might have been one of you.
Like, how did you fuck this up so bad? The barbecue is good. No, I'm going to eat all of it anyways.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go AFK to go get my food. So I'm gonna make a little box for everyone to start building the house off of, and I'm gonna sit in a hole. All right.
Okay.
Everyone entertain my chat for a little bit. I'm not muting.
I'm so mad about my lack of fucking ranch.
Yeah. You guys yell at them. Have fun.
What the fuck? It says 3 things of ranch. But fuck no. Give me 1 sweet and sour, 1 honey mustard, and 1 barbecue.
Why can I not open up the Steam thing?
Now, I want to ask everyone, how the fuck any of that relates to ranch?
Yes.
Like, what are we doing here?
Sweet and sour?
Yeah, I'm not shitting you. Sweet and sour. McDonald's has a sweet and sour sauce.
Wait, server password.
It's in the group chat.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why you said that. I was like, what the hell? Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, he can literally put himself in a box.
Yeah.
Fair enough, I guess. All right. Terraria. I haven't played this in a
Like,
little.
I'm so angry.
Oh, wait.
Like, how did you fuck it up that bad? You could have at least given me one of one sauce. Like, you could have given me like 3 sauces, like 3 of the same sauce. You fucked it up so bad. You gave me 3 different ones. This bitch says 3 ranch, and you got me 3 different sauces.
Did you specify in your order that you wanted?
Yes, I did. It was 3 things of ranch.
Oh.
I don't know how it got messed up this bad. That's funny. Anyways, sorry, I was ranting over the fact. Oh, I definitely fucking specified. By the way, I was too ranting over this to the point where I forgot to actually change my capture. Like, I'm so like, I'm not too upset about it because in reality, food is food. Yeah. But like, fuck off. The fact that couldn't even give me 3 of the same. Each one was different somehow.
Ooh. I found cool stuff.
I'm exploring at this point, so.
Can of worms? No way. I'm taking the chest.
I'm just like, what the? How did it get this wrong?
I can't see. Okay.
Like, I am perfectly fine if it was like, if it gave me 3 things of sweet and sour, I would have gone, okay, fair enough. Maybe you just read it wrong. Don't know how you misread ranch as sweet and sour, but people make mistakes. No. They gave me 3 different fucking sauce. I think that pisses me off more than the fact they just didn't give me ranch. What the fuck?
What if they're just so busy that they just misread the order, or they just read off another order?
I can believe it at this point.
And Kazu, you have the worst timing when you come to redeems, I swear.
What happened?
I have a lose the glasses redeem because I wear glasses in real life. I'm blind as hell. And Kazu just redeemed that. One of my viewers just redeemed that for 10 minutes. Man, okay.
Ooh.
Okay, here we go. All right. Lose the glasses. 10 minutes now. Man, I gotta play Terraria with this.
I'm just like, how? How did it get this wrong?
Bro's still ranting about it too.
Like, dude, just like, how? How? And like I said, it's not the fact that it's like a different sauce from ranch. I can live with that. Barbecue tastes fine with chicken nuggets. But like,
Wait, what sauces did they give you?
They gave me honey mustard, sweet and sour, and tangy barbecue.
Which one did you request?
Ranch. I'm trusting fucking ranch. I'm just so amazed how you fucked it up that bad.
Oh, this guy ordered ranch. Let's go ahead and add 3 different ones instead of ranch.
Yeah, let's add sweet and sour. That's exactly what he asked for.
That means sour, honeydew, and barbecue.
Mm-hmm. Like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna get too upset at it anymore.
That's wild.
It's just like, how? How did you get?
They had to have read another person's order.
Yeah.
God, I can't even read chats.
You need me to reach out for you? Yeah, Sherman's fucking counting my crash out over this shit. Honestly, fucking fair enough. Thank you for the follow, Death. Fuck, did I not change the... I didn't change the fucking game. Motherfucker, sorry, I'm getting over...
He's currently yapping about sauces.
Oh my god.
Imagine they mess up Cry's pizza.
Oh my god.
Give me all this loot. And break. Oh yeah. God, slime. No. Fuck off.
God damn it.
How much time left till our next collab?
We have about an hour.
An hour? Oh, okay.
Like, we got time, dude.
Because I can't. Oh, wait, I can just read it off my phone, actually. Oh, yeah, we have plenty of time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this day is full of lockdown collabs.
Yeah, I don't know why everyone today was just like, you know what would be really fucking cool if we did lockdown collab.
Do you sign? Y'all signed up for 3 only, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I signed up for 4. I wasn't expecting to get in series lobby.
Oh, well, I signed up for a serial lobby, yeah, but
I signed up, wasn't expecting to actually get picked from it. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm starting at 4 instead.
Whoa, I have returned.
Welcome back.
Like, I'm still fucking pissed off at this shit.
Oh, my
You could have
chat.
at least given me, like, one singular fucking, like, no, you had to give me 3 different sauces. I don't know how you messed that up that bad. Waffles. Waffles purely because of their fluffiness. Pancakes are kind of just too dense for me.
Yeah, I'm a waffles kind of guy, personally. I just like the structure. I think they feel better in my mouth.
Yeah.
My food is here. Dude, the delivery driver didn't knock on my door.
No, not even mine.
But mine's a pizza.
I'm more.
Yours is DoorDash, right? I get that, kinda. Dude, my delivery driver.
Oh yeah, yours is Domino's shit.
Dude,
yeah,
they fucking just placed it at my door and left. I had no idea it was delivered.
How does this fuck?
You know how long it was sitting there for?
No, I don't. It couldn't have been more than like 5 minutes, but.
Is it at least
Like
still
I'm
hot?
like I'm
Yeah,
still
it's still
like
hot.
what the fuck, dude?
Oh, okay.
It got here quick
We're
enough that
still
I'm fine.
yapping about the sauces.
So fucking stupid. I was not gonna buy this shit. I'm thinking about the fucking idiocy
Hold on, I
of
gotta
not
get a
doing at
napkin.
least 3 of the same fucking sauce. What are we doing?
Come on.
Who thinks about their 20-piece McDonald's order and goes, you know what? I need 3 different sauces for this shit. No! It fucks with the palate. I don't take 3 different sauces on a 20-piece.
I had to get a napkin so that I could use it as a plate so I could eat at my desk without it being a problem.
Why is it so hard to kill Pinky?
Because Pinky does a lot of damage.
Uh-oh.
Pinky got a lot of health. Yo, lead, good.
You mining already?
Doesn't help that I don't have my glasses on either. I can't even see much. There we go.
How do I got more viewers when I went AFK than I did when I was here? How does that always happen?
50 pink jail. Nice.
Right. Now we play in Terraria. For real this time.
By the way, I'm not complaining about the sauces themselves anymore. Because honestly, honey mustard, McDonald's honey mustard ain't that bad, and their sweet sour's okay.
I love sweet and sour.
Oh, well, good news. If you order 3 things of fucking ranch, one of them's going to be sweet and sour.
I actually also enjoy McDonald's with sweet and sour.
Because that sounds so close to fucking ranch.
Oh, it's not even about the sounding. It's just more like reading. So,
oh my god.
Oh shit! I missed Ion's hydrate.
Yeah, they have got to have read another order.
That's like the only explanation.
Sorry, Ion. I forgot to.
No other explanation makes a like dick shit of sense.
Wow, I don't know how long I've been muted in Discord.
Oh.
Oh, that's funny.
I've been talking
It's
to
not
chat.
sweet and sour chicken. It's sweet and sour chicken sauce. Don't get it confused.
Yeah. I like that we're playing Terraria, but we're just eating.
Yeah.
Well, it's like dinner time, so
yeah.
I also love the fact that this is Jay's chat's first impression of me.
That's true. We've played with Jay before, but we've never like actually talked like in a.
Yeah. I'm usually never this angry. It's just like I don't know how you fucked it up that bad.
I'm coming in the hole with you, Jay. I need to.
Yeah, me too.
We need to wait out the night.
Yeah, literally. Just eat our dinner while we're waiting. And this is just all this is at this point while we're waiting for the next collab, I swear.
Dude, my model, it's so funny because it picks up my chewing.
Oh, nice.
But it's like it opens my character's mouth, so it's just me like opening and closing my mouth while I'm chewing.
That's the perks of still being a fucking PNG. Nobody can see my chewing. I just see my mouth open when I talk.
I mean, it's good.
Oh, you can hear it? Good. Here's some fucking mukbang.
That's crazy. Well, I got a question. Do you guys wait to eat your dessert after your meal, or do you just kind of like mix it in?
I wait after.
Some great ASMR, truly.
It is. I got to go back to my fucking ASMR.
Like,
it ain't even Terraria anymore.
It's Terraria until we're done.
Hold on, let me turn off the noise gate for this one. You need to get all you need to get all of it.
I don't want you guys to hear my eating noises. You could just watch my model, do his little chewies.
Ah, yes. The timer stopped. Yes. Okay, I can put my glasses back on.
You eat dessert first? Sure, you eat dessert all the time. You eat fucking tubs of ice cream while you're watching my stream.
Yeah, the guide is not having a good time. While we're all eating our dinners.
I only turn the noise gate on. I only turn the noise gate off on OBS, so. I'm sorry, not sorry, chat. Like, this is exactly the content you should be expecting. Also, we hit 50 followers, which means I should actually like be able to VIP people.
Whoa! That's sick.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I only just realized that now. So, where's Sherb?
So,
Sherb's been here long enough.
My policy for dessert, I like to have like part of my dessert while I'm eating my dinner, and I use it as like a palate cleanser.
Sherb been here since day one. So where there.
But like while I'm eating my pizza, right? I'll have 2 slices of pizza and a brownie. Anyway, I take a few bites of the pizza and then I take a bite of the brownie.
All right.
It's nice.
How? Because I should have VIP, right? Like we did it. We've done it.
Yeah.
It should say completed. I have to end stream first.
That sucks.
All right, I'll do it next stream. Fuck. It doesn't register until next stream, I'm assuming. Damn.
Bro, whoever caught my pizza did not do a good job.
Sure, you're gonna have to wait until VIP.
Bro, so my pizza, right?
Mm-hmm.
They cut it, but they did like the shitty like light cuts. So now I'm trying to like separate my pizza, and it's just like ripping apart.
Oh.
So I got some really fucked up looking slices.
Ew.
I will add, our guide's a goat. How's he still alive, bro?
I didn't realize he was still alive. I was just eating here.
Yeah, he's doing his absolute fucking best. He's looking at us in our little cubbyhole. It's like, you fucking assholes. You know what? I haven't had honey mustard forever, so this might be like a blessing in disguise. No, it's not. Actually, still. Fuck McDonald's, but...
That's true agency. They do always fuck it up.
Really? Sometimes I actually get like pretty decently cut pizzas. Wide is better for servings.
I fuck with both, depending on the situation. And also the type of pizza. Like, if it's a nice New York slice of pizza, like one of the people that they sell by the slice, that kind of whole deal. I love a big slice.
Yeah, you want a big. Yeah. Huh. This is the content y'all deserve. Just us sitting in a fucking little hut.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay. Burb is hidden behind you guys. Oh no, this is a catastrophe. Burb, come back to us. Burb is gonna have to go horizontal today.
You know, I would like to add a small little note. Our viewer count has been higher while sitting and doing nothing in Terraria than it was during the entire collab.
I was gonna bring that up, dude.
I think it's funny.
No.
Like
Genuinely, I have the most viewers I've fucking had the entire day.
I just think it's funny.
Who has shurikens?
It's always while you're not doing anything like interesting.
It's always when the true streamer personality comes out.
Like, it's when fucking
Like,
it's like when we were playing Panicore and I get fucking raided by Siri while we were doing fuck all in the lobby.
And there's never been Ender. You need a. Ender, I'm gonna text you something.
Ender, when you come visit me, we'll go to Olive Garden.
Well, that's what I'm gonna text about.
I'm curious, agency. What's on the American shelf?
We have I didn't think about the fact there's an American shelf.
Like, because I know what it's like. I know, like, other countries, it's not a good representation of their stuff. So I can only imagine what they put on ours.
It's probably just butter.
It's whole fat butter and Cheetos.
Yes.
That's all Americans eat.
Hershey's? Oh, you guys get hurt. Y'all get the fucking bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I really do.
Like, y'all really do get the fucking bottom of the barrel snacks.
There's also, like, they can't really put too much on there.
Hershey's cookies and cream, yo, you got the worst you got the worst of the worst.
Well, so you gotta remember, they can't put most things on there because a lot of the stuff that we use in our food is illegal in other countries.
Yeah, but like, there's no way Hershey's is fucking legal.
It is.
What the fuck? Okay.
Everything except the cookies and cream, apparently.
That's fucking weird. Oh, guy just finally died.
Because.
Oh shit! Never mind. He's kind of red.
Because we've got
Hershey. Okay, so you need to try something better, dog.
Yeah, you can't have you can't have any dyes. You can't have any high fructose corn syrup. Like.
Yeah, the higher restrictions a lot food. Hershey's is fine here. I actually liked. You liked Hershey's? Yeah. Okay. So when I was in Europe. Let's start you first.
So Hershey recently bought out Cadbury, which is a massive chocolate company from the UK. Okay. And overall, Hershey chocolate in other countries is fine. It's Hershey's in America that's dog shit.
Oh, okay. No, because like when I was in Europe, I'm speaking in terms of like the France, the Belgium, like the place with like actually good chocolate. They're off the shelf, like Hershey's level stuff is like Lindor levels of like well made and like good.
I will add, marshmallow fluff is a very American thing. Yeah. That's pretty good. If you're into that.
There's a second Ian Hershey's. No, what is American stuff?
I mean, they've never had any American soda.
Oh yeah, but that's good for them.
Because yeah, I know, but like I have a British friend who came to visit me, and we gave him Fanta, and it changed his life.
Yo, how is fried chicken over there? Because I know they're doing it wrong.
Simply, the best thing to say. UK Fanta tastes like orange juice.
I prefer European Fanta over American.
Yeah, I know.
Especially, no, honestly, lemon Fanta is something we are severely missing in the US.
What?
It's so fucking good. Like, when I say it will clear Sprite and shit like that, like, genuinely just instantly, in terms of, like, citrus.
Be right back,
like,
quickly.
I cannot explain how good it is.
You know, it's another good one. They don't have root beer.
They don't have root beer. That's not a weird one, though.
No, but it's really good, and they don't have it.
It's really good, yeah. Yeah, at the same time, you can look at it and go like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they don't here. Coke and Pepsi taste slightly different here.
They taste
because they have slightly different chemicals.
We gotta force Krim to get into the States at some point. Like, I don't know how we're gonna do it, but
TwitchCon probably.
Yeah, that'll probably be
at some
it.
point.
Oh, but like that still won't be, with all respect to San Diego, the correct way of like America. Like,
Yeah,
you're not gonna get the true American experience at San Diego.
I play just a lot of whatever I want, honestly. Whatever my friends are playing.
Like there's no way San Diego's gonna have the American experience.
No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm done eating pizza.
Yeah, I finished up.
I ate 6 out of my 8 slices, and I want to vomit.
I finished my shit in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I was just okay sitting here AFK while we ate, because like I knew it wasn't gonna take that long.
Yep. American cheese is fucking filthy.
Actually,
because it's like it's half plastic.
Actually, fun fact, it's not.
Really?
Yep. That's a really interesting thing that I learned. American cheese is actually just full cheese. They just add a.
It's just what?
It's normal cheese. It's actual normal cheddar cheese. Well, a type of cheese. I don't know if it's exactly cheddar, but it's normal cheese that they add a homogenizer to.
Okay.
Which is why American cheese is so like plasticky, because they just add like it's basically like cornstarch, but not.
I'm going back into the caves, back into the mines.
Yeah. While I agree, American cheese is mid.
Oh, it's awful.
It's mid as fuck. It's at least not. It's not like a complete like facade of cheese.
Oh, it's fucking awful.
I mean, I'm a cheese man. I'm a cheese fan.
You think I'm not, dude? I was born and raised to be a cheese fan, dude. I was
No,
born.
I know you're French.
Yeah. That shit ain't that good.
I like Italian cheese.
Italian cheese ain't bad.
I actually don't know. I don't know if I've had any French cheeses.
All right.
Because the French usually make soft cheeses.
Yes, soft cheese is so good, though.
I don't like soft cheese.
Damn, you're missing. I'm sorry
Hard
for you,
cheeses? Man. Got me
salivating.
salivating.
Thanks for the follow.
I guess, I mean, is ricotta French?
That sounds more Italian.
That's what I thought too, because that's the only soft cheese that I've ever enjoyed.
Piss. Damn, can we like chill out?
This may be true, however, I have completely rebranded since then. I'm honestly considering my starting streaming only being it this month.
Yeah, me too. Like I've done some streams previously, but like this is the month where shit truly fucking changed.
Yeah. I've had more success and more fun streaming in this past month, made more friends, everything, than I have in years. The day that happens is never.
Chat, do we get wholesome to chat? Do we become wholesome streamers for a second?
Yeah, that's true, because we have to do we do a lot of like chemical purification processes.
Yeah.
And we do a lot of filtering too, but we have like the big one is fluoride that we no longer have in the water because one of the guys in office had it removed. But
Rad.
Sorry, fluoride is something that's like pretty decent, and
it's actually Rander did ruin it.
It's fluoride's kind of rare in the American diet. We don't really get fluoride anywhere. But recently, RFK had it removed from the water supplies, which kind of, I mean, fluoride is really good for your teeth, which is a big reason why like Americans are stereotyped as having decent teeth and British people are stereotyped as having bad teeth. It's because the fluoride in our water helps protect our teeth, even though it no longer is there now. Oh, I'm actually mining. I'm playing Terraria, guys.
Oh, I'm already gone for cactus. Like, I'm getting cactus armor real fucking quick.
Crazy. I should put a timer on screen. I will later, actually. I might not. I don't know. Oh, speaking of which, so now that I actually have people here, so I'm trying to figure out when I should do my subathon that I'm gonna run. And if there's anything in particular that you guys think I should do. Anything cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you guys just get like fluoride toothpaste and get fluoride elsewhere.
Yeah.
We get our fluoride, or we used to get our fluoride because it was just in the water supplies.
Bottle hot sauce.
Yeah, I can't do that. Damien already did it.
Damien took your swag.
He already calls me a copycat for using the same model. Or using a similar model, I guess.
Cat girl made.
It's because he and I have the same model, mama, technically, because we both use pre-mades that the same girl made. So he likes to call it. Also, I will not be running a maid outfit because no.
Go cry.
Fuck.
Oh, I thought. Are you good?
Are we good?
I thought you on left because fucking
No.
Sherb said femboy feel on.
No. My internet cut out there for a minute. I think I'm back.
Okay.
I don't think it ended my stream.
Check your stream.
I see it. It's up.
Okay, good.
Oh. Yeah, my shit cooked itself, bro.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not running. I'm not ever gonna use a maid outfit, at least not for a long time.
I would need some serious fucking money to do that.
Just because, like, yeah, mostly just because like that's a lot of dedication to something, and that means I also have to give up my anonymity, which is not something I really want to do, if I can avoid it. Mostly just because I like the idea of having privacy. Plus, I think VTubing is fun.
Fuck off, you stupid bitch.
And also, you can say on the other side of the coin, but it's just not true for me, unlike you, Ender.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember you having full conversations with me about sleeping with Warwick from League of Legends.
That's crazy.
I really feel like I should clarify that he before Warwick, you know, before he was a Wolfman, but it's still funnier. Well, you did say you would sleep with Warwick. You didn't clarify.
You did not clarify Vander.
And then you clarified after
important.
that you meant Vander. However, the damage has been done. Thank you, agency. Thank you, agency. I'm gonna actually pin that.
Back.
Welcome back.
Happened while I was gone. Jesus Christ.
No,
at some point, I'm actually going to finish my Discord server.
I'm gonna pin that for agency.
God, it's still storming too.
Yeah, it is. It's been pretty fucking nuts.
Why is there flying fish in the cave?
Because that's where you normally find your flying fish.
Oh, typically.
What?
I said typically.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm good up here.
Like, you finding your flying fish somewhere else?
Guess not.
God damn
Fucking suck my balls!
Oh my god! Goal sticks either. Oh well. No, 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 no! Oh boy.
Oh, the music is so low. What the fuck?
Yeah, my music's not even on. I should probably turn on music, huh?
Yeah.
Just so I have something going.
What you doing right now?
There we
anyways?
go.
I'm mining.
Oh, okay.
I enjoy mining in games, in survival games.
We have an idea.
Whoa, Ender. Whoa. At this point, Ender just said he'd fuck both sides of you.
Yeah, I told you. He's.
Yeah, yeah. We all knew. Just he didn't say it out loud.
Ah, there we go.
How are you doing, Jay? Did you go off to go eat your food?
No, my mom wanted some help with some stuff.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I just want enough cactus to make my armor.
God damn it. I might be special.
Oh, I dropped
Yep.
Here. Hold on. Let me try and remember how to fucking split things.
Yeah, that's what I tried doing. Man, you
I think
can't.
it's.
I'm gonna be so real. That was unintentional.
Motherfucker just left me in here.
I'm coming back down.
Oh shit! There's a
Did you accidentally recall potion?
Yeah, he dropped his recall potions. I was trying to drop them back, and I accidentally
Oh.
used one while staring into his eyes.
That's funny.
I got plenty of rope to get out of here at least.
Yeah, I'll be back down in like 2 seconds. I'm almost back. I didn't want to leave myself, which is kind of ironic. Here. How do I drop them without...
Is that enough cactus? 79
Right click?
should be.
Yes, there you go. Take all of them.
It's left and right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, sorry.
Because I gotta go.
Oh, there we go. There you go. Take that one.
Okay. Yeah, I guess 1 is probably a good idea.
Alright, I got myself some cactus armor. Let's go.
Okay, I'm just gonna use one. God, I hate it when it storms.
Yeah, well, it started. It's only raining now. It's not the storm. Oh wait, join blue team, I guess.
Oh yeah, blue team. You're so right.
Oh yeah. There we go.
That's so funny, Sherb.
Yeah, I just read that.
Okay, I'm checking out this cave.
I'm on a cave in.
We are at this point.
How much time? 30 minutes.
Wait, what?
30 minutes.
Oh, 30 minutes till. Oh, damn.
Till
Okay.
collab, yes.
That's like not that bad.
Half the time we were just eating our food, so.
Yeah. Oh, we did have like an hour and a half worth of nonsense.
Fuck, I'm dumb as hell.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which, I mean, wouldn't have it any other way, honestly.
No, this is exactly how you know that my stream's going good.
The sweater gang. I love the sweater gang. It's so funny.
It's such a dumb idea. I love it.
Sweater gang. We're just more superior than the rest.
So real.
Yep.
We're warm and stylish.
Mm-hmm. Going festive.
Can't wait till we get to be more stylish. Back again in a few minutes.
Yep.
Whenever
Yeah, stick around. Instead of like you're doing like stick around because we're not stopping yet. Lockdown protocol at 11 o'clock
Exactly.
Eastern.
I mean, yeah, exactly. That's what I was doing. No, but yeah, I guess to do it actually is a good segue. Anyway, we are doing more lockdown in a bit.
Yes. Honestly, I expect. Oh fuck.
We just accidentally mistimed our collab.
I don't think we mistimed it. I think we expected the ally one to go like 3-4 hours, which is a bit ambitious. Which is a bit ambitious. No, I think about it.
I mean, yeah, but what are we if not ambitious fellows?
What if we should play Terraria after the next lockdown one?
This is our new after stream thing. Anytime the three of us are in a collab together, we just play Terraria afterwards.
Yeah, I love that. I'm down to like honestly, if we're done with lockdown and we still feel like fucking going, I'm down to go.
I just
I don't
realized
think I would have the energy.
I just realized that fucking no, yeah, I'm also not gonna have the energy. I'm going to bed after this.
Okay, fair enough.
My Terraria's audio has not been playing.
That's great.
Hold on.
Ooh, a gold chest.
It's because my system default audio didn't actually get put back to my my system on my mixer.
All right, so Insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result every single time, right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
I think I'm fucking insane.
Yeah, well, my sanity's been in free fall for a while.
I just did the same fucking thing again for the fourth fucking time. My genius.
Oh boy, what does this do? Oh god! Oh my god! Okay, well.
What you just found, buddy?
So I used a teleportation potion, and it took me to the that shroom cave.
Oh, nice.
Oh shit!
That's actually a useful thing to have found.
Fucking don't! I'm just starting a cult in my chat again. Just a heads up.
What's new?
Shit! No!
I want this heart crystal, but there's some fucking skeletons here, and I do not want to deal with them.
I have not seen a single heart crystal because I keep on doing the same shit.
I have 3 of them. Bombs.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Alright, so this time we're not going to do the same shit again, chat. We're actually going to play some rope. Be smart, intelligent people.
It's being smart, what's that?
Yes.
I know, right? Wow, it's crazy. It's almost like once you do it correct. Oh, gold.
I'm trying to make sure we have ropes that go all the way down so that we can get out of the cave a little bit easier.
Do we ever need copper for anything, by the way? Like, I don't think
yeah, we do early.
For what?
I mean, I guess we technically don't. If you're rushing cactus, we don't need it, but
I've just finished rushing cactus. Like,
I mean, that's you of cactus now, though, right? Not all of us.
Yeah, no. There wasn't enough cactus in the desert.
Yeah, exactly. So we can't all.
Small desert.
Oh, holy shit. Okay, this is good.
Fucking hell.
Oh, hey, life crystal. Give me that.
Oh, you guys are finding some. I'm not getting a lick of shit.
I just took my 3rd life crystal.
I haven't gotten anything. What the fuck is this?
To be fair, I teleported in a shroom cave, so.
Oh well, okay, never mind. Yeah, you actually make sense.
I found all my 3 in like the early cave, literally the first cave, like just to our side. You guys just gotta get better at throwing glow sticks and using torches.
Holy shit! Oh, hold on. The voices of the stars reach you simply.
All right, hold on. I gotta go AFK again, real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute you guys to entertain chat. You guys got that. You do it anyway.
Yep.
We got the entertainment part.
Sadly, my McDonald's rants have run out.
Ooh, a flare gun! Hell yeah!
Yeah, some more gold, by the way.
Mushroom.
I don't remember what use gold has. I just remember it being useful.
Should I use the teleportation potion again? You know, I'm gonna use it. Let's see where it teleports me this time. Oh, I'm almost in hell now.
Holy shit!
Look at the map. Look where I'm at.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me just get this last bit of gold. How the fuck are you that far down there?
I used the teleportation potion.
What the fuck?
You know what? Fair enough. I'm not complaining.
I just want you to read share chat right now.
What is happening in share chat right now?
This is like my stream like every day at this point.
Fair enough. What was it? What did I get hit by? Oh, that's what I got hit by.
Man, I really have not found a single fucking like potion like at all, or heart crystal. Sorry, whoops.
You just have terrible luck right now.
Yeah.
Ooh. What is that? Silver ore. Hell yeah, I'll take it.
We'll take silver. Oh my god! That probably scared the shit out of me.
What the hell? Did you get trapped by a chest or something?
It was a pressure plate. I just
I
didn't see it. Oh my god.
Oh god, I'm in hell now.
Oh, perfect. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the 50 bits, Sherb.
Oh, this is wonderful. Now I'm just in hell. Oh wait, hold on.
Sherb had to do the very best to make sure that Becky given the fucking sorry, I should. Oh yeah, that's where I died. Yep.
Shit. Okay.
There we go. Now let's grab all my stuff.
Is it?
The horns call for your attention, director. I love fucking just streaming and then like fucking.
Oh shit!
This is the best, man. So glad I actually committed to this.
What? What are we committing to?
Fucking streaming. Because honestly, just.
Like streaming as a whole or streaming right now?
Yeah, streaming as a whole, because I'm just looking at chat right now. I'm just fucking laughing.
Oh shit! Okay.
Like look at Ender and Sherb just.
Oh.
I love streaming then fucking bold words. Well, I don't know about the second one, but I know the first one, yeah.
Ow.
You don't know about the second? You're not sure?
Well, I'm not sure.
You want us to give you some experience? We can talk that out. If you want some help, I mean.
Oh no, trust me, I don't want help. I live my entire life happy and alone.
I
Sounds
feel
sad,
like
I know,
you
but like
might not be telling the truth.
Nah.
Ender can help out. I volunteer his services. Y'all are around the same age.
Yeah.
I did just. Oh man. Okay, you know what? I'm getting.
Okay, I think the age difference between the three of us is not like big enough for you to go, oh yeah, you guys are around the same age.
I mean, I don't know how old Jay is.
Well, Jay, I don't know, but why is Jay Todd from Mario Kart?
What?
You just
And
now
how
realizing how this on now.
How have I still not found any heart crystals? What the fuck, dude?
I don't know, but we're not gonna find. You're not gonna find any before we have to go stream with Ion.
I know.
You know, I hope Ion might be okay with the fact that I told Cinna she can potentially come join.
It's already full. That's the issue.
Well, there's only 12 people.
Oh well, yeah,
one of them canceled out.
Oh yeah, they're perfect, Cinna. If she downloads it in time.
Wait, who canceled? Who canceled?
Poison. I think that's her
Poison.
name. Poison.
Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, you're right. I did see
makes
that.
Sense. Hubba.
Well, somebody took a pic. Somebody's looking at Aries' thighs again.
Right? No, it's.
God damn it. I cannot believe that was just a bit at this point on the fucking stream.
I can't believe that was also all three of us.
Yeah.
Like that was.
Hey man, when it comes to thighs,
we were all on the same page there. Yeah, like hold on. Like I said, when it's good thighs, like
thick thighs save lives.
Amen, brother. Oh my god.
So my shorty got thick thighs.
Why it would be the funniest thing if you're in game chat. If in game chat and stream chat.
She's not. She's doing homework.
Damn.
Yeah. It's alright. But she might be actually. She might have the stream open. She was earlier, but I don't think she does anymore. She said she doesn't like watching Lockdown because it's not as fun. It's not as entertaining for her.
That's fair.
So I'm like, yeah, it's not.
I got a flare gun.
Whoa! I found the mushroom biome without the teleport.
I still have not found a fucking heart crystal. I think I'm deeper than I'm at like the same level as Cry.
Because I took all the ones in this cave.
No, but I'm in a different fucking.
I think you just don't know how to look.
Yeah, fucking genius over here. Holy shit.
I mean, there's like you just gotta look for like dark corners. You gotta make sure you illuminate everything. They're small.
Possibility of me drowning right now, chat. Possibility very high.
11.
Possibility is very high.
12.
Possibility is right fucking now.
Whoa, is our chat evenly distributed?
Actually, I think so. Well, I mean,
I'm at 3.
Yo.
We're at 9 total, so if you guys both have
Simply.
3 each, then it's even.
I have 2, apparently.
Oh,
I got
shit.
4.
Damn, Jay's better than us.
Damn.
Simply, get in. Come in here.
Oh.
Mine went down because I had to.
This
Go
Hermes
ahead,
boots.
Gay.
Hermes boots.
Oh, you got Hermes boots? You
Let's go!
Do
you have a pair too? Let's go. Let me just quick sec too. Oh my god, look at this go. Mach speed. Oh wait, actually, let me smelt down all the ores I've gotten because I got a whole lot of gold.
I also have a whole lot of gold. That's what I hubba-hubbed earlier. I found a giant gold vein. Wait. No.
Oh, I got some topaz too. Can I make a topaz wand yet, or do I need something else for that?
A wand? Hey, yo.
Wait, hold on. Time to look it up on Google.
Just look up magic wand on
Topaz.
Google.
Topaz wand.
No, just Google magic wand.
Topaz staff.
No, magic wand. Google it.
Tin? So I actually need copper for something? That's crazy. Now, do you have tin on you?
Nope.
Or copper?
Tin? I barely know her.
Tinner? I barely know her.
Whee!
Way. Wait, hold on. Is that true? Hold on.
I like how Ender and Sure both have homework to do.
Yeah, I know. They should probably go do that. At the same time, I need to check something. That's fucking funny, Ender.
I have a little bit of homework due, but it's not like due tonight. And I already committed to streaming.
Yeah, me too.
So while technically I could leave to go do homework, I'm like, hey, look, my 5th heart crystal.
Fuck off!
Shit.
Dude, oh my god. We get it, you like dick. Oh my god.
I don't, though. Too starchy.
Fair enough. It was something from a couple days ago that I just thought about now.
Hey, Jay.
Hey.
This is where I found that heart crystal just now.
Nice.
I'm gonna dig into this lake.
Bitch!
We're gonna have a lot of water draining here in a second. Whee!
All right. Wee. Oh.
And give me 1 second before. There we go.
This is copper. I don't need that. He simply does.
Yeah, I do.
I am walking on water.
I thought you were walking on sunshine.
Woo!
I love being a little tunnel rat in this game.
Where is my cupboard?
Be careful of the boulder. Even if it's not
Boulder
rolling.
is confused
boulder
on
there.
Yeah, even if you touch it while it's not moving, it still does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that. You probably do.
I've touched it many times and got killed instantly.
Yeah.
Alright, should that be enough for 10 ingots? Consider
Kiss boys.
the boulder thinks the priest is pretty cool.
Huh?
The
After what he
boulder
did?
likes what the boulder likes what the Catholic Church is doing.
Here, use that potion.
The boulder. So why the fuck can I not make this magic wand?
Why do you want me to use a gravitation potion? Oh no, you gave me a mining
Not a
potion.
gravitation. I gave you a mining.
Okay, you're right.
Why can't I? Does it have to be tin? I'm gonna be so annoyed if that's the case.
Yeah.
What the
Usually.
fuck? But isn't tin and copper like equivalent?
No.
I thought it was.
I mean, probably they are for certain things, but not for everything.
What the hell is this?
Let me make sure
I
that
don't
I'm
know.
actually perfectly fine and set up for this.
I think I am. I mean, I'm good as it was.
I mean, like, do I have Ion friended? I did not, Lamau.
Oh, I do. So I'm good for that.
What is that?
A demon?
Why? All right, so we need to find tin somehow. How? I don't fucking know, but
It's in the hole.
pause.
There's tin in the hole.
Is there actually?
I mean, there's tin everywhere. Tin's a pretty common.
Yeah, but I thought tin was like the equivalent of copper.
Yeah, but
is it or is it not?
It's not. Well, it is I mean, it's they're equal. They're equal value. It's just as common as copper.
Yeah, but I thought like worlds only spawn with one. No.
No.
What? That's a new thing.
No, tin's not one of those.
Oh, tin isn't? Okay.
No. Tin is the little bluish looking one. It's like black and blue.
No, that's lead. That's lead.
No, they look similar.
No, they don't. I know what tin looks like, dog.
Okay then.
You are a lie. You are fake as the Louis Vuitton from China.
No, you can't have tin and copper?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's either tin or copper.
Huh.
That's what I thought.
Then. I guess I did not know that. So then you should be able to use copper.
Yeah, but it's not working. Do I have to... Am I just missing something?
Probably.
At an iron or lead anvil.
Oh, that's why we don't have the...
No, we do, though. We do. Because I made it. Yeah.
Found Demonite.
It actually requires tin.
Oh, wow. That makes sense, I guess, that you can only get certain things in certain...
What? That's nuts.
Does anyone know if we have corruption or...
I believe it's corruption because you said Demonite, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, you're so right. You're so right. Hey, do you still have any recall? Actually, I might have recalls of my own now. Yeah, I do.
All right. I'm gonna die. Cool. Let me like...
That's so much gold.
Fuck. 10 minutes, by the way, so I don't know when you guys want to stop.
Watch out, Jay. This is how I mine large veins, because why not?
And notice the hell out of people with the Zenith, because it requires copper short sword, and if you got rid of your starter one, you don't have a copper, then you're fucked. Yeah, I don't get why Terraria is like that. Like, why can't they just have it like equal conversion? That's so weird.
Changes your gameplay up.
Yeah, but like also like that's such a just like non like decent way to do that, you know?
True.
Like there are better ways to handle that.
Also true. God, I can't wait till I find another heart crystal before Simply.
I know, I'm so upset about it.
Oh.
Fuck, y'all have explored here. Fuck off. Good lord.
Ooh, another life crystal.
Nice.
Good. I'm going through the corruption in order to find a fucking cave y'all haven't gone through.
We've only been exploring the same cave.
Fuck this game and stupid bullshit.
I think you might just be a little bad.
Yes, but at the same time, fuck this game.
Ooh, another life crystal.
Yeah, what's going? Yoink.
Hey, motherfucker!
Did he actually
I got a life
yoink it?
crystal.
Crazy.
What is this? Ooh, don't mind if I do.
I probably die doing this.
Oh, we about to fucking die. Me and Jay are fucked.
No, you are. Bye bye.
Oh, you have water walking. You have water walking. No, no fucking way. That's insane. Did you just get that out of that chest? Did you just get that out of the chest?
No,
oh,
I
you
had
already
it
had
for
it?
a while.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
I built out of there.
Oh my god.
Nice.
We got about 5 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, I'm good until he invites us.
Okay.
I mean, like, it doesn't take that long to start lockdown.
No, it doesn't. But it's a bit weird for me because I have to switch it to my other monitor, and because lockdown's a pain in the ass, it's kind of weird.
Which mushroom? Oh, it's over there. Okay.
Stay away from me, bitches. I should probably get a gold pickaxe, huh? Yeah.
Yep.
Because then I can do other things. You can get ores from the outside world. There are, I know there are ways to get other ores. I'm a bit upset that we got 10.
We'd have to do. I mean, I think you can do it with like the fancy water that changes things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's just
shimmer. That's what it's called.
Exactly how much like time is that worth? You know, especially since we're like the server probably won't ever be touched again.
I mean, maybe you will. Maybe we decide to make this like a regular thing sometimes.
Oh my god, if we added this, like I said, if we added it to the regular things list I have.
I mean, I would be down occasionally. Maybe not all the time, but like...
The only issue, and I'll say this with horror Minecraft, which is why it hasn't been happening a whole lot, is because like we need to organize everyone together.
That's true.
Because like we don't want to do it with just like 2 out of the 5.
That's true.
So that's why there hasn't been a whole lot of horror Minecraft, because it's
I mean, as far as Terraria goes, I have no problem just like playing every once in a while if all of us ever find ourselves like between a collab or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know if it's an on-stream thing or not, but like it could easily just be off-stream thing we do.
It could be both.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
So it's kind of that's the reason why horror Minecraft is happening.
I'm down to play Terraria like whenever you guys want.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Because it's a combination of like number one, the time zones are kind of extreme. Like no matter which way you look at it, 7 hours in terms of total time zone like coverage is kind of a disaster.
Who's the farther one?
V's part of horror Minecraft.
Oh. Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Because I know I'm technically not.
It's a bit of a kind of a nightmare with trying to set it up.
Yeah. I mean, I'll join as like a guest if you guys ever want me to, like, but I don't have to.
You're down to like actually join. Well, the issue is like I'm down to do it with like 3 or 4 people. My issue is just like
you don't want to do it less than that.
I don't really want to do like with just 2 people because I feel like then a lot of people would miss out on a lot of progress.
True.
Because it's still a progress based mod pack.
Oh, hello in chat. Hello, eh.
So people would lose out. So there would be that, and then I don't want it to be like the same 3 people for the exact like. For instance, like 4 straight horror Minecraft streams of the same 3 people.
Yeah.
Because then it would kind of just like, well, there's still 2 people getting left behind. So it's kind of just that. I'm sure it's... I don't know if that's just my thought process of thinking about it, or maybe it's others, but I'm just kind of... that's the way I'm looking at it.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll try to do it this week. All right, fuck off.
Yo, I love getting
out
Viewbot.
And then
okay, we probably should log because I think we have to go like now.
Yep, yeah.
Yeah.
I just got rid of those bots, so permit. What the fuck? Don't think I meant to click that, bitch.
That's funny.
Oh wait, I don't think I've added him yet.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah, I do.
Let's switch up this. There we go.
All right, guys. And now we have 2 hours of lockdown.
2 or 3.
2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Kind of hope it goes to 3.
I'm gonna go AFK real quick. I'm gonna go put my pizza leftovers in the kitchen. And I'll be back.
All right.
Alrighty. I'm gonna turn on some music while doing all this stuff. Shouldn't take too long, but there we go. Miniature burp time. Why are you giving me a Siri Symphony on the first fucking... Are you shitting me? Bro! Bro, give me a fucking chance to join the server, buddy. You don't need to immediately hit me with this. Immediately hits me with the Siri Symphony, dude.
Lockdown protocol.
Dog, it was the first invite. What the fuck do you mean?
Oh my god.
What the fuck do you mean? Slow, I'm early. I'm technically early to this shit.
We're so good at them.
Okay. Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly. Just instant Siri Symphony. Symphony, dude.
I was AFK for my symphony.
Like, it doesn't even give a fucking chance, dude.
Oh, you said you had
All right.
I was AFK. I was AFK.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you're here. I didn't know you were playing.
I uninvited me like half an hour.
Wait, Ender's joining. What the fuck?
My brother. Oh,
I uninvited me an hour ago.
Sky. Hi.
Alright, hold up.
People other than Cyan.
Oh, okay, we're waiting on 2 people now.
This is my color, so.
I think Cyan's great.
I think everyone should. Except me.
Oh my god, we should not.
Yeah, let's all be cyan.
Okay.
If you're gonna be cyan, at least different colors. Hi, Ender. Yeah, we all have different body types, so it should be fine. Oh fuck, I gotta change on my stream info again. Fuck. Hold on, I gotta change on my stream info and make sure I actually do it right.
Do it right.
I don't know if people can hear me right now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah? Okay, that's good.
Yeah, you're good. Yes.
I heard the
That's not mine. That's not mine. That's somebody else's metal pipe. Somebody else got hit with metal pipe. Not me.
Oh, we're in a Discord. I forgot about that.
Yep. Am I deafened?
You are muted, not deafened.
I thought I. Okay.
Alright, I am back. Yes. I am back.
Crim?
Okay.
Hi.
Crimstone.
Hey, Nick, long time no see.
It's the good boy.
Yeah. We haven't I haven't talked to you guys in forever. Holy shit.
Long time no see, sweater gang.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Oh my god.
Now you guys missed some crazy shit. Like I got chased around by Andre for like 5 minutes. That was scary as fuck.
Oh no.
What the
hell?
We got to do other things.
Yeah.
We played Terraria and okay, no. For those of you who weren't in stream, which I think is everyone except Ender, let me explain to you about my fucking McDonald's situation.
Oh god, not again.
Fuck up.
I'm going over here. He's back on the McDonald's again, Jay.
How you doing?
He's complaining again about the McDonald's.
God damn it!
He doesn't stop.
Let me fucking tell you, they somehow fucked this up. I'm so angry about it. So I ordered a 20-piece with 3 things of fucking ranch, right? Mm-hmm. So, and they sent me, and I'm not even shitting you, I grabbed it, they sent me 1 tangy barbecue, 1 sweet and sour, and 1 honey mustard.
Hi.
How you fuck up the situation that bad? Like, if you're gonna fuck it up, at least give me 3 of the same sauce. But no, you somehow managed to fuck it up. None of those
Hey, manager!
ranch, by the way.
Manager, we have an issue. We ain't got any rent. What do we give him? 1 barbecue, 1 green sour, 1 honey mustard.
I wanna go
We got it, boss.
Oh shit, let me invite you. Let me invite you. Because we're already part of it.
Who's the host? You?
Me, hello.
Yeah, I am.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hello.
me, Simply, and Cry has been in these last 3 lobbies, so that's why we're doing a shared chat.
We've been streaming since 5 p.m. EST.
God damn.
I've been live since 4 p.m. CST.
That's crazy.
What's your Twitch username again?
I've been live since 11 a.m. MST.
Oh boy.
NFT, the funny monkey.
Yes, NFT.
NFT.
Wow.
Hey, for loops.
Wow.
Ender?
Hi.
Ender? You're
Hi,
fine.
Chris.
I'll
Here.
kill you
Hold on.
last.
We're still waiting on
You
you.
kill me last? Oh, cool.
2. 1, 2.
Wait, who are we waiting for?
Anna.
Who are we waiting for?
I should have sent the invite. I should have sent the invite. Hopefully it's
Oh, Flirty's here too. Another one from the other stream.
Yeah, that's it. That's me. Thank you. How are you?
Cool.
Did you sleep well?
Are we getting more people in share chat?
4 a.m.
I got one. If other people want to join, let us know.
At 4 a.m. I woke up
Yeah.
at so
Here, I'll grab the invite link for anyone who wants to.
5 hours. I'm doing great.
For anyone who wants to pop in shared chat.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. If you want to do short chat, let me know. And I'll invite you.
Actually,
I
I
just
kind
need
of
your
sleep at
Twitch stream,
6 hours, 5
I want you to share chat.
Five and a half.
So
Shit in your chat.
I posted the shared chat link in the collab thread.
Then you'll do fine.
So first come, first serve. Anyone who wants to join.
Okay, yeah, that works. Yeah, that works out better than just trying to manually invite everyone.
Yeah, first come, first serve for that.
What's up?
Hey,
Yeah, because you can only hold 6.
Yeah, exactly.
I literally have to open a different web browser to do shared chat.
Stop using Opera for fuck's sake. Oh my god.
No, fuck you.
Yeah, what the hell?
I also use Opera.
I use Thorium.
hey.
2 consumers.
Fix my critter.
There we go.
Here.
Are you a crack of the cocaine?
Cocaine? Who's that cocaine?
Specifically crack.
Cocaina. Cocaina.
I wanna have the zoomies. I wanna have zoomies.
I want to have the zoomies. I'm a cat. Meow.
You're a cat? Who's a cat?
I'm a kitty cat. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. Meow. I'm a big cat. I'm a pretty kitty. Meow. Listen to my raw. Hold on, I gotta do one more thing, and I should be good to go. Damn, I was rusting this shit.
I zoomed too fast.
Well, now.
The fuck is wrong with you, Simply?
Okay, here we go. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I hope.
I need a pause. I needed silence. So loud out there, chat. This is gonna be the longest stream I think I've done in a while. Oh, shit, you're here too.
Hi, Jake. Hi! How are you?
I'm tired. This is the 4th lockdown, Poppy.
This is my second one tonight. I was playing some Delta Force to kind of cool down a bit.
Me, Cry, and Simply were playing Terraria in between stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically,
This is our third
four
lockdown lobby.
lobbies and one. Yeah, this is your third one. This is my 4th one.
Today?
Yes.
Today, literally today.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I hit the 6 hour mark.
Everybody, come on.
Over here.
Everybody gather.
While we wait on Anna, we're gonna go
Story
one
time?
at a time
Story
and
time?
introduce ourselves. Story time.
fuck that shit.
We're gonna
Okay,
introduce
line
ourselves.
up, line up. Everybody line up.
One at a time. So everybody chat, so everybody knows who we are.
Everybody against the wall.
Okay.
Tennis ball against the wall.
Get in the lineup.
Help me forget about my cancer.
Throw it against the wall.
Yeah.
fixing stuff on another thing real quick. Give me a
Andrew, can you look down real quick? I want to see what it looks like.
Hi, I'm fixing stuff on another thing for. Give me a minute. How are you?
You.
Just so that you go last.
Alright, fair enough.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Tennis ball.
Trim, you're first. Go up there and introduce yourself.
Why aren't you first? I think you should be first.
Oh
You
lord,
should be
I'm ready
first.
for the
I'm a
class.
silly guy. I'm the host of the collab, and we're all gonna have a good time. I'm Ion.
Yeah.
Nice to meet y'all. I recognize some of you and some of you are new. Hello.
Yay.
Yay.
All right. We go down the line.
Woo! Come on!
What's happening? What's going on?
What do you want
Wow,
me to
did we interrupt something here?
No.
None of you care about applause. You're all assholes. Let me know. Hear me, shake all of y'all. I'm Kristen. I'm
Say
just a
that to
little.
me.
All right, Krim.
You're just a little guy.
I'm Kusune. I'm just a silly little fox guy. You know, that's all I got.
You're a good boy too. You gotta mention that.
Good boy.
Do I have to be next?
Okay, so he's not a good boy.
Yes, do I have to be next? Oh my god, okay.
You don't have to be if you don't want to. But now you're up.
Well, I'll be here. Hi, I'm Laura. I'm just a fox. I don't know, VTuber who likes to draw and play games. Thank you so much.
Yay!
I just realized.
You just realized what
Anyway.
happened.
Who the fuck
I was
is
on
next
the
in
right
line? Go.
Okay, you're next.
Come on.
You're next, Anna. Say hi to everybody.
Hello. My name is Namiki. I'm Silly Dog Rocky Tuber. If I'm quiet, I'm just a little nerd. I don't know anybody here besides I. But hi, nice to meet y'all.
Hi, Santa.
Hello.
It's like an AA meeting.
Hi, Anna. You're good.
Yeah, exactly. I was so close to saying hi,
That's your
Sarah.
turn.
Exactly.
Hey. And
Fucking
Jared,
AA meeting.
and
Fish
Jared.
are friends,
And then
not
you go next.
food.
Then you go after Simply.
I think it's Phoebe.
Introduction.
This person's
Who's next?
It's a
That's
not me.
fucking line. How
Oh,
about
wait,
you fuck
not
this up,
me.
people?
Phoebe.
How about you fucking this up? Oh my god.
Sorry, I think somebody's dying.
There's
thought
so
it was
many
me.
I
of
think we're all
us.
gonna
Oh
die.
my god.
I was in a
And,
16-player lobby earlier
Yeah,
God,
I mean, we're in a 16.
with Simply and,
I was
and
there
Jay
too.
and Flirty, yeah,
yes.
Nice.
and Krim.
Next.
This is where you get your introduction.
Josh.
Hi.
Hello. Okay, this isn't gonna-
I am V. As you can tell by Ion, he mistook me for Ender.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
V.
Okay, it's my turn.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Luke Wynn. I'm a cozy, energetic wolf who's always a good boy. I don't murder people,
Uh huh.
so I play a lot of FPS extraction shooters. Yeah.
But I don't kill a lot of people.
At least someone admits they're a good boy.
Oh my god.
You're next in line.
Yeah, Jay, go.
You're next in line, Jay.
Jay, go.
The good boy is next.
What?
All right, Ender.
No, it's
Oh wait.
Oh my god,
Jay, there we go. Sorry.
Oh my god.
I like how I'm the only one behaving.
All right. Hi, my name's Japa, or you can call me Jay for short, and I like chaos. Yeah!
Yay, chaos.
Yeah!
Oh.
Hey. Finally my turn. I know Ion's been waiting for a while for this one, apparently.
Bottom. You're a bottom.
Coming up closer.
Bottom.
Coming up closer. Coming up closer.
Bottom.
Talking stick, shut up.
Coming up closer, bottom.
I'm Ender.
Hi, Ender.
Weird chimera thing with the will kill people and loves chaos. Have fun, y'all.
Hell yeah.
Mommy, don't forget that part.
That's true. That's true. He's a bottom. Seen it. I've seen it firsthand.
He's a bottom.
All right.
I feel that.
What the fuck?
I have video proof.
No way.
I have video proof.
I do as well.
That's true.
Oh my god.
I like how NPC out.
Let him come back to the line. Go on.
Ganging up on me.
Go on. Get back in line. Okay. I'm Cry. I'm a
That came out of left field.
weird cat boy or whatever, I guess. I don't know. Ender's a bottom.
I guess it's my turn.
There's a bottom.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Sky Weaver. Everybody calls me Sky for short. I'm a Tiger Goddess VTuber, variety gamer, and I love causing chaos. Let's go!
Yay. Hi,
Who is
I'm
this guy?
Simply, I'm your residential llama boy. I'm very humble. I mean, some might say I'm the most humble person ever, and I tend to agree with that.
Don't forget the
I'm
bottom.
basically the best person around.
Also a bottom. Also a bottom.
The fact that you two are
Hey.
a bottom.
There's no.
You two are collectively a single bottom.
Even.
Why am I getting grouped in this with Ender? What the fuck?
Everybody.
No.
We got one more.
One more, guys. Everybody. Children, against the wall. Quiet.
You are.
Wait, it's flirty.
Yeah, hi, I'm Anna, or Flirty. I think I've met like every single one of you guys at some point.
Yay!
I mostly play FPS because I play competitively, but I play social deduction. I'm really gullible and I don't know how to lie.
Hey, Gullible's written on the ceiling.
I almost did. I almost did.
Alright, let's go! Let's go!
Leon told me to add that I'm the spunk master. Or spunk daddy, actually.
Yay! Alright.
I'll be medic today. Medic time.
I'm a medic.
You're a medic?
I'm a medic alone. I'm a medic.
I'm also a medic.
How dare.
We can be medics.
I don't know if I really need to be a medic then, if you're a medic. I usually wear white. It's my lab coat.
You.
I have an announcement.
Sock and bopper. I think Ender's the left and Simply's the group of people.
Well, way to get us started.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That was a good group.
Woo! you like the sock and bopper?
Yeah, when it's not me.
Why are you pointing a gun at me?
Yay!
You would think I'm evil with you pointing a gun at me like that. I'm not evil. I never do evil things.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's fine.
I'm gonna help you.
Don't touch it. No, don't touch it.
I'm helping you.
Don't touch it.
We were twins once. Long ago.
You changed your color.
Well, I was only that color. I was only that color because I couldn't match Siri.
I'm alive! Siri!
I didn't want to match Siri.
Now you don't want to match me.
I live.
The urge to stab you immediately.
And can you put down the gun? It's like you're scaring me.
Hey, I found
Thank you. Thank you. Jesus Christ, this place got really fucking crowded really fast. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't get to care.
Ooh, pencil. 4, 9, 5, 6. 4, 9, 3, 2. 4, 9, 2, 1. What? Four, 9, 2, 9. Oh, I missed the 8. Thank you. I wasn't sure. Thanks, Leon. You're clutch. All for that. I'll bop him. Sock him, bomper. Hi, Leon. Hi, Simply.
I'm really talking to you.
Hi, Simply.
Talking to you. Come on.
Get away from me! Yeah. Yeah, I gotta.
Simply now.
Simply's in the med bay. Simply's no longer in the med bay, I think. Oh my. I don't think there's gonna be any more weapon terminals, Leon. I want a gun, but I'm not gonna get a gun. Oh, I can get a gun.
Please don't kill me.
8741. 4782. 4728.
Oh.
I won't kill you, probably.
Probably? What do you mean by that?
Probably. It means there's an equal likelihood that I both will and won't kill you. Here you go.
What is that?
We need an answer, boy.
Bum, bum, bum. My little journey. I'm on a pilgrimage. Oh, Anna's dead.
It's not here.
Say one now, Chad.
I run across the room just to see Simply get changed.
Nice.
No.
You're stuck in the chain.
Boy.
Help!
You're simply a good boy.
Fuck this shit.
Oh, he had no bullets anyway.
Oh my
I know. Good.
Good.
Good boy.
Hey, Jay.
I got Daddy's credit card.
Hey, let's go. Big man Jay on the block.
Daddy's credit.
Come on. What the fuck?
What?
Go do task.
What?
We're talking about Daddy
You guys
and his
go.
credit card.
I got Daddy's credit card.
Oh, Leon, you're on.
Leon's on?
No, Leon asked me to do something in chat.
Ion.
Yeah.
What?
Do it under. Do it under. He's right there.
Oh wait, can you res Leon? Or not Leon, Ion, Simply? Can you res Simply?
Come on.
That one? Hey, Simply! No! That rat bastard. I was supposed to do that. Hello, Lisa. Oh well. Next round.
Which one is it?
Hey, Loop. Where's Ender?
Pressure 1. Delivery 1. Power.
What are you doing, Loops? I've already got my mod. I'm not really looking for any more at the moment. Unfortunately. I'm small enough that I don't really need to have like a full mod staff. I can get by with just myself and maybe one other person. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be big enough that I need to have actual applications and such, but for now I'm just chilling. Oh, still dead. Hi.
Ow. What's that for? I have access to my own source of dopamine.
Hey, Ender. Hey, Ender.
Hello.
Hey, Leon. Calm down. What you guys doing? Oh, just one of you. Oh, these are the superchargers. These are like the really fast ones. Yeah.
Like 9 people.
I've died.
Wow.
3 times.
I got more batteries. Also, Anna, the superchargers are open.
I don't know what that means.
They're the little locked room where they have like the really fast chargers.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you once this is done.
Yeah.
Because you can carry a battery and I can carry a battery.
Oh, I need a
I'll help you be a medic a little bit.
Like, okay. I've been doing pretty good with it.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Jay.
There we go.
I had to show Anna where the other chargers are, the good chargers.
More dead people.
All right, Anna. Jay's gonna help me take it, but if you want to follow, I'll show you where they are. Do you want to come see the fast chargers?
No, I know, but I need to res them.
Well, you can come do both. Just do that, and then we can go. These 2 chargers are super duper fast.
Oh. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah, this room is normally
Can
locked.
you, wait, can you guys get the other set of batteries from the other room?
Yeah. That's a good idea. Grilled cheeses are nice.
No. The other room. The other room. There's another set of batteries.
Well, I want to grab these ones anyway. Grab that one, Jay. Hello.
Hello.
The put. He's dead. Hey, Luke.
Hi.
Did you kill that one?
Charging.
No.
Okay.
No, I think they died by the pressure.
Oh, by pressure? That makes sense.
Under pressure.
Alright.
Hey, Luke. Look at my nuts. Oh, you picked one of my nuts up.
No, I'm gonna go work it in the corner.
With my nut? You're gonna jerk my nut in the corner.
No, that's mine.
There's a reason this is an 18+ stream. Anyway. Under pressure. Freeze!
Oh, someone's dead in pressure, by the way.
Freeze! There's no bullets in it.
Hey.
I just wanted to yell freeze like they do it, like the cool kids do.
The cool kids.
Yeah, the cool kids.
Pointing guns at people.
If Owo was here, he'd show you how to polish your nuts. Until he taught us.
You.
Me simply. Oh, you were here. That's right. You were here for that. You were here when me, you, Owo, and Loop.
You.
Not you, Loop. Simply, we polished our nuts together.
Guys' night.
Yeah, guys' night.
Yeah,
guys'
guys' night.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
I watched that.
Yeah, you did watch that.
13 down.
Hey, Wait, we're Simply, not Simply. You're not Simply. You're Ion.
Simply.
You're Ion.
I am.
You're just the same color.
Yeah, what's up?
I was just gonna say hi.
Oh, yeah, Simply's dead.
Oh, Simply's dead.
It simply died. Yeah.
I have a question. What is my ethical obligation to not insta kill Simply if someone gifted me a sub to do so?
That's simply simply already thinks he's gonna be bullied and it'd be really mean to bully him.
I'd say give it 2 minutes after revive.
Well, he's dead for now.
Yeah.
Hi, Luke.
Hi.
Do it.
I would say give it
Do we all
a
have
minute
another one to dead?
after game start.
Okay. I'll just do it sometime next game.
He's threatening to kill Simply. You
No,
got
I'm not.
No.
I'm threatening to kill him next game.
Simply's already dead.
Simply's dead already.
You got a gun.
Oh, that gun was loaded.
Oh shit. Good. We did fuck. It. Ow! We're safe today.
I don't think you did.
Crazy.
Ow! And they're here.
Thank you, but how?
Simply. Simply. Simply.
Because I forgot how to fly.
Simply. Oh, you want me to show you how to fly again?
No, I know how to fly. I just keep on hitting something and it's causing me to like lose momentum.
You do sometime. I did not. No, I'm still dead. Simply, I'm gonna just apologize in advance.
Why? I know. I saw the fucking shared chat.
Oh my god, that's right. I forgot their shared chat on.
Yeah, exactly.
Oopsies.
I'm accepting the fact I'm gonna get bullied for this entire session.
Nah.
That was chaos.
Nah, Leon, I'm gonna have to turn it down. I think I have to be a good person to Simply for once. Nah, it's okay. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and make sure you have a good game.
Hey, guess what? I'll make you do RR.
Hey guys.
I can't be mean all the time, Leon.
Play Valorant in a server. I don't play.
I play Valorant. No, I play Valorant. I play Valorant. Wait, I'm Ascendant. I'm Ascendant.
Ascendant? I barely know her.
Did you like my group of people?
I don't play Valorant.
Dissident.
No one was dissident.
Oh. My roommate's immortal.
I know one of my friends plays it.
I am high rank.
Guess what? I'm really good at the game too. I'm peak gold.
Oh my god, you're amazing. That's
I
like
know.
top 30.
Yeah, I know.
I'd say it's like probably top 40%. I think Flat is top 30.
When you first started interrogating me, I gave you.
I'm pretty good, if I do say so myself.
You don't.
No, I used to play collegiate.
You lost that.
I forgot to ready up.
I'm Ascendant and I play in a Game Changers team.
Yeah.
And in Rivals, I'm the Grandmaster, and in Overwatch, I was top.
Yeah, so I used to play collegiate, and we had like several teams, and I was on the low elo team, which is just diamond and below, or like sometimes ascendant and below. So I was the lowest on the team, but I was constantly playing against diamonds.
I
Because I
used
don't.
to work for a low elo tournament.
Nice. But I like to say I can hold my own against diamonds usually. But
I got one of the new
Not this diamond.
I scrim against Emily.
that's nice.
It's not very fun.
One of the guys in my D&D group's a Radiant, or a former Radiant. He's not anymore, I don't think.
Oh yeah.
But
Happy birthday.
happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, British one. Happy birthday, dear British one. I'll throw more tea in the harbor for you.
And many more.
Happy birthday!
That's actually true.
Okay. Leon, I'll do one. I'll do one, but then I have to be nice. We can't bully him too much. He already thinks we hate him. We have to be nice.
Oh, I got the zoomies. Oh, wait, I gotta ready up.
What's up?
I'm just pointing at you.
Arisa, thank you
The
for
hells?
the follow.
When you're ready.
So that's the compromise, Leon. I'll do one. And I will, if I res him after, that's not okay. I'll give him a few minutes in hell.
That was your today.
We'll see. It's gonna depend on a few things as well, because I have to, you know.
So many of us. Power, pressure.
Hey, Ender. You know, hey, right.
Yeah.
Come here for a second. Thanks. We can go around and bully simply.
I don't want to bully him. I feel bad, you know.
No. We're gonna bully him.
Alright.
Didn't you get gifted one?
Not yet. It's after the deed is done.
I know.
Yeah.
But we can bully him about the ramp thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not the sound itself, but it could be confused for another sound, which is DMCA. That's like
Simply.
I can't imagine they fucked up your ranch,
Yeah,
man.
genuinely.
Yeah.
They did.
I can't believe you'd be so lame to order 3 things of ranch.
Who orders 3 things of ranch?
Yeah, who orders 3 things of ranch?
Who orders 3 things of ranch?
Like, how lame do you have to be to get 3 things of ranch?
Yeah, no, right?
How white are you?
Fuck, extremely.
We
What the
know.
fuck? Oh, it's because it's already open. Well, now.
It's already done.
Nice job.
You know... Oh, hi. Hey!
I can find the shotgun. I can.
Again, don't kill me again.
You hit me with a fish.
Yeah, it was like that.
Payback.
Yeah, you killed me and I didn't get right the whole.
I always spit on my friends' corpses. 7, 4, 5, 6. 7, 5. No. 4, 3. 7. 7, 5, 4, 2. Nice. Okay. That's enough.
I need to find a fence.
I don't think there's gonna be one in here, Leon. Yeah, simply.
I see we both read the same message.
Yeah, I came to check. I already had one.
Oh, okay. I only got a marker.
Why are you running? Why you what? Okay. Where are you going?
I'm just doing shit. I'm just
Oh, is
fucking
Simply running?
running around doing shit.
Nah.
I'm just running
I'm just
around
following
doing
Simply.
shit,
I want to see what
that's
he's doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
God, it's like putting a puppy down. Simply. 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 Simply, Leon made a funny joke that I wanted you to know.
I read it.
Oh, that's right.
Unlocking. Okay, thank you. I'd much rather open it myself.
Hey, Simply.
Hey, Loop, Loop, can you come here real quick?
No, don't, unfortunately.
Hey, Loop, can you come here real quick? I just need your help with something, Loop.
Oh shit!
You can come in here, Loop. Loop, you can come in here. Loop, I need to ask you something, Loop. Loop, I need you.
What happened?
Loop, I need you.
I don't know what happened.
Come here.
What do you need me for?
What?
What? How many is in that?
2.
Can I use it for just one? Okay. Double okay. Well, that was fucking wild. What the fuck just happened in here? Hey, I'm not gonna hurt you. I just want to see what happened. Oh, I don't know who did it. Oh. Yeah, it does. Alright.
I had to resurrect the buddy. I mean,
Oh, hey.
they've resurrected me twice. Oh, hey.
Hey, Simply.
Yo, how many people have died?
A lot of people. Loop just tried to I was talking to Loop and then V just killed him and then.
Too close with knife in hand.
I'll throw the knife. I'll throw the knife. I don't mind. I want to be able to talk to you.
Wait, you said Loop is dead?
Loop. So yeah, Loop is dead over by the dragon
Okay,
statue.
Loop stays dead.
Why?
Loop stays dead. Loop killed me.
Because Loop
Okay.
killed her.
Yeah. Well, V was also evil. V was also evil. She tried to. She stabbed the shit. Actually, wait. I don't know. I don't know if Loop was evil because V killed both of us or tried to kill both of us.
Loop was evil or not. Loop in the red.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. Loop detonated the
Oh, okay. I see.
Because V just,
Simply, I'm sorry.
Resurrected it. Oh.
I had to do it. I was paid.
Am I gonna get shot if I res him?
No, you can res him. You can res him. I was paid to do it. Thank you, Leon. Thank you for following through. All right, I will no longer bully Simply. That's the only bullying he gets. Now I gotta res him.
Because the friend died.
Yeah, help me res him. And also Anna.
Red pink.
I'll take this one if you want to work on recharging.
This one's... Yep.
Simply, I don't know if you're here, but I'm coming to revive you. Don't jump. Don't kill yourself. I promise that's the only time I'm gonna bully you this stream. You're dumb. Ugh. I can't believe he did it twice. I actually cannot believe that.
Yeah.
I rezzed him and he jumped
I
again.
one charge is faster. Oh my god.
So he's killed himself twice in a row now.
Go get another battery. Wait, I already have one charge battery.
That's it. There's no more. That's only the 3. I don't think there's any more than these ones.
Oh, okay.
Once that one's done, I'll swap this one into the fast charger.
Yep.
So we can work on getting Anna back.
God.
Alright, here. You go work on resing him. Oh, there's a battery
There's
here.
a battery right there.
Yeah. Okay, you go work on getting the res ready. I'll go get him to not jump. Ghost of Simply. Ghost of Simply, I know where you like to hang out. Please, please talk to me, Simply. This is like Phasmophobia, Simply. I have the spirit box. Simply, I'm going to have Ender res you, Simply. Don't jump. Don't die. We want you back, Simply. There will be no more bullying. Please. Just let us bring you back from hell. Because let's be honest, we know that's where you're going. We're all going there, honestly. Anyway, we will return. You will be back soon, Simply. Do not jump. Be patient. Ender is charging the paddles as we speak. He's ready to res you now, Simply. Don't jump.
Sorry. I don't ever expect to get fucking rezzed. Because I'm never doing these fucking
Did I have to... Did my talking to you work?
No, the third death, I was like, I'm not touching the space.
Oh my god, were you not in the room that I was just yelling in?
I was
Okay.
in the room, but I just, like, my idea was already solidified. Like,
Okay.
I was already not touching the space bar.
Okay, I had to make sure.
Yeah. Was the $2.50 worth it?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Fair enough. Fucking money is money, I guess. Whoops. I just wanted to inspect.
Do you have another charge battery?
No.
Oh wait, yeah. I could go find one.
Do you know if the...
Well, a battery at least.
No, it's not open. We have 4 batteries.
Which one?
I was gonna see if the room with like the really fast chargers were open, but it's not.
No. I think we always open armory and...
Yeah, sometimes there's 3 cards though.
Yeah.
Power? Huh. We're actually almost done tasks. That's crazy. Hey, Andrew.
Yeah, I got the battery.
Okay, well, you know what? V would have done it no hesitation, so I'm glad I took the money. V's not exactly the merciful type. You gotta charge it first.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that. No, I didn't. Hey, Ted.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. The Sweater Gang will live on. Welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome back to life.
Thank you for trying. I tried. Do you want me to show you how it works?
Simply. I have a question. Come here.
So the one that you can always access.
3 minutes. Can I, within 3 minutes, find a canister, get bread? Yeah, I haven't found the last one either.
Oh, you haven't found it?
Is there something?
Yeah, that's true, Leon. V is rather easy to convince. And by convince, I mean you don't have to do it at all. You can just kind of say, V, do it, and she'll do it. Well, there's one. Guys, I got this.
If you could just close the door.
I can do it. I can do it. Oh, it's too dead. Got a speedrun, chat. Wow. I gotta get one more.
I don't know. Fuck. I was
Wow.
actually helping Ender with trying to fix his fucking stream stuff.
Wow, it's amazing that didn't kill you.
Yeah. Also, I was helping Ender with his stuff.
I'm trying to bring you to go help him again. Finish helping. Finish helping him. I'm sorry, guys. I had to kill somebody. You know, the game was almost over. Hey, guys.
Like, I'm kind of lost. That's why I'm asking all this stuff.
Sorry, what did you say?
I don't exactly know what you're seeing.
Probably went on the meta spree.
I only killed 2. A spree is more than that.
Wrong way.
2 isn't a spree. 2 is I got bored.
They're fixing its things because now it's really showing the viewer count properly. Hold on.
What are you working on? What do you need help with?
Sorry, not Leon. Sorry, Ender can't see the shared chat. I don't quite know the fix. I said refresh, but I'm not sure.
You have to, if you open your Discord, your Twitch dashboard, it should be there.
Yeah, you could just like go on like.
You should just go on stream. If you're like in your.
Oh yeah, guys.
Go. You know what?
Ender, come here.
Get rid of what? Oh, pressure.
Get rid of pressure as a task, yeah.
Ender, come here. Ender, come. I'm gonna help you. All right. So how are you reading chat as is?
Currently I have it pulled up on my phone.
Okay, so that's probably part of a problem. Do you have 2 monitors?
No.
Oh shit.
I always pull up on my phone like an alt account.
That's what I do.
I don't know. You shouldn't need a. You should be able to see shared chat.
Who was bad?
Like it just starts showing shared viewers, so maybe that's just being slow.
Maybe.
I mean, when was the last time anyone typed in chat? Well, someone just typed in chat and still don't see anything. Okay, that's weird.
Typing in chat, yeah.
Wait, someone just typed in chat?
Excellent chat.
I typed simply stream to see it, but I still can't see it
Leon
online.
just said shared chat doesn't work on mobile very easily, especially if you're trying to initiate it on your end.
There you go.
So you're not.
I mean, it doesn't even work on. It doesn't even work on computer though.
Are you on your Discord, like your Twitch dashboard? Not Twitch, not Discord. Like you're on your streamer mode.
If I go to your.
I'm in my stream manager.
Okay, let me go to your.
Wait, huh? Wait, that's so weird. It's. Wait, yeah, what? It's not showing up on this.
Is it not at all?
Well, I'm an idiot. I need to press the button and stream in the stream together that says share chat.
Good job. What's new?
It's fine.
What's new?
Shit happens.
I'm gonna get my cock and balls off screen.
Yep. Alright, Ender. Click the ready button.
Well, thanks for the help, y'all.
Yeah. And now Jane's not ready.
What'd you say?
Oh, I said hi on him.
Jay.
Okay.
Hello.
Jay. Jay, why aren't you ready?
Ready up, J-Pop.
Oh, my fault.
I mean, hi.
Oh.
Never gonna be evil. We're so excited. Ooh, nice. I saw that.
Want it?
Sure.
I don't want it, 'cause last time I had it, somebody hit the trigger.
Hey, Jay.
What's up?
Well, I'm just holding some cheesecake.
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 We need to find.
We're just talking about cheesecake. What you want?
Oh, okay. No.
What you want? What are you
I'm
eavesdropping for?
talking to the mouse king.
Ow!
Because I can.
You're on my shit list. Anyway.
What's going on over there?
It'd be crazy if I could run at you and blow this up, right? It'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you know what else would be crazy? If I murder you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, hold on. You can't do that.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I do want to bet.
Okay.
Can't murder me if I murder myself. Hopefully Jay revives me.
Oh, fuck, I tried to start recording.
Just clean sweep. Doesn't even consider.
Where's Cream?
Tell you about the story about. I tell you basically how they almost killed themselves, and then they did. That's definitely that's the story.
That's the story.
Oh. No! Cry!
Oh,
no! Hold on, let me go check.
Also, this is delivery boy.
Oh, hi, Jay.
You wanna play a game?
For 10 minutes!
Oh shucks.
Whoa!
What's up, chat? How we doing on this fine afternoon?
I was supposed to go, I don't know.
Guys, I'm getting eepy. EP times. EP times. I might be getting back.
Where's the blind man?
Come here. Come here.
I made a pizza! Pizza!
Damn it! What?
Hey, Jay.
That's why you
don't bring a knife to a gunfight. That's why you don't bring a knife to a
Whoa,
gunfight.
this looks... Fucking hell, dude.
What was that about?
Crazy work.
I asked him if he wanted to play a game, and he said yeah. And I said, hide and seek. You have 10 seconds. And
I'm still alive, right? I'm not crazy.
Oh, you found him?
Oh, that's dumb.
Clearly, I did.
Aww.
Well,
Clearly, Simply is not as good at hide. Clearly, Simply, you're not as good at hide and seek as I am.
Honestly, I'm surprised I lasted that long, dude. I was literally just running around the map reloading a gun. Like,
That's funny.
I was entirely expecting to win that fight with the pistol because I thought she had a knife. I was not expecting the shotgun play.
Yeah.
it's as simple as that.
That's get it? Simple.
God, the fucking shit jokes. Oh my
Go around the
god.
other way so I don't get killed.
Oh, time to take my antidepressants.
And we're feeling good today.
I seriously am taking my antidepressants. I need them.
Oh yeah.
Yay, mental illness! Woo!
No, but somebody else is rip in peace.
Yeah. You didn't, but you lost. What the fuck? I mean, fucking mechanic. Fucking bastard.
Oh, right back.
Yay!
My friend.
Yippee!
Okay, you two, I gotta bring up a big problem.
Yeah.
We're slowly being killed off by psychopathic game behind. Help me! Help! Help!
What?
Well,
What you're about to see right now.
well, the real reason that we're losing is because no one is as good at hide and seek as me.
You wanna play a game?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Ooh, Daddy's credit card.
Right back at it, boys. Different lobby, same game. Another day, another dollar. I don't think Anna knows my spot. Even though she was in the lobbies, I don't think she knows. Well, I got a good 2 minutes out of it.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
You wanna play a game?
I thought you were playing with Cry.
He's dead.
I don't think he is.
Do you wanna bet?
I honestly feel like I saw him recently. Like, I'm ironically.
Canister.
Canister, fuck that.
Ah,
Wait,
I saw him 10 seconds ago.
Oh. Damn. Ender, can you grab the other canister real quick?
Yeah.
Well, we are not
well, I
good. We
can't
just
play
do
game around,
sticks.
but I think
Guys.
Yeah.
Check out Siri's Twitter.
Yeah,
Oh.
go to Siri's Twitter right now.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Grab some yellow.
Oh, wait, I have an idea. I know what's there.
Can you save it?
Yeah.
Oh, I know what's there.
Yes.
I was excited at first. I was like, wait, did she tweet about us? And then I remembered. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes. It's so much better. Yeah. Once again,
Three
three straight males over here. But we gotta recognize good thighs, okay?
Exactly.
The fact that Siri's there in person and does this. Does it herself.
Is she?
Yeah, she's the one that wrote it. That's her.
She's signing
I thought it was a different angle of his arm. Oh,
No, that's
shit.
her. That's Siri.
Siri there.
Sorry. It's so small on my other monitor. I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
One brain cell.
Yeah.
It's small. What the fuck do you want me to do?
Good thighs.
So they're definitely dating now, right, guys?
No, they're not. They're not.
At this point, they should. Oh.
Yeah, something.
Hold on. Guys, check Discord.
Was that everyone?
What?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Please tell me it's exactly what I think.
damn it.
Hello.
I just had to share
Hi.
with you two.
We're simping over Aries Akane's thighs right now.
Why?
Because we
Because,
respect
oh my
thighs.
god, have you seen them? Oh!
Exactly.
Men.
We are three. Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, we get it.
Dude, the fucking end of that. Damn.
The end of it was crazy.
Simply.
Talking about Aries' thighs.
Simply, I put a little bit more in there.
Wait, who is actually?
Okay, got it.
Your death was so amusing because I saw you 10 seconds before you died. I was like,
Yeah.
he's not dead.
Wait, I was dissident. Wait, really?
Oh my
Yeah, I
god.
was dissident. And then.
Hey man, when it comes to Aries Akane's thighs, that is pure content.
Yeah.
True, so true.
Dissident, both dissident died.
This is pure content. 3 straight grown men simping over Aries Akane's thighs.
Like, okay.
Yep.
I heard, what I heard? What?
Aries Akane's thighs.
They are
That's all you need
sipping
to hear.
over a man's thighs.
The whole time I was
Hell
like,
yeah.
where's the knife?
Yeah,
Especially Aries Akane.
Have you seen them?
He has. He
I
saved
mean,
some
once again,
images.
not
Ender's got some
gay.
images downloaded.
Not gay, but I can believe that.
we're by. Simply, it's debatable now. You've actually turned it to be debatable.
Whoa, it's just 3 straight men respecting good thighs.
Hey guys,
No,
night.
we're by.
Guys, night. Next round. Guys, night.
Guys,
Next
night. Well, we don't have Ovo.
round. Guys, night.
Guys, like,
We don't have Ovo.
I just noticed, oh my god, your cabinet's fish.
We can't replace Ovo.
Yeah.
Next time the four of us are in a collab though, guys night.
Yeah, guys, night.
Come on.
It's V. And now it's Sky.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi back. Am I on?
I'm back. I just stepped away for just a few seconds. I'm back.
I'll let you take it before.
Ah. Why? Why are there no weapons? I just want to be happy. But life has other plans. Life doesn't want me to be happy.
The antidepressants have not kicked in yet.
Nothing makes me happier than the cold steel of a firearm.
Oh, you mean this?
Yeah.
Sick.
Dude, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, simply, I think that's just funny insider info.
Yeah.
I learned that today. Or last night. This morning? Before I slept. Hey chat, how are we doing? 7, 8, 9, 4, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 1, 2, 0. 1, 2, 0, 4. 0, 2, 1, 4? 0, 2, 4, 1. I don't know why I didn't do that the first try. Gimme. Aw. It's not bad. Not bad about the presents.
yeah.
We're feeling good today.
Whoa.
What are you? Why are you making monkey noises? That's funny. About trick shot chat. I got it. We're feeling good today. Now I could really play hide and seek. I would not know. There's no way they would know if I hit like here or there. They would know. They would never know here. If hide and seek happens again, I know I'm going. So quiet. Where did everyone go? Everyone die? Everyone, am I alone?
I'm gonna go get the flex. White? I'm go.
What'd you say white for?
We need a white flower.
Oh, white rice. Okay, I thought you were talking about me. Sorry. Hi, Simply.
Boom.
Stab. Oh!
Oh, oops. Didn't mean to hit that.
You know what, Craig?
That was a complete accident. That was so funny.
You ran up, stabbed me, and then stood there like a robot that was deactivated.
Dude, I was in shock. I picked up the knife from on the ground next to you, booped you, and you died.
I know it's not your fault. It's just
I literally said boop and everything.
I was just walking
Because I thought me and Luke would survive the explosion that killed everyone else in the room.
Dude, my mouth was agape on stream, bro. For like that entire time, my mouth was just on my jaw was on the desk.
3 minutes of every round so far.
I don't think buddy.
That was funny.
Oh, hey, Kai.
Hey. Hi, Jay.
I just realized I've been screaming thighs out loud while my family was home.
Oh, they know now.
Yeah, they probably know at this point.
Just show them the thighs.
annoying.
Say, can you deny? Should I print out a picture of Ares' thighs? Should I print out a picture of his thighs and put them on my fridge?
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly, yes. Another picture of Harry the Connie's thighs on your fridge, bro.
Everyone in front of me just fucking dies.
That one was my fault. I put the trigger on Ender.
I can put it on so I can print it out on like a normal sheet of computer paper and like tack it behind my couch because there's an empty wall behind my couch and just have like a single paper size or like sheet of paper of Ares' thighs on the wall.
Yes.
Or get like a giant, or I can just get like a giant art print.
I think
You just gotta frame that shit, bro.
Yeah.
Show me.
And then it's like,
Come here. I have an idea. I have an idea for a bit.
what?
We go around with yellow mugs. We're the yellow mug gang.
Some mug mafia.
The mug
Yeah,
mafia.
that's already a bit.
It hasn't been done this session though. It hasn't been done this session.
That's true.
This for me, it's been done during my stream, but not this session.
It's been done in every session that I've done today.
Every session it gets done.
Or we
That's
do
like
the-
just
No,
part of the
round has ended.
I was trying to do Who was the dissident? The dissidents.
Of course it was.
Who?
Amanda.
Who?
Yeah, so simply, my experience with them was during the cult of the one, and I was like, that's a cult, and then Gamey was like, that's a cult of the non-believer. And so everyone was after me for the entire fucking round.
That's funny.
Dude, I got to be part of the Mug Mafia with Ares. That was funny.
Jesus.
And then everyone who was alive, everyone but me was alive, got initiated into the Mug Mafia.
And the issue with the Mug Mafia is like past once everybody's part of it, like where does the bit go from there? Like it's just
Exactly.
How many people can we fit up here? Hold on, let's see. How many people can we get up here? No, can we get a fifth? Can we get a fifth if we squeeze?
We can get a fifth and a sixth.
Just stay there, then don't move, We got 5. Oh, we had 5.
well, V just pushed me off, so
Because V fucking sucks. No, just kidding.
Wait, let me back up.
Jesus Christ.
The whole lobby's trying to get up here now.
Everyone's trying to get up here.
Oh, I got up there. You pushed me off.
Try to do
I'm up
like
here.
2 people in a parliament.
One of you.
That's as far as
Yeah, if I get on the corner,
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm chilling here. Don't back up too much or you'll knock me off.
Stop. We cannot say more. Six,
You
yes,
kicked me.
six.
Yeah, 6 is the max. 6 is the max. There's no way we can get more.
Damn.
With shoving physics, it's only that. Hey, Krim. Krim's in here. Hey, Krim. Krim, if you press Q, there's this really neat ready button.
Oh, my bad.
Anyway. What?
Okay, motherfucker.
What?
Foxes aren't called pups. Young foxes aren't called pups.
I'm stinky?
Yeah, okay, they may be called pups, but you're just a puppy.
Well, I'm kind of like
Good boy.
a homeless cat. That's kind of par for the course.
Alright.
There's always. There's usually. Oh yeah, there is. Shit.
I mean, like, my entire lore is that I'm a fucking alley cat, bro. I'm bound to smell like mildew at least.
Oh yeah, 100%.
What's the deal with the marker?
If not just actual piss.
Germans put you to the floor.
The what?
No, I have a mug.
Mug?
The mug
But I need a mug.
Mug.
The mug hurts really bad.
Hold on, I'm gonna find one.
It does.
I'm in pain.
I'll find one.
Try. No. We have to keep this secret. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Look at us. Look at us, big ballers over here.
We're the gang.
Credit card gang. We the credit card gang.
Yeah. Sweater gang.
Hand it over. I want the day's credit card. I want to go shopping at the mall.
Sweater gang, rich as fuck.
Sweater gang.
Sweater gang, rich as fuck.
Sweater gang.
Sweater gang.
Sweater gang, stay ballin'.
Woo! Sweater gang, stay rich.
We stay up, bro. We stay up.
Because we are above them.
Yes, indubitably.
We are more
Yes,
superior
we're
than
not
everyone
like
else.
those brokies.
Hey.
You're broke.
What did you say, peasant? What did you say? How dare you insult me so?
Did you just hit one of
He called me.
finest riches?
He called me poor.
That is absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
He called me poor. How dare he?
He called you a brokey. That's disgusting. We don't dare associate.
There is no greater insult than calling me poor.
Yeah. Stay away with it. Stay away. Stay away.
Stinky. Okay.
Don't touch me.
What are you calling Stinky?
Grim.
Oh, yeah, probably.
All right, Mel.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
What are you looking at, Brokey?
You're just mad you don't have money like us.
I am not, bro.
Yes. You wish you had my investment.
Hey, yo.
Thank you for taking my credit card.
This is my American Express.
This is my black Amex.
Exactly, my black Amex. Actually, it's my Amex Sapphire.
I couldn't deal with gold. I had to do black.
Of course. The APR is absolutely to die for.
Oh my god, that's 3.5% interest rate. Yes.
I can't wait to invest all my money into artworks and then burn them for the insurance money.
Yes.
Yes.
What is this Brokey looking at?
No.
Oh.
How dare the poor ask for things?
How dare the poor ask for the money I have worked hard for?
I worked so hard for this money. Do you know how hard it was to be born to my family?
You just tried to steal one of our finest cars.
I own some of his businesses. I own some of his businesses, bitch.
Can't believe he doesn't understand how difficult it is to be born into a wealthy family.
Oh my goodness.
I only grew up with 3 maids.
That's kind
Look
of
at
low.
another Brokey.
Look at him. Yes. You probably don't even have anything in Big Fish.
Yes. I bet you don't even have a single maid.
Oh, Berkey. I bet you don't even have a diverse portfolio.
Man, look at that. She is 2 point speed. She knows that. She knows that we are two.
You're not even invest. You don't even invest in any ETFs now, do you?
Well, did you just hit my business?
Excuse me.
Did you just hit my business associate? Did you just mug my business associate? We have consequences for that. No mugging business associate. Yes.
No
Yes.
more mugging the rich.
No more mugging. Yes. Yes.
The rich always win.
Excuse me. Do you have a credit card?
What is this trickle-down economics I hear of?
What are you gonna do? Arrest us? Good luck with that.
This is a robbery. Yeah, a robbery.
A robbery?
Not robbery. Oh.
Hmm.
How shall we react to this robbery? This is...
Joke's on you, all my money's in offshore accounts. Nothing to rob.
Still vulnerable to the bullet.
Brokies. You don't bring up fucking knife to a gunfight, by the way.
My sons will carry my
Carry on our legacy. Kill him, Jay. Kill him. Do it, Jay. Kill the Brokey. Yes, kill the Brokey.
I left my businesses to you and my will.
It's okay. It's okay. We're rich. We'll get the best medical care while others suffer and die.
Yes, you will be revived, yes. Yes.
This is the best bit. I'm actually just.
The way you put a bullet in my head so quickly.
Was quite rich of me, wasn't it?
Asking us for money.
Can't make it to power without trampling a few orphans.
Yes.
I'm going to order you.
What is that eggs and omelet reference? Yes. I believe the peasants call it cracking a couple eggs to make.
Exactly.
I've never had to do that before. I've always had a chef do it for me.
My butler always cracks my eggs for me.
You eat pizza with a fork and...
Is he resing us? He is.
Yeah.
He used his card.
This much chaos.
Yeah.
He's gonna bring one of us back.
I appropriate join in. Thank you.
Or simply. Simply, don't jump, whatever you do. Where is he? No. Simply don't jump.
Yes, did you pay attention to my investment?
I did pay attention to your investment.
Make sure my portfolio was. We must save our last business.
IRS comes.
This one doesn't have
Still
ammo.
want the credit
Berkey.
card.
Berkey. Yes, we do have a problem with that, I see. They cannot be stealing our identities.
Oh, they're back.
We must bring back our final business associate.
Not yet. There's still one more. I'll be back soon.
How many
I don't have enough fun. I don't have enough wood for the winter.
The rich always get favorable medical care.
Oh no! Oh, I've been black lung for the past 2 months.
Go back to the soup kitchen, you poor fool.
You guys are You're all
I sweep the coal mines for a living.
This is the most toxic bit ever, bro.
Yeah, it is.
I feel so bad. It's so funny though.
About what? Feel bad about what?
I felt every bit of pleasure cry in killing that rich.
I feel no shame in my financial accomplishments.
You were so rich. You were eating pizza with a fork and knife. So like,
So true. Actually,
deserve that.
joke's on you. I don't even eat it myself. A butler feeds it to me. Ah, yes. I was just informing the pitiful dead about how my butler feeds me my own pizza.
They took our credit cards and used them for monetary value.
Well, I have mine.
Disgusting.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh.
Are you trying to? You cannot click or train my business associate. Get the
Yes.
fuck away. Somebody else can grab this fine wine.
Joke's on you, dead fuckers. Where are my compasses? Hello there.
It is what the rich use, not the poor.
Yes.
Yes. We don't use any of those disgusting guns. We do things the simple way. Good old sword and shield. Yes.
I dare not touch a sword or a shield myself.
That or flint knock.
I only have my finest to wield them for me.
Yes. We don't actually fight, we just send our butlers to go and fight. They fight to the death.
Peasants.
Yes, we need somebody to
We can
actually
resurrect
do
the
work.
small orphan child. He might be useful.
Yes, we
Maybe for washing dishes.
That is all they're good for.
Let's go. Let us res the small orphan child for dishwashing.
Yes, I agree.
Which one is one of them though?
There. It is the purple one.
He goes by the name of last name Knight, first name Ender, I believe.
Yes.
That is his legal name.
Okay.
Are you bringing back Ender too?
Yes.
Yes, we need somebody to do our dishes.
Welcome. Bring him back.
Here we go.
Welcome to your new life, boy. You will be washing dishes for us. We offer you a job.
That's better than the coal mine, sir.
You will be washing dishes for us.
Bonus, 50 hours a week.
Yes, and especially on Christmas. That's the extra heavy day of the year.
Yes.
It's better than the coal mine, sir.
Yes.
You'll never see your family. You disrespected my associate and you have now died.
Do I still have the job, sir?
You do still have the job. But first, we need you to bring back our former associate here. I need the bathroom.
Good job. Good job.
That's in the contract stuff, alright.
What a friend of his Down with the rich.
Down.
I've been dead for this entire fucking rich bit.
Yeah.
It's great though. It's funny. It's so funny. To me. It's funny if you're part of the bit. Just like being rich. It's fun if you're part of it. No. Yes. No. Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's alright. My associates will soon fix my problem. See, she immediately went to stabbing. This is what the poor do. Violence.
If I get revived, I'm really to arm rebellion against the rich. I'm so proud.
And just like every other one, it will fail.
Not when I fuck you.
The poor don't know what they need. We know what they need.
I know what I need.
Arise, my fine gentlemen.
Yes, and just like that, that's why I'm alive and you aren't.
Here you go. Here's your credit
Thank
card,
you.
my
Thank you
good sir.
kindly. I even see you polished it for me. How grand. You know, I think we need to I think we need to resurrect a certain rebellious individual.
Yes, I believe we shall have this little...
One by the name of one by the name of Crim Sune. This one speaks of rebellion. We shall resurrect them to teach them a lesson.
Yes, we shall.
Yes.
This Mr. Crim Sune.
I believe they are over here. Hello, welcome to chat. I'm sorry, this bit's funny.
To watch.
Yes.
This one right here.
This one. Welcome back, peasant.
Welcome back.
Welcome back,
You know
Brookie.
what? I don't want to be here.
That is perfectly fine.
He was simply being a bad boy.
Okay, we should end the round, guys. Let's end the round. I don't want to make them watch this for another 2 minutes.
Is it just us?
Yeah, it's just us.
Before we do that,
Okay.
let's get rid of the lower class It's time for us to go. We will remain rich as always.
Oh no. Oh. Oh.
Damn.
Oh, they're giving us away.
Oh my god, thank you for the follow, Scott.
Ingest the poor witch.
I think Jay might have crashed.
Oh my god, did he?
Yeah. Did it try?
Jay got too rich for his own good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
His monetary value had extra overflow.
I feel like
Same distance all over again.
I feel like I have to like
Not real
I
quick.
still-
BRB.
I feel like I have to apologize to everyone for that bit.
I feel like I watched you grow a mustache to twirl.
Yes. Ironically, I did actually just shave my mustache today. Hmm.
I was so against that bit, I just took myself out.
Okay, no, I feel like I feel the need to apologize for how fucked up that was.
That was too good of a
It was really funny, but it was fucked up.
I'm just back and I'm like, yeah, no, fuck this.
Mm.
Oh, no.
Canadian peasant.
What?
Hey, Leon. You're also Canadian, but not a peasant.
You are so by the fire, sir.
No, Leon's a peasant.
Yeah,
that is a true
Leon's a peasant.
He believes you're a peasant. Yeah,
The random orphan poor person that got picked up by the rich people for labor.
I'm so glad three credit cards spawned, by the way.
Dude, that was so good.
It was so fucking funny.
I had no idea where that bit was going when you guys came up to me, and I'm so happy it went in that direction.
I'm so glad it went all the fucking way.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
When the rich killed each other for their money.
I think Jay fully crashed.
Yeah, he did. His stream ended.
Oh no.
Yeah, his stream ended. He like completely crashed.
TC?
I guess so. I don't know. His stream's off.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, this is my last one too. This is my last one too.
Oh, this is your last one too.
Okay, well, I guess we can just play one more then, I guess, if we want to get it. Because I don't know if Jay's going to make it back.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
That's fair.
LG.
LG.
And we're doing one more.
Last round. Last round.
Yeah.
Last round. Hi, Leon.
Damn, already? Leon's here for the last round.
It is whatever.
Please stop jorking my wiener.
Yeah.
Or start.
You had rice and meatballs for breakfast.
Yes, I have rice and meatballs for
What
breakfast.
are you?
You have what?
Wipe myself
You said rice and meatballs? I'm sorry. What are you eating? What are you eating?
For breakfast?
Right.
Rice and meatballs.
Rice and meatballs.
To the bottom layer of hell with you. You will go to the boiler room.
What is so wrong about rice and meatballs?
Everything. That is a culinary abomination.
It's an Asian thing, I swear.
What is it?
I don't believe you because I've never seen that.
Hold on, what are we? What is it?
Fucking rice and meatballs.
Meatball for breakfast.
Yeah, that's Asian thing.
I told you. I told you.
Control Alt Delete Asia.
No.
What flavor?
Huh?
What flavor are you?
I don't. Cow meat. Cow meat.
Oh no, I meant like
Beef.
what country?
He meant flavor like country.
Huh? What do you mean? What factory?
No, what country?
That makes it so much fucking worse. That makes it so much worse. What factory?
I'm sorry. I
Well, I guess
didn't mean to
China.
We're going on Twitter for that one.
Wait, what?
I don't need to do anything. I'm just passing by.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, maybe it's maybe it's like a Pacific Asian kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa!
Hello.
Whoa!
Forward.
What?
Oh, what factory?
Wait. I want to do one thing. Can I do one thing?
Left.
Chad, I don't think I'm getting res for this game. I think this happens to be the end for my stream. Because I don't think they're gonna res me anytime soon. So I guess I'll just go. I mean, maybe they will, but I'll go sit and do like closing, I guess.
I have Daddy's credit card now.
Because this is LG and I'm dead immediately. Well, chat. It's been a pleasure. This is, I think, the longest stream that I've ever done, and I'm actually pretty happy with it. When I get to do my subathon in maybe 2 weeks' time, I think I'm looking for an ideal weekend that I'm gonna run it, and unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do a capped subathon, unless I have like. I mean, I have things to do during the week, and I don't want to, have to go leave stream for large chunks of time other than sleeping. So, as far as that goes, I'll probably do Friday night to like Sunday at midnight as like a capped subathon. So it'll go as long as you guys want to keep it going in there. I'm gonna have a pretty generous pull on the money. I'm trying to think of what I'm gonna do. I'm between 10 and 20 minutes per sub. Personally, per gifted sub. I might do 20 per individual sub and then 10 minutes per gifted sub. Just to make it like a little more balanced. But overall, it'll probably be a pretty good time actually, I think. I'll start the timer at 12 hours and just see what goes. Who knows, maybe we'll only have a 12-hour stream, maybe we'll go for 72.
There he is.
Staring into the void.
But I think it'll be fun. Huh? Oh, hi.
Hi.
Staring into space.
Yeah, I'm just talking to chat, wrapping things up since this is LG and I have a feeling I'm not getting rezzed.
It's okay, I don't think I am either.
Yeah, so I'm just using this time as a...
I shanked in the most boring way possible.
Yeah.
He was murdered for getting
$10
close to
you
my
guessed
client.
it.
I got shot almost immediately.
$10 you guess how I died.
You were stabbed by Loop for getting too close to Krim.
No, actually.
Huh.
V silently stabbed me with a screwdriver while saying absolutely nothing.
Oh. Nice. So V's evil.
Probably. I mean, I think she's the only one that actually plays dissident as a dissident.
Yeah, I haven't been dissident this entire collab, so.
I was dissident 3 times in a row, and then I just kept...
I've only been dissident once this entire stream. And I've been live for 6 hours.
I was dissident 3 times in a row, and I've only been live for like an hour and a half.
6 hours?
Yeah, 6 hours, and I've only been dissident once.
I've been alive for an hour and a half, and I got hit 3 times.
Hi.
Yeah, I've been... my luck with being dissident is so bad.
I get it's so often.
No, wait, I got it too. I got it twice in the first game. That's right. Because one of the times it was the full sweater gang.
Like, I actually don't like being dissident. I mean, I just play it the exact same as an employee, but you know.
Yeah, I do too.
I love being dissident. It's so fun because I get to be absolutely unhinged.
I'm unhinged both as a dissident, so I'm just like, you know, this is.
Yeah, same here. I'm both either ways. I was an employee this round and I was playing bodyguard with a client. I got too close.
This is true. This is true.
Go to the timer run out.
Thanks for the game.
Yippee. Yippee. Good job, guys. Woo. Bye-bye.
Of course.
All right. All right, chat. Chatters. Chatter gang. All right. I don't think anyone's going to be live still after this, so I'm not going to rate anybody. Make sure you go check out Simply and Jay, both, and everybody in the collab if you can. But most importantly, those two, because they were in the, they were streaming with us a lot today. Yeah. Other than that, I hope everyone had a good time. Hope everyone has a good night, and see y'all later.